Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. Tua Saba Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite neterts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's like that's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it, made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahi Hawass himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like, they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
If you're the date. But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the pole. They gonna need some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M HERU.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the NETERU, KEMET and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
stand on a command. That's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole war, I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're gonna block and you're gonna stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a HERU and the same about a SAR.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological NETERU, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Atet has? Everybody, can you see that, sun, Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head. And you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm gonna ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head, she can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad. me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Sugar Ray. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job. but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on SONETER's platform, SONETER announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sarnetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on SONETER's platform, SONETER announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by SONETER. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have SONETER saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat KEMET.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Right? Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on SONETER TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the NETERU real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic, since Dr. Ben till now, that's never been debated, me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Sign Under TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that, because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Check, 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 mic check. Can I be seen and heard? A lot is happening. A lot is happening, especially the last minute right before this class began. All type of things going on. It is beautiful though. Let me get a mic check to make sure all of the electrical systems here are working at least. Check, check, check. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Let me check the room. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Okay, looking for the 9s. There we go. Okay, now they're scrolling up. Angela Gates has a 9. Antu has a 9. BRI has a 9. Bell has a 9. Nanny Setmer has a 9. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, good. Ralph is here. Okay, good. Everyone can hear me. Wonderful. I can be heard clear and nice. That is great. Excellent. Good to hear. Everybody, we're going to get right. This class, this is it. This is one of those classes today. I sent in one of those questions that some questions came in that I should not be able to answer, allegedly. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We got Christian Gomez, peace to Christian Gomez, which says 9. Okay, Christian Gomez can hear me. Okay, peace to ATTON Ka'ara and Shashet. Okay, good. Everybody can hear me clear. Excellent, everybody. We're going to get started with the proper frequencies. We're getting right into it. I'm actually going to do a shorter intro today because the answers are going to be long, and we're going to get right into it today. I only received a few hours of rest last night. I will announce some things why and what's happening, but it is a lot is happening. Okay. Hotep Christian Gomez, peace to you. Okay, we're going to start with the proper frequency as we're supposed to. Let me go ahead and put the banner down there at the bottom. Class will be starting shortly. Class is starting now. Okay, so we're going to put the frequency on the screen, and new people, you can say it along with us. If there's any new people in the room, I'm sure there's new people watching. It says there's 34 watching so far. We're going to go ahead and start on the count of 3. And new people, you can read it on the screen. This is our affirmation. This is how we begin off all important things. 1, 2, 3. Anki ma'at un ns nin tet aset ma'at min habapet ma'at her and hu kiwi her ikut. I live from ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace and blessings and love. Barak, everyone. It is a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Let's go ahead and get right started. My name is Tehuti Podclass. Most people should already know this by now. It's been going on for years, this phenomenon called the Podclass. This is Renunet. Renunet the Cobra. And her name means Ren, which is sound frequency that people translate to as name, and then Renunet, which means to raise that, or to raise up the name, or to resurrect into consciousness in the afterlife with Renunet. And those who raise up are called the Nekam Renunet, which are the serpent children of Renunet. It is one of the reasons why the serpent became so popular all across the world as a symbol of resurrection to us, is because of the cobra, Renunet, and the male cobra, and the one called Nek, and the one called Nemiz, which is the upper flailing or upper expanding part of the head, called the Nemiz. This is the female Renunet. All right, everybody, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to get right started. Who's here? Everybody's here. Peace and love to all those great supporters. Today is, I want to see the supportive monsters come out today. This is what I did today, which just ended a few minutes ago. One of the reasons why the podcast is late was because a brother named BRI sent me a question about a group called Tool, a group that I don't listen to, a group that is not a part of the genre of music that I listen to, but because I am the SABA, which is the door opening, the questions that are sent to me have nothing to do with my, or in most cases, don't have anything to do with my personal preference of that particular day. They have to do with me satisfying the students. They are the ones on the quest asking the question, and I am the SABA, the doorway, the one to break the matrix. So even if you send me a question on the breakdown of the Never-Ending Story, a movie I have not watched to this day, that breakdown was 2 hours and 15 minutes or so. This question here about a group called Tool, which I've never heard one song from, and so on and so forth. So many things have happened like this. Shakespeare, a question was sent in about Shakespeare. I've not read one Shakespeare book. That knocked people out, and that is what happens here, this phenomenon called the podcast. So peace and love, everybody. So first, before I begin, let me ask, and there's my brother Robert Williams. You're going to be knocked out. VRI, if he's here, is VRI here? VRI and his brother. When you say your brother, VRI, do you mean lit germs? Are you a physical blood brother, or do you mean lit germs? Who's the one that you called your brother in the question? And whoever that is, I hope that person is watching as well. You're probably going to cry this podcast. This is going to be a realm opener. This will set things apart today. Primordial thought, peace and love to you. Shout out to the brother Jeff Fee. He sent in a question. Jeff Fee, if you could resend that question. I think it has something to do with carbon dating. Some things may have gotten scrambled around in the order of answers of questions. He also got a diet plan. Jeff Fee. And he sent a question on carbon dating that I was going to incorporate another answer, but if you could just screenshot it and send it back so I could see the exact writing. Sometimes questions get shuffled up, and I want to make sure that I address everyone's question that is sent in. No matter if it takes a day to get to, a week to get to, the same hour, 3 weeks, it doesn't matter. Everything's in a particular frequency and sequence. I have 3 siblings who will tune in at some point, who I attended the show with. Okay, wonderful. Excellent. Wonderful. When we get to that answer, hope they're at least tuned in right there at that part. Excellent. Peace to Annie. So let's go ahead and begin, everybody. And before we begin, I want to know, of the 34 people watching so far, don't be shy. You can come in the room. I'm only asking one question, and the question is, press the 9 if you're a new person watching. Because my intro is going to be a little bit shorter than usual today. So press the 9 if you are a new person watching the podcast. New is in the last 3 weeks. If you've been watching the podcast for the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks or even today, press a 1. Press a 1 if you are brand new. Of the 34 people watching, or are there 34 consistent veteran supporters watching? That would mean the support system is going to be great today. Are there 34 veteran long-term supporters watching, or of the 34 people, is there anyone that has never been on the chat or new to the podcast? And that will help me determine the intro today, because I started the class about an hour late, so I'm definitely going to be ending at a reasonable time. Today's going to be Monster Support Day, I can already tell. 9, Sandra, aka Penny. Where's that person? ATTON, do you mean that person is in your background watching the show with you? Or is that someone that's in the chat? If it's a person in the background with you, then shout out, peace and love to Sandra, aka Penny, if you're watching. New person, wonderful Rob Lowe at 10. And here's a beautiful name. Here's the new person. Good, Melanated Wisdom. What better wisdom to have than melanated wisdom? Shout out to the new people, Melanated Wisdom. This is my a PDF book called Melanin Dark Consciousness, and it is about how melanin ties into wisdom and consciousness. A small PDF scroll. Shout out to Melanated Wisdom. I like seeing the new people hop in. Okay, everybody. Wonderful. Let me get back to the comments and get Melanated Wisdom back in. There's Lisa. Lisa, is this the Lisa I know? Is this the one? Is this the Lisa that I know? The Lisa, the consistent Lisa? Oh, good, Rob. Good, ATTON. I'm glad she's with you. That's excellent. Bring people to the podcast with it. Let it be a sit-down party. Wonderful. Let it be a sit-down class learning session. So peace, everyone. Peace and love. Hotep greetings. Thanks. And Melanated Wisdom says thanks. And you're welcome, or as we say in the Met language, Nini Uk. Oh, yes, this is the Lisa. Wonderful Lisa. Lisa is so consistent and so serious, and nothing is going to shake her. It doesn't matter what takes place. This is her foundation right here. So shout out to Lisa. Shout out to the other sister I saw in the beginning that says, I can't wait. Where is she? She's kind of new. Tanya Experience. Shout out to Tanya Experiences. Can't wait. Okay. Wonderful, wonderful. So here we go, everybody. Peace and love to everyone. And everyone knows that my name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. And here's another name I have not seen. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. Derek Peterson. Peace and Hetzepu and greetings to Derek Peterson. Enjoy this phenomenon that you're about to experience. If you're new, even if you're not, enjoy this phenomenon that you're about to experience. Boots, peace to you. It's going to be a great one today. Let's go ahead and start. So everybody knows my name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra, and I've been a teacher for several decades. I disappeared from the public for a period of years, and there was a particular reason for that. When I started off as a young man seeking wisdom, I did not seek wisdom from other human beings or other hominids. I actually sought wisdom from being around these creatures in the wild. I would go into the wild and spend hours and hours observing wildlife and animals, and I would be in the swamps with them. I would be in the ponds. I would sit in the grass. I would lay low with them. I would hold alligators by the mouth and move them around while I'm fishing. I would spend a lot of time with the animals, of which we are of the animals, and they're my original teachers. And as time went on, and people around me were catering to a religion called Christianity, Seventh-day Adventists, and other particular religions. Peace, Nefer Keperet. Hope you come to the panel tonight. Nefer Keperet, peace and love. And so, as I was surrounded by Christians and other religious people, I was asking questions. And these questions created a very difficult situation in the household. I did not accept the fact that we were descendants or created beings of a supernatural being, but yet we were the most inferior creatures on the planet. Removing everything that we created, such as cars and computers and things like that we've created our own world on this planet. And because we've subsided ourselves inside of that world, we believe that we're the superior beings. But if you put us back in a natural state and compare it to the zebras and the giraffes and other creatures that are on this planet, you will see that they don't need mouthwash, they don't need deodorant. I've never seen a alligator with cavities or no kind of tooth decay in the lions. It doesn't seem like they're committing suicide. There's no bulimic crocodiles. There's no snakes suffering depression. There's no animals going out doing the things that people do, the weaknesses that we have, having to wear. We're the only creatures that need shoes. If we don't have shoes, we can't seem to walk on the walk anywhere. These animals are running up trees barefoot. Animals are being born instinctively, knowing exactly what to do without being raised up much by the mother or father, unless they're like apes or other creatures like that. And even apes and chimpanzees, very short raising up system, and then they're off into the wild. And it seems like a baby can't even reach up to its mother's breast on its own without being assisted. And it seems like the animals were in a state that they were in the image and likeness of something that was of a perfect ecosystem. And it seemed like the people were the ones that were creating nuclear bombs and creating AIDS and creating viruses and pedophilia and raping little children and kidnapping and going out trick-or-treating and following other people's religions and ways, and we have to wear eyeglasses and we're getting cancer, and I never seen a monkey with stomach cancer, and no hawk needs to seem glassed. It seems like we were doing something off of the path. So I was asking questions and wondering, even when I was a youth, how is it that the people are supposed to be in the image and likeness of this God, but we're the one wreaking havoc on the planet? And the animals, who were not made in the image and likeness of God, apparently seems to be living in a state of harmony, even though they're killing and eating each other. But that's a state of balance and harmony that they've been all doing for millions of years, and they all know each other to do such. There's no new event that is a crazy, unreasonable event that a lion does. Everything that a lion does, a deer and a zebra knows that it does. There's no lion catching a deer and raping it. There's no deer. There's nothing like that inside of that world, but it seems like we were. So I was asking questions and asking, what is the religion of God? And the religion of God was always, he doesn't have one. What's the religion of the angels? The religion of the angels, they don't have one. I said, why is that? Because God is the superior being and angels are made directly from him. They're a reflection of him, so they don't need religion. I said, wonderful. So we're the only ones that are in the reflection of God, but yet we seem to need these religions, and God doesn't, the angels don't, the animals don't, the serpents don't, the bees don't, the ants don't, only us. But we're the one in the image and likeness of the ones who don't need religion. So I knew there was a situation that was off. And when I started to continue the path, I found out that the religions were actually created to enslave people. They weren't actually created for people's benefits, and they did not reflect what was taking place before people were kidnapped and the artifacts that I would find and research in ancient times prior to the Matrix. And so this caused a situation where I was continuously questioning. My mother had said something to me when I was much younger, and she said, when you were born, there was a vortex or some type of swirling thing over my, she didn't use the word vortex, but she doesn't use those words. She said a whirlpool, a whirlwind, some type of whirlwind or something that was swirling over her stomach. And then she said she saw something come into it, and as soon as it came into it, she went into labor. And one of my children had mentioned that he had watched me and his mother be intimate, and he decided to come down and chose us and come down right at the point of conception. And so I knew from the ancient teachings, from the truth, and from what my mother had told me, that our consciousness existed prior to what we're calling the physical realm. And I was on a mission, and I knew that I had to get people to understand that these religions, particularly Christianity, is not the real path, and that we are the immortal beings. We are the supreme beings on this planet, and there's other beings superior in their own way, and we must all live according to that which was originally here. So I would go from church to church. My mother was very frustrated at the time, so in order for me to live in the house, we had a wager that I should debate the pastor, and the pastor was a 47-year-old man, and I wasn't even, I don't think I was 20 years old at the time. And the winner of the debate, my mother said I'll be able to stay within the household. So therefore I had the debate and went on for about 5 hours, and she kicked him out of the household because she was embarrassed. And I realized that all the years of Christian schooling meant nothing when this pastor was face to face with a young man who seemed to get wisdom by being around animals and studying on his own. I seemed to be wrapping up this pastor who had a minister of theology degree, and whatever it is that he got from the official system, I was wrapping him up. And then a few days later, there was a notarized letter on my doorstep. And the notarized letter on my doorstep was a letter that stated that I had a restraining order against all churches. I was no longer around churches. This one I knew that the path was extremely serious. Anyway, jump forward, because I'm going to shorten this intro, but jump forward. I started entering into different organizations and being a part of different groups, and I would enter them, and I would find that I would just excel to the top immediately and then surpass the group, because I would find out that the group itself was not where my frequency was, as far as where my conscious level was. It seemed like I would bypass groups at a rapid rate. I joined one particular group, and I immediately scaled within a few months directly to the top of the teaching system, where the teacher of that particular group told the entire group that they should, if you want to learn how to teach, if you want to teach, learn how to teach from Amenhotep. And as I was teaching from the animals. I was using animal perspectives, and he was saying that he was taking things from what I was teaching from the animal perspective, because it wasn't in his books. And at any rate, the other people who were teachers were very disappointed that I was excelling so fast and that I was teaching from outside of the books, because I couldn't be withheld within that. And they brought torches to my quarters to burn anything that wasn't written. And this reminded me of why I was not, why I was against Christianity in the first place. And that was because it seemed like a set of conquistadors and Knights of Templar and other people and popes and priests were going from country to country to the indigenous people, and they were burning all of the indigenous people's writings and burning things that represented the culture that was not in comport with Catholicism and Christianity. And so when I was a part of this Black Nation group, and they brought torches to me to burn that which I was teaching, because they said it was not within their structure of books, that's when I realized, oh, this is just another Black version. This is another version of the same Christianity that I was speaking against when I was a child. So this is not for me either. Meanwhile, the teacher at the time was saying that he was going to take the information that I was teaching that was not in the books, and that he was going to teach it. He told the whole audience that they should teach in the way that I teach if they want to learn how to teach. So this became very confusing. I excelled past that. As time went on, I was doing one-on-one classes with people. I was setting up magic shows. I'm kind of speeding this up here, but I was setting up magic shows. I took investment money because I knew that there would become a time where I just needed to depend on myself, and I invested in magic. And I'd walk the streets doing magic and performing and showing people different abilities, and they would be amazed. And I would purposely set up beside pastors again and perform magic, and they would call me the devil beside them, and I would get their followers. I would get their followers at a rapid rate, because their followers are watching me perform magic, and I was not performing random magic tricks like, hey, pick a card. Is this your card? It wasn't that. I was using magic to get couples together, bring children together with their mothers. I was using magic to create relationships, and I was connecting people through the magic by using magical stories. And while I'm telling the story about them and their lover, or them and their whoever they were with, I was doing magical things between them. The connection was between them. And this gained me students, because now they said, this isn't a regular magic show. It seems like this is a family type of situation where it's not just about magic. It seems like you're trying to elevate us. So I was getting a lot of students, and I would teach them and teach the pastor's people that would leave him and come over to the magic show. And then after the show, I would do mini classes, and I started setting that up all around, setting up these mini classes, and that went on for a long period of time. And then eventually, as time went on, I kind of concluded that I'm skipping a lot. And you go to the other podcast and see the full intro. But as time concluded, I just wanted to be around myself and the animals once again. I didn't really want to be around a lot of people, because I found that people were not, it was not money that was helping people. Money was not converting anybody to act righteous. Money was actually making people more unrighteous. But it's actually the purification of the Eve. And it seems like people's ego system was too strong, and it was always leading to corruption. Whenever people were involved with me, they would always do something corrupted at some type of point, and I had to remove myself from their presence, to the point where I just wanted to be around my specific close-knit family and the animals again. As time went on, some of my close-knit family members and students were telling me that they go to YouTube because we see that there's a lot of people teaching it's similar kind of to what you're doing, but it's nothing like it. The detail, the attention to detail, the actual way of life, the discipline, their physical discipline inside of their way of life does not exist in their teaching. They're just arguing and debating. And so I went onto YouTube and I started seeing some people. And one of the things that I saw was something very disturbing. This was actually right before I went onto YouTube. And that was people were actually taking my classes and they were editing themselves. It was, how were they doing it? They were taking the picture of me and editing my head out of the picture, keeping my voice there and putting their name at the bottom and selling tapes of me teaching. It was me teaching, and these tapes were for sale going on across the world. And there were tapes of me teaching, but it wasn't the head was someone else. And I was looking at that and I said, well, wait. And this reminded me of the war tactic that would exist in ancient Kemet, in ancient times. The greatest war tactic is not just to kill someone. No. The greatest war tactic was to replace the person, was to make the original source invisible. And I found that this was happening on the internet with me. I found that this was happening with people with me. And I found that people wanted me invisible. People were coming to me and saying, I'm going to learn from you, but I cannot bring you around my students at all. You'll take my flock. And I'm like, I'm not here to take a flock, but they should know the source. So I was starting to see, when I went to the internet, I saw people teaching that were people that were my students in 94, in 1996, and then they became big internet YouTube people. Some people here are familiar with. I won't really say any names, but they became big internet people. And they were my students. And I was saying, this is good that the information is getting out. I don't really like the part of cutting off my head. And then I realized that, let me come back out to the public. Let me come back out. I came out, and again, as I was coming out, I started speeding past the groups that I was in. I came to an interview with a debate league. And it went from an interview to being challenged to a debate. I had never had a debate online before because I'm not a debater. I've always been a SABA and a teacher ever since I was 19. My name was the Word. My focus was to bring frequency in the Word to people, to bring information. So I called myself the Word, and that's what people called me. They called me KLM, which was the Word. And so it was always about that. It wasn't about setting up debates, even though the debates I did have in person led to people going to the, being taken away on a stretcher to the ambulance and other interesting things that took place before. Like I said, this intro is shortened. So they set up the debates, and I was just going through that group, beating people. And I wasn't even, I was honestly not trying. It was not something difficult to me. I was just teaching my classes, and I was just going through and beating them. I said, I'm just teaching my class. This is what I teach my family here at home. So it's not even like I'm setting up a debate, but I'm going to focus on you and put you in the class that I already have. And I just kept going through people. And then I went on to the SANETER. I knew SANETER. I knew of SANETER back when I used to live in Brooklyn. I didn't know of him in the internet world, but I knew him as a brother in the black boots. He had a black hat to the side. It was like a French hat that, like a beret. The Black Panther used to wear that kind of hat. QP Newton hat, and he had the big boots and combat gear. And I used to know him as a brother that would show pictures of white Jesus and scream at people and get people to kiss his boots. And I knew that SANETER. I didn't know the one from the online one. So anyways, I got an interview with the brother SANETER, and when I went on there, the same thing happened again. It was called The Toughest Environment, and peace and love to SANETER and those which it may be the toughest environment to them. It may be very, very tough, and that's good because you should toughen yourself up and source up and shut up and all those different things that it is now. So I ended up just going through there and beating people again. I was getting challenged by a brother named Jabari, started debating a brother named Zion Lex. He said, these are the heavy hitters. To me, it didn't seem like the toughest environment. And I'm not saying anything about the actual channel itself. Planet TV is great in its way for what it does. But just for me personally, nothing seemed tough for me. When I joined the lobbying organization, I seemed to fly to the top. When I went to the debate league, I seemed to just, none of these things were tough for me. And I was just, got Vocab Malone, beat him, got Zion Lex, beat him, and I was just beating people. And I was like, this is a great environment. It's smooth because I get to teach. It doesn't seem, it's not tough because it's not, these people don't seem like they live the lifestyle, so it's easy to beat them. They're debating me about things that I actually live in my household. So as time went on, I went on to Killer Priest, the Killer Priest show, and I started doing classes there. Killer Priest was extremely happy to see me. He had wanted to speak with me because he heard of my who I was as far as in connection with the group that I was in, and my direct experience with a particular individual. And so he was very happy. And so I went on to the Killer Priest show, and then the brother there wanted to debate me. I started, and he was beaten, and I just kept teaching classes every Monday, and it was a beautiful, wonderful, wonderful thing. And I kept teaching. Killer Priest said he never heard anything like this before. AD took his wallet, dumped it in my hand. He said, "We have to pay you. We've never seen this in our life at the pod craft." And it was just a beautiful thing. People were donating $500, $250, $350 to Killer Priest for my showing, and I was saying that's beautiful. It wasn't going to me. I wasn't asking for anything, but I was just saying that's a beautiful thing. Support the Killer Priest show. And I was doing my own personal one-on-ones, and people were showing extreme reciprocity because they were starting to recognize me, that I was teaching them in Tallahassee, Florida, teaching them in Canada, Macon, Georgia, Atlanta. I forgot all the places I've been teaching. But as they recognized you from the Killer Priest show, they started setting up one-on-ones, and it was a very beautiful thing because I'm here to share the gift. I love the gift, and each individual that taps into their inner self can find their particular gift. Michael Jackson, he had his obvious gift. Al Green had a gift. Albert Einstein has his gift. Michael Jordan has his gift. Neil deGrasse Tyson has a gift. Everybody has Anita Baker has her gift. Everybody has a particular, Tiger Woods has his gift, and everybody has a particular gift that if they focus on it, they can actually bring that gift to the world and offer it. Because when I say that I particularly have a gift, people may say, "Oh, Tehuti, you think you're special, you have a gift." And I say, not quite. When it's Christmas time, your mother says she has a gift, but the gift is for you. She just has it. I have a gift, son. Wonderful. But I'm giving it to you. That's what I'm speaking about. She went out and she worked hard. You couldn't do it. You're only 8 years old. You just sat on the bed waiting for Santa Claus. But your mother went and worked overtime and did all these things that she had to do so that she could obtain a gift, only to give it to her children. That was the purpose of getting the gift. And each and every person has the ability to tap into a particular gift, and the gift has to be given. That's what a gift is. Gift is something that's given to another individual. And then that person says, "Thank you for the gift." But it started off as your gift because you were the one that obtained it in the first place, and you can pass it on. And those people who are wealthy enough can go to homeless shelters and on the streets, and they buy gifts, and they purchase gifts and give it to the homeless. The homeless say, "That person had a gift, but gave it to me." And that homeless person can grow up to be the next owner of an Amazon, the next creator of a Tesla car, or whatever it is that your particular gift is. And then what happens? You pass that on to others. And that is how the ebb and flow system always worked inside of nature. Continuous reciprocity that was taking place. Because ever since I was young until now, not a single individual that I've ever met has ever helped me particularly with something first. And I'm teaching people to do the opposite of that. So all of my beautiful students, the women that surround me, all of the beautiful people that are around me, the reason why the people in the chat, such as Gabriela Lopez, Primordial Thought, Anu and Antu, Bella,
brothers that I'm not even looking at the chat right now, but all type of Black Alucard, Robert Williams. The reason why they are sending reciprocity is not because they met a person named Tehuti and said, you know what, I'm just going to give to him and see what he can do. No. They came across and they felt like they were helped. They were enhanced in consciousness. And because of that, they said, I'm going to give back. My relationships always start with me just helping for free at first. I just help. I never ask for anything. I just start to help somebody and I change people's lives. Help people do several different things with one-on-one sessions, such as contact their deceased mother, their children. 3 millionaires have been created. It's just me passing off the gift. None of those people started off helping me first. And that is what I'm trying to change, that when you have something, you should have the reciprocity system taking place. And that's how the world helps each other. That's how everybody advances each other. So everybody that gives to me and everybody that supports the Tehuti Podclass in the House of Attend, Tehuti himself in the room, Atef, all of them are giving reciprocity because why? Because they felt like I helped them first. And that is how life takes place. When you bite into the apple, you eat the apple, enjoy it, you're eating first. You did nothing for the apple, but you can take the seeds and now plant it back into the ground. The apple did not walk up to you. You walked up to the apple and you decided that you wanted to benefit from this tasty orange, yum. You take the seeds and you plant an apple tree, or you give it to someone else. This is the reciprocity system that we had along the Nile Valley prior to the Matrix. So I told all of the people while I was on Killer Priest that I'm going to set up a reciprocity system. And the reciprocity system is going to be very similar to what everyone else is already doing. And what is that, Tehuti? That means that Coca-Cola never had to knock on your door and ask you for a penny. You've just given thousands to Coca-Cola. And when you ask yourself, why did you give thousands to Coca-Cola? Why did you buy Coke and Pepsi and Sprite and 7-Up? Why did you support those things and give reciprocity? The answer is only because it tasted good. The actual damage that it does to your body is priceless. It's priceless, the damage that cotton candy and popcorn and fried chicken and grease does to your body, and smoking and all type of things that we show reciprocity to. And none of those people come to our door. None of them. We go out looking. We go to a park, we buy the cotton candy for the children. We support all of these things that actually are designed to destroy us. We support watching movies that put subconscious thoughts in our mind, and we sit there for 2 hours like this in front of the movie, and that's why everybody in the room knows everything about Spider-Man, everything about Captain America, everything about Xavier from the X-Men, but not much about Kim Wessie. Tell me something about Kim Wessie. Not much. And that is because things have been reversed. The reciprocity has been designed to destroy your brain, destroy your mind, so that which we spend most of our money on is actually destructive. The music that we listen to, the shows that we watch, the foods that we eat, everything, most of it is for the destruction of ourselves. But we are subconsciously been made suicidal. How much church offerings have been given to the pale Jesus? How much money have you spent on Christmas since you were born till now? How many thousands? And for what? Because reciprocity goes to Santa Claus's energy without him coming to you. Nobody came to your door to introduce to you to say, you know what, you should financially support this thing called Thanksgiving and Christmas. Nobody said that to you. You just did it naturally. So I set up a system for the people that were setting up so many one-on-ones with me called the Tehuti Podclass, where people would come and they would ask questions to me. But at first I would be silent and quiet. People would say, well, what type of system is that, Tehuti? It's the same system as all the other systems that were silent and quiet. And you came to them because you wanted that sip of 7-Up. You needed that sugar. You needed that bubble gum. And they never had to come to you. You don't know the owner. You don't know Ray Kroc that owns McDonald's. It's actually not Ronald McDonald. His name is Ray Kroc. Never met him.
never shook his hand. But how much money have you given Ray Kroc? How much money have you given Burger King? You don't know the owner of Burger King. But yet, without them coming to you, they just sit silent, put their store there, and you walk up and say, give me that greasy French fry. I'm going to support that because I want that cholesterol in my body because it tastes so good. It's so good. I never have to meet the owner. Don't know where this French fry has been. Where's the meat been? What process did the meat in Wendy's or Burger King go through before you put it in your stomach? It doesn't matter. It just tastes so good. This steak, it's so good. And you never get to meet the owner of Olive Gardens, and you just buy the shrimp. So therefore, I set up a system that I would come to a class and I would be quiet. And the class would begin based on my student's quest, which is the hardest environment to ever set up. The hardest environment to set up is a situation where you don't get to choose the topics as a SABA, as a teacher. The world is on a quest. So they send you in questions and you have to create a movie. I create an ebook, documentary, mini movie for the questions that are asked, and they're not my questions. Why? Because when people come to the class and say, what relevance is this information? The beautiful thing is there's no such thing as this information because it's whatever the student asks. So if you want to know the relevance of the class, you have to ask the person that asked the question. And I set that up personally, privately, and then outwardly, so that everybody would have a personal opinion and nobody has the right to say, who cares about Gnosticism? I want to know about Black Power. And sending a question about Black Power. Who cares about Black Power? I want to know about diet plan. How do I get a six-pack? Then you send in, and each person sends in their own. Just like when you go to a restaurant, you don't have to get the Big Mac with cheese or the steak. You eat the shrimp. Your mother may like the steak. Your brother may like the fish. You don't have to eat what he eats at the restaurant. But all of you support it when you go in, but your plates are different. And you have no business to question that person saying, what does that steak mean to you? And you're eating salmon because you like salmon. So I set up a class based on individual personalized questions that the students would have, and I would answer them, and not only answer the question, but break the matrix. So the system is a reciprocity system for all those that are new. And the reciprocity system is for me to be here, and you will see those people who are new to this, you will see when I start answering the question, you will understand the phenomenon that is taking place. And the reciprocity system that is set up based on you being able to send in a question through Cash App and PayPal. This cuts YouTube out of the mix, which means that it is a personal, you send it to your Cash App into the Podclass or to the PayPal to the Podclass. YouTube doesn't take a chunk of it. Nobody interferes with it. It is you personally, and you send it, and I display it on the screen, and then I answer the question. Now, people may say that are new in the room, they may say, well, what kind of questions can you ask here at the Tehuti Podclass? And that is where this becomes a phenomenon. Because this isn't Kemetic teaching. This isn't RBG, red, black, and green. This isn't just out of body. This isn't any one thing. My personal spiritual system as Tehuti is Ma'at, and is the biological imperative and the spiritual imperative of immortality. So questions are sent in based on that, and I can guide people on that system. But some people may send in a question on Gnosticism. That has nothing to do with me. I will break the matrix and show the source of where that comes from. And when you get that answer, you'll realize what has never been told to you before. Gnosticism has nothing to do with the Never-Ending Story movie. This is a movie I've not seen to this day. My answer was 2 hours, an hour and 40 minutes or so long, and I still have never seen this movie. This person, Big Vapes, is in the room right now, and he can testify. Big Vapes, were you blown away when I answered this question? That has nothing to do with feng shui. Most people thought they knew what feng shui was. They have the same answer. $40 sent in from Sarah to support the House of Attend in the Podclass, and then a question is sent in. You can write the question at the bottom, And this completely changed Sarah Harass did. Her name is Harass did in the room, completely changed her concept of what she thought. And that is what I'm here to do. I'm here to shake the belief system that you have and take you to what it was prior to the Matrix. Break the Matrix and you understand that you are immortal. Feng Shui has absolutely nothing to do with eyesight. A particular question was asked about eyesight, and they wanted the person wanted the question to be anonymous. I took the question and I said, you know what, we'll make your name anonymous, but what I'm going to do so that nobody knows that it's you that asked, I'm going to combine it, the answer, with medical advice, natural advice, how the eye actually works, the system and the symbology in KEMET for thousands of years, and revealed, once again, the secret definition of the word ma'at, that most people think they know what the word ma'at means. But when you actually go and look at it in the attestations, you'll see that it actually means eyesight, to look and examine. And there's a particular reason for that, which today's class is going to be all on that today, because we're going to be all talking, the class is going to be about that today, about the southern eye of Ra in Uganda. To a brother named Rigo, I don't know what happened. Shout out to the fallen brothers. I hope they're all good. The Anthony Zeptepi Slim and Anthony Drain and all the brothers that used to come to the podcast, Cash Eden, and all the people who used to support, and then they just consistency is the key. But when it comes to everything outside of the Matrix, that's where we have the most problem, being inconsistent. We're inconsistent when it comes to actually building and being a part of something that's going somewhere. Then we find reason to be inconsistent. But we are at our workplace every day consistent, and we eat sugar consistently every day. But when it comes to actually building in a structured environment, I found that once I started the House of ATTON as a structured environment, a lot of people disappeared. Like, oh, this isn't just a Tehuti Podclass. You just come and just watch and hang. And no, this is actually a structured system, and there's people in place that have a structure, and there's a spiritual system, and there's a name and a ranking system. Well, I'm out of here, because we want to be free and do what we like, which is the exact opposite of every single culture that you study. Another question came in from this brother here, Bijan Farrow, asking about hyperhidrosis. $50 from Bijan Farrow. Question came in from Raquel about anxiety. This is the type of thing that's happening here at the Tehuti Podclass House of ATTON. This is the phenomenon that is taking place. So that is why this is a support system. It's a reciprocity system. And we should support this more than we support cotton candy and all the other things that we buy for our children and buy for ourselves that you don't need and can't show for, and usually destroys you. So with all that understood, we're going to get right into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. I try to make this introduction a little bit shorter than the rest, because we actually started an hour later because of VRI's question. I had to do some special particular things for his question, and some other things took place, such as this young man right here became a father. So earlier this morning, or last night, when I got in to organize these serpents, this cobra here and his mate, Renonet, who's usually the one that comes to the podcast, had 15 babies that took a process of 2 hours. So I became 2 hours behind. That set off a catalyst to become 2 hours behind for everything else leading up to this morning, because I had to be up for 2 hours watching one egg come out, another egg come out, make sure you don't crush the egg, another egg come out. I have to mark the top of the egg to make sure that it doesn't move to the side, because it has to be placed exactly in a particular angle. I have to create the paralite, vermiculite, create a humidity system, an incubation system. This is going on for 2 hours while I'm looking at Tehuti Podclass questions. And so this young man, congratulations to him. He just had 15. He has 15 children coming, and that is Renonet. Namuz is actually beside me. I'm sorry. I have two cobras right here. So there's one beside me, and that's Namuz is beside me. The one that I'm showing right now. This is the one who had the baby. This is Renonet. She had 15 eggs last night. Namuz is the first one I was bringing out. They look the same though. This one's Renonet, and she had 15 babies. So congratulations to Renanette becoming a mother again, 15 babies. And that's going to be enough. When people say, how many snakes do you have, Tehuti? And I'm like, 55, 45. People are saying, how do you have so many snakes? And that's because when I count the snakes, I'm counting the babies. I breed and sell babies to new upcoming pet owners, to other people that study reptiles. So it's a part of what I do. People in the podcast own snakes. So when I say I have like 30 snakes, 40 snakes, some of them are including right now that number. If I said 30 last podcast, so right now I have 45. And my other one just had another 14. That's another 29 snakes babies. So HERU had 14 babies. She had 15. So that's why when I say I have so many snakes, they're not the actual snakes. Sometimes they're in the egg, or they're the little babies that are coming out. So shout out to the snake family for having babies, and so people in the podcast now and others will have access to get baby cobras from me if they choose. And some of them can come out some interesting colors that I'm not going to say right now because I'm going to surprise everybody. So peace and love to everybody. Lisa says, I'm expecting August 1st is my due date. You have a snake that's having a baby, or you're having I wasn't reading the rest of the chat, so you're having a baby? You yourself? Congratulations. August 1st, if you're talking about you yourself, congratulations to you. You literally are expecting, Lisa. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, everybody, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to take a little break before we get to the very first question. The first question is, I'm just going to put the link in the room. Let the team jump in because I want to get right to these questions. And I want to check out the support today. I know it's going to be tremendous because the type of answers that are going to be given today is going to be mind-shaking. So there's the link in the room. I'm going to let the team jump in, and I'm going to step away for just a moment, put her down, and come back and answer the questions. The team is going to come in the room. They're going to talk about updates, and of course, they're going to, you are having a baby. Wonderful. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. You are having a baby. So the team is going to come in the room. Talk about what they've gotten from the podcast, from the House of the 10, and definitely discuss supporting to keep this around, because your support is all that keeps this around, literally. So shout out to everybody. I heard a beep come in the room. I'm going to check there at the bottom. There, Anu and Antu, wonderful. And team jump in the room. Any supporter can jump in the room and talk, give their testimony, discuss with us how you've been, how your studies have been in these little in these breaks that I take, and discuss how everybody should support. Hybrid Cipher, what did she say? I'm not sure she. I donated, but it's not for a question. With respect. Oh, Hybrid Cipher. Peace and love to you. I don't think I've seen a donation support from you. If you have, I don't remember, but this may be your first one. So peace and love to you. And let me get Antu in here. Where are they? How come they're coming in? I'm going to close these other windows. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then click on their name. And there they are. Peace and love, you too, Antu. How are you?
Doing that for SABA Tutti. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, and I want to tell everybody also that I may actually have to go see an eye doctor soon because these pod classes and the time that these 11-hour pod classes and the 2-hour answers, even though the pod class members have got me a new screen, has definitely taken a toll on my eyes. And sometimes my eyes shift and things get blurry now. I think it's too much. There's too much exposure with answering all these questions and spending 11 hours. And there's no telling how many hours I spend making the question pretty for you. And there's something that happens now where my eye just shifts, and sometimes things are just blurry, and I have to actually stop putting together the podcast answer in the middle and go lay down. I don't check my phones much anymore. For people who text me and Facebook message me and such, I can't look directly at the phone. It seems to do something to my eyes. This is just what happens, but I'm willing to, I'm risking that. This is what I'm sent here to do. So if I end up Ray Charles in the end, as long as in the end people receive this. So I may have to go, Dr. LaRoche actually gave me an eye specialist that I may see, but with me, I'm living outside of the grid. So there's no such thing as a medical care. What do they call it? What is the thing when the government helps you in the hospital? Whatever Medicare, Medicaid, whatever those things are that all the regular people get, I am off of the grid. So when I walk in, it's only cash from the support of the podcast. When I walk in, I don't have medical insurance, somebody help, whatever those things are. I left the matrix at a very young age, and I never entered myself back in, so I don't have any of that assistance. So when I go to the eye doctor, it's just I just have to pay all of the cash and go back to zero again, or however it works, and that's what I have to do. So shout out to all the great supporters who are helping with that situation, because with answering these podcast questions and doing this for these hours, I've definitely my vision has definitely been altered. I used to be able to look at things in the corner of a wall and tell my Neterts what was in the corner of the wall. I used to look at a spider, and I used to go to describe what it looks like. How do you see so well? And I do not have that ability anymore. I've lost that ability, and my eyesight is not the same as what it was. And then it's strictly because of the of 11-hour pod classes for you. So I hope you all appreciate it. Please support at Cash App TTM Moon. And Daniel LaRoche, you can jump on the screen too. And anyone can jump on. And I actually tried the reading glasses. So I did try the reading glasses. They work excellent. I tried reading glasses. They work excellent for reading. My eyes seem to have this thing where when I use them and it picks up anything else, it snaps back into this blurry thing again. It's really, really interesting. So when I can read books now, you haven't been able to read an actual book in the last 5 months. But with the reading glasses, it looks crystal clear and everything looks beautiful. But then when I take them off, or if I look at something else, there's a shift that takes place. But anyways, I'm going to go check out that sister Cheryl or whoever that is. Check her out and go from there, because I'm definitely sacrificing myself. I used to live a life where I was out in the wilderness. My job was to perform magic out in the beautiful sun. So I was getting nature sunlight. I used to perform on the ocean. I was getting sea breezes. There was seals and seagulls and nature around, and I was doing that. This new life of answering questions and staring at a computer all day. This is a new life for me, but I'm willing to do it. So so wonderful. You all jump on the screen. I see who is here. I see Annie. Shout out to Annie. Annie actually got me these. Annie's done a lot for my my eye care. He's gotten me, what are these called? Ray-Bans. He got me Ray-Bans. I wear these sometimes. Annie has helped got me this screen. He's doing it again right now. See, if I look at the screen, I looked out the window and I look back at the screen, it went into this strange blur. But shout out to Annie, he got me the screen and whatnot. But at any rate, enough of that. I just want everybody to know that whatever anybody suggests for me, what everybody does, oh, where's Dr. LaRoche? Whatever anybody, how come he keeps coming in now? Interesting. Whatever anybody does for me or whatever it is, I want you to know that I'm off the grid. So when I walk into a hospital and they say the fee is $5,000, I have to literally work magic. I work magic and do things to people's I do things to people so that I don't pay that, or if it doesn't work, I have to just pay that, whether it's eye doctor, whether it's whatever it is. So please help support the Tehuti Podclass, because I live off of the grid. Everything is cash with me. So shout out to Dr. LaRoche, who was here, but maybe having some problems coming in and out, and now he's out. And shout out to Annie, Pata, Anu, Menko Ara. Peace and love, everybody. I'm going to take a break for a moment, and So there's an interesting controversy with that. Dr. LaRoche, I want to talk about that for a minute. There he is, he's back. The blue light and all of that. Definitely, I've tried all type of different things. But I just want everybody to know that whatever you suggest, it's cash with me. So Dr. LaRoche knows what it costs to get eye repair. If you're talking Daniel LaRoche, I don't know because you're having problems. Everything is cash. So please support the Tehuti Podclass, especially today. It's going to be mind-blowing today. But I'll be right back, everybody. Peace and love. Shout out to Annie, Manco Ra. I'm going to take a break. LaRoche, when he comes back, he can talk a little bit about the eyes or whatnot, but all you talk to the crowd about supporting the podcast because there's stuff going on here that is very interesting, but I have to work to teach, to keep going. Let Daniel LaRoche again. Let me see if we can test his mic because he seems to keep popping in and out. Daniel, test your mic right now. Say something.
He might not be able to hear us. I see him tapping his ears, so I don't think he can hear us.
Okay, I'll be right back, everybody. Peace and love. I'll be right back. You all build. I want everybody to know that the first question that I'm going to be answering is a brother, an anonymous brother who's actually building a museum. He's actually building a museum, and the foundation of the museum is going to be the inspiration is the Stepping Out of the Matrix books and the teaching of that comes from the podcast. The museum is going to be in another country, and he actually sent in the question that is called "Explain the Southern Eye of Ra," and I want to know. Here it is, right here. So, the Immortal Southern Eye of Kemet, Uganda, which actually is not the question. The question is right here. I'll put it on the screen, then I'll take my break, and I'm going to see if Annie or if anybody's ever heard of this right here. And here is the question here. I put this on the screen, then I must take a break. And here is the question right here. I'm not going to put that one because that has the person's name on it. They want to be anonymous. So this one doesn't. Oh, yes, it does. Okay. So just I'm going to just read it. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll do this. Here, I'll cut the person's name out right now. And I'll just go like this. Here it is. Okay, so this is going to be on the screen in a moment. And here it is without the person's name. Boom. And boom. This person sent in a question. Had to change the question. And change the question to this right here. Where is it? Windows. Is this it? Snipping tool. Okay, so it says right there. If you could, Bella, could you read that for us, please?
It says, Hotep Brother Tehuti, as requested, I could not find any South Up map reference for Kemet. Some of our senior Egyptian scholars, past or present, often refer to the Upper Nile River flowing down towards, I don't know if it cuts off a little bit there, but it says, and towards.
Oh, let me tell you that. How about now? Oh.
Yeah,
is that better?
Yeah, and toward north up of Kemet map orientation.
Oh, wonderful.
Indeed, you are correct. Most south up map reference of Kemet are from video GIF online, which prompted me to ask you the previous question. Perhaps I should redirect my question as per attached glyphs. Instead, will you please elaborate on the Southern Eye of Ra that, in my thinking, maybe associates with the Kemetian building feng shui? I will send you 2 times 1804 with tip for the above question too.
Wonderful, wonderful. There it is. So, yeah, the question about Southern Eye of Ra. Let me see if before I go, if anybody heard Annie. Have you ever heard of this Southern Eye of Ra?
Southern Eye of Ra, no.
Southern Eye of Ra. Anu, how's your study on the Southern Eye of Ra going?
I have no idea what that is.
Okay. And two, you're getting deep into the Southern Eye of Ra this week. Have you been doing your Southern Eye of Ra training? No. I know Menko Ra. He looks like he's in the building that has a Southern Eye of Ra somewhere in there. As a matter of fact, Annie Pata's background has two eyes. I wonder any of those a Southern Eye? Ever heard of? No.
I know how deep and extensive this gets, and if I don't know directly, then I will not say I know, because I do not know Southern Eye of Ra. No.
Okay, perfect. Menko Ra, you look like you're in the tomb of the Southern Eye of Ra's representation. There's Danny. We're gonna try to let him in again. Menko Ra, the Southern Eye of Ra, my good brother. How's your study on the Southern Eye of Ra going?
The Ra that I'm studying is you, SABA Tehuti. Never heard of this topic before. Just you're the only Ra that I know.
Okay, let me ask Dr. LaRoche. Let me see if his voice actually works. Dr. LaRoche, say just one word. I'm going to test you.
You guys hear me?
There we go.
Oh, okay. I came on my desktop.
Man, for a second, I thought you were Farrakhan. Anybody told you look exactly?
Peace. Uncle Ma'at to everybody, Brother Tehuti and everybody else. I just came on real quick and I heard you talking about your eyes. So I just wanted to weigh in real quick.
Yes.
First and foremost, the most likely thing that you probably need is reading glasses. And when you're doing a lot of work, computer work and different things like that, you want to follow the 20-20-20 rule. So for every 20 minutes you're doing computer work, you want to take a 20-second break and look at something 20 feet away. That relaxes your eyes, your accommodation, to reduce the strain on your eyes and your head. So it sounds like you could be experiencing some of that. So even with the reading glasses, you got to take some breaks every 20 minutes with your eyes. That's one. Two, at this stage in your life, you do want to get a full comprehensive eye exam to check your vision, check for cataracts, glaucoma, retinopathy, macular degeneration. Okay, these are all important things you want to get checked for once a year. For people that are outside of the matrix, you can apply for Medicaid. Medicaid you can get. They're giving Medicaid out to immigrants. The immigrants that are coming in here, they're giving them Medicaid health insurance in that respects. They're giving them stipends to get started. They're giving them housing in some of the hotels. So you should be able to get that, anybody that's offered a matrix type of thing. And with the Medicaid insurance, you can access care one way or the other in that respect. So, you know, these are just some pointers to take in that respect. The doctor I referred you to, Dr. Cheryl Powell, she's good people. You'd be in good hands with her. And she's affordable too, because she's in the community. And so her rates are very reasonable, and she'll take good care of you as well. She's out there on the West Coast. I'm not sure how far she is from you, but you know, she's out there, she's good. And so I just wanted to give you those tips right there.
Wonderful. Thank you, good brother. Wonderful. One moment, hold on. Give that a light. Thank you. That's fine. Wonderful. Thank you. Definitely. She's actually close. She's actually close. I could actually run there. So I could skateboard there or something. But wonderful. So I'm gonna take a break. But Daniel LaRoche, I'm asking everybody on the panel, have you heard of the Southern Eye of Ra?
Have I heard the Southern Eye? Well, I have a necklace of the Eye of Ra. The Southern Eye of Ra. I'm not sure about the southern part, so I'm gonna learn something today.
Okay, the Southern Eye of Ra. Wonderful. Well, I'm gonna take a break right now, everybody. Peace and love. Bella, did I ask you about the Southern Eye of Ra? Have you been doing your Southern Eye of Ra exercises lately, or studies, or how you doing with the Southern Eye? I never heard of it.
No, I never heard of it, but I look forward to it.
You say you never heard of it? Look forward to it. Wonderful. Well, I'm going to tell everybody right now in the Tehuti Podclass, I'm going to admit right now, I have never come across the Southern Eye of Ra. I have never heard of the Southern Eye of Ra. I've never seen any attestation of the Southern Eye of Ra in any Meter Neter, no scribe. I've never seen the coffin text, the Purim Heru. I've never seen it in any of the anthologies. I've never seen it anywhere. And when I come back, everybody, I'm going to answer the Southern Eye of Ra, and it's probably going to be over an hour on the Southern Eye of Ra, but I'm not going to say anything about the Southern Eye of Ra. I'll be right back. Peace and love.
I'd like to say one more thing, and then I'm going to bounce out myself. Just in general, for your parents, for your grandparents, for the older family members, it's important to take your family members to get checks with the medical doctors. There's a lot of things we can do. Some basic things like checking your blood pressure. For ladies, getting a mammogram, GYN examination. For guys that are older, prostate examination, a colonoscopy. These are basic things that we can do to help screen and prevent cancer and prolong people's lives, treat undetected blood pressure and things of that nature. So as people get older and your older people in your family, make sure you get them plugged in with a good primary care doctor that you have confidence in to make sure that they maintain good health. In addition to eating healthy, lots of salads, lots of vegetables, baked chicken, baked fish, exercise, walk 8,000 steps a day, drink lots of water. As you get older, you can try to cut down to maybe 1 or 2 meals a day that are healthy. You don't really have to eat 3 meals a day in that respect. So just some health pearls, health tips to keep you in line as you're studying, as you're meditating, and as you're learning, and as you're continuing success. All right? Peace. I'll turn it back over to Annie Patar. Peace, brother.
Peace. Hotep, good brother. Daniel LaRoche. Tua for the expertise that you bring to the panel and to the podcast, and being that you are, as you say, MD glaucoma specialist, you definitely hold that respect in that. So Tua for assisting our SABA and needing and giving him the information needed, and because he is for him to be the SABA, there are certain things that he has to always stay away from. So everything that we can do to assist him in getting him whatever is needed is what we do as his students. So Tua to you, great brother, for providing that information.
Thank you. Peace, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Peace. All right. Yes. Hotep Henu Ma'akaru. Tua to all of you here on the panel with us, Henu, and Tua to everyone in the chat right now who is watching live, and peace and love to everyone who is watching on the playback. The support links, which is what allows the Tehuti Podclass to exist, those links are posted in the chat. They're pinned to the top. So if you just look at the top of the chat, you'll see House of ATTON, and you'll see the support links. And this is how we keep the Tehuti Podclass going, because it is us, the students, the supporters, who carry the meta-neter tone Meru, which means supporter or partisan, which of course is the same word as love or inundation. Mer creating water, which is why marina, mare is water. It comes from mer, and that is the word for supporters, and that is what we represent when we support and hit those links. So Tua and Henu to everyone who asked questions that we all get to benefit from. Peace and love to all the new people in the chat room. I've seen a few new names coming up. I seen one brother said he was in the gematria community and found the Podclass, and that's what the Podclass is about. It touches so many different avenues. There's a lot of pathways that lead to the SABA, to the doorway. So peace and love to all the new people here, and we'll just go around the panel, let everyone get some tones in. Let us know how your week has been, and yeah, just how everything is. And we'll start with you, great brother Anu. Peace and love, Hotep. How are you doing?
Peace and love, Hotep Udasen. I'm doing Nefer, Henu, Tua to Saba Tudi Hotep Ra, Henu, Tua to everybody on the panel, to all the people watching, everybody support our Saba Tehuti, to Dr. LaRoche for giving that Nefer information, to Primordial Thought for having a Nefer very relatable class, very smooth, relatable classes, very Nefer with the wisdom. Everybody make sure that you support our Saba Tudi. He is a cultural treasure. He will forever be remembered amongst the followers of Ma'at and amongst the NETERU. Possibly, maybe people that care about Saba Tudi's health would be able to organize some sort of donation, maybe to do a ritual to the Neter to help restore his eyesight. I have faith that the Neter will be able to do anything as long as we get in contact with them. That would be Nefer. And Ani, you always ask how everyone's doing, so I want to ask you how you're doing.
To our great brother, Henu. I'm doing excellent, phenomenal. There's so much happening, so much movement taking place. Very excited for everything that, that we're bringing forward. And I know that a lot of the great HERU are working on some great things to also bring to the platform and bringing forth new teachers. So it's a beautiful thing. So Tua for asking, I am excellent. All right, wonderful. On to Hotep.
Hotep. What's up, Mary? To everybody, peace and love. I'm doing great. I'm very happy to be here. I'm so thankful for Saba Tehuti, to so much Saba for everything that you do for us and for all of the things that you create, the life that you give us. I'm so thankful for all the time that you take to create this class and all these classes combined. There's so many classes, and Anu and I watch them consistently. There's so many that we continuously watch, and we're able to do it for a long period of time because of how many classes there are. And it's just infinite. And I'm very thankful. So Tua Saba Tehuti and Tua to everybody who supports him. He is changing Anu and I's life every day. Every day is something new that we apply to our life and something new that we learn. As I watch the classes, I change in that moment, and it's something so powerful. Every class is so unique and life-changing. So I think that everybody should be supporting all that they can to Tehuti. He is truly saving lives and generations. So Tua, Hotep, and Mary.
Tua, Hotep. All right, great brother Minku Ara, Mary Ma'at, Heb Ma'at, Hotep.
Hotep, peace everyone. Good to see everybody on the panel. Ani, Anu, and to Bella, Henu, and Kes, to Master Teacher Saba Tehuti. Tua to you for all that you've done to get to this point. I think the important thing as it pertains to the support is not just about the pod class, but everything that led up to the pod class, all the dedication and sacrifice and discipline, guidance and leadership that Saba has modeled for us didn't just start when he started the pod class. We are looking at and witnessing something that has been going on for years and years. So our reciprocity, what I'm learning, not only when we strengthen the ancestors, the ancestors strengthen us, and it's a circle. And so for us to keep the circle unbroken, we have to support and show our reciprocity for things that we don't get to see, things that happen that allowed for us to witness what's happening now. And Saba has struggled and fought. He could have quit, but he didn't quit. And so he's here, and we should pay, you know, as much respect and honor to the now as we can, but also honoring this beautiful and wonderful past and this beautiful future that we're going to have. And so what I'm saying about, what I'm going to say about the pathways is not about the event, but what is going to be powerful and beautiful is people are going to receive their RENs. And so for people who've had slave names for so many years, that changes because we are doing something that is allowing our teacher to teach in the physical, and for him to have an opportunity to teach in person is very powerful, because until we started to do the things that we've been doing to honor him and pay reciprocity, is opening up the doors for him to teach in person again. So HENU, and much respect to all those that support. Yes, we're in a very special, beautiful time. So it's a pleasure and honor to serve. I'm doing well, and it's good to see everybody. Hotep.
Hotep, great brother Tua. Absolutely. This great brother also hosted the Discord meeting, community meeting that we have. He hosted that yesterday. So HENU to you, great brother, and everything that you are doing as the Hebma'at Tua. All right. And lastly, we have the wonderful Bella. Hotep, peace. How are you doing?
Hotep, Tua, I'm well. Tua to Saba Tehuti for all the beautiful opportunities that he gives myself and others. He has very Nefer teachings and the Nefer Ib, and I'm very honored to learn from him and be here amongst all of you. And yeah, Tua.
Okay, excellent. All right. So yes, Hotep HENU, and this is the House of ATTON, Tehuti Podclass, and we now have launched the House of ATTON website, where you can go and get merch, such as like you see here, and many other things. So let me share the screen to show you all. And Tefrem Kima'at, if you're in the chat, if you could post the link to the website as I go through this. He may not be in the channel. I haven't seen him. So let me put it in there for you all. For everyone who is new here. So as the great Saba has said, we are a movement that has been organized, therefore creating organization. And this is what we represent. The House of ATTON, the NETERU exist, is the only thing that exists like this on the planet. And so we're gathering together through the consciousness of the NETERU once again, which is what was needed and what was present at the time when KEMET was being built. Today, so many people study KEMET, study the NETERU, study Ma'at, carry names such as Ptah, carry names such as Ra, carry names such as Aset, carry these frequencies and these tones of the NETERU. But we noticed in a lot of the communities today, what one major thing that is missing is the overstanding that the NETERU were what people today call physical beings on the planet. And this is what the ancient ones taught. This is what the ancient scribes wrote about. When they wrote our King's List, the NETERU were written into the King's List as well. When we wrote the first spiritual, which is the meta word Aku, writings on the planet, you'll find the NETERU in Shins, which is denotes a king. And so the House of Atten is the only place on the planet here today, bringing forth that consciousness once again. And so this is why you see the NETERU exist with the logo, House of Atten. So let me show the website here for everyone to go so you can support what we're doing and also participate in the reprogramming of the subconscious so that you too can begin to elevate your thinking to again start building and putting together a nation and all of what that takes. But we have to start at the very beginning. And so this is what you have been seeing consistently over the past few years because of the great SABA Tehuti bringing forth his teachings and reestablishing that what the ancient scribes wrote and documented. So welcome to houseofatten.org, the #1 website representing the NETERU per in Atten. Okay, and so here is the House of Atten membership. So you all can join in with us. And there are 3 different tier levels, KERU Wa, KERU Sin, and KERU KEMET, which these are the meta-neta words for 1, 2, and 3. Uwa, Sin, KEMET. And KERU, which is the word that means voice, and is also the word that means the oar or the rudder, of which is what's used to steer a boat. Then creates the word for a household member, family members, household members. That's KERU. And so this is the frequency tone of all of our great members, because each of us are a rudder or an oar that is helping to control our entire movement, which is representative of a boat, which is what we taught about as what we're traversing through in the afterlife, which is a part of the consciousness. So each of us are an oar, and each of us play a part in controlling and making sure that our boat gets to our destination. And so therefore we are the KERU. And there's 3 different levels here, and each of them have their own benefits. So just depending on what you want to contribute to the House of Atten and what you want to be a part of, it's up to you to choose. And here is the Hepu Ma'at, which is the real word for laws of Ma'at. Many people come into the teachings and you hear the word 42 laws of Ma'at. Well, that sentence, laws of Ma'at, is actually Hepu in Ma'at. And that is not what you will find whenever you find the 42. And so whenever you are looking up the 42 laws of Ma'at, or what they call, you'll find a word called Peka Mku, which means the removal of negative light. And so it's not laws of Ma'at. But if this was in that sentence, they would be correct. So here we teach the meta-neta based on what it says and being exact. So this is the actual laws of Ma'at, and this is something everyone can read through to become a member of the House of Atten. Give me just one moment. All right, so yes, this is membership level 1, KERU Wa, and everyone can just join here once you read through the Hepu Ma'at, which breaks down the tiers, everything that this goes into, maintenance of the website, growth and development, expansion of the organization, in-person meetups and seminars, which the great brother Minku Araja spoke about, the pathways to awakening, advertisement, we do giveaways, we have talent shows. We've given away hundreds of dollars in talent shows and game shows and many different avenues. So we do all of these things for the community. And this is what the membership helps to bring together. And so there's a lot here. So everyone can just take their time to go through here and read. Okay, and then you can just join in through here. And starting with the first level of membership, everyone gets 5% discount on all shop items. Tier gets 10%, tier 2 gets 10%, and tier 3 gets 15% off all items on the shop. And there's many things. You'll get to have access to the Discord where I produce a class called Ma'at Wisdom Wednesdays. And that's a free class that I host for all of the KERU, for all of the members of the House of ATTON. So just take your time to go through here and join us. Join us and you'll gain access to here, the House of ATTON membership, KERU member access only, classes. I'm working on a series of classes to bring to all of the great KERU that will be available to them only. So, you know, only KERU will have access to that. Debates. Of course, you can, once you sign up here on the website, you'll be able to gain access. So, and these are also, the debates are also available on our Patreon. And if you're a member on YouTube, the great SABA Tehuti, who has some debates that aren't public. So you'll gain access to those as well. And then, of course, Ma'at Wisdom Wednesday. So Henu to all the great KERU who are the new members who have come forward since the releasing of the website. And Henu to all of our current KERU members, such as Anu and Antu, who you see on the screen. We appreciate and love each and every one of you. So Tua for everything that you all are doing to help our movement expand. And so for all of the members who are KERU, just go here to the website and go ahead and choose a tier for yourself. So that way I can get you in the system here. I cannot add you until you place yourself in here. And for those who are already paid up for a specific amount of time, once you join, I can go in the system then and then extend the time for when the renewal is supposed to be for you. So if you're paid up 6 months and you choose the KERU level 1, once you do that, I'll extend it to 7 months, because this will give you a month. And so I'll make it 7 months for you. And so I need all of the great KERU to please go in and do that so we can get everyone transferred over. All right, here is our shop section: accessories, apparel, home and living, bathroom, ebooks. This is the great SABA Tehuti was speaking about there's an anonymous brother who is building a museum that was inspired by this book here, Stepping Out of the Matrix. This is also what started the House of ATTON when we were teachings of Ma'at. And so if you go to the House of ATTON YouTube channel, if you go to the very first video, you'll see Stepping Out of the Matrix. So our very first 13 classes or videos were reading through Stepping Out of the Matrix here. So this book right here has started many things. So Henu to the great SABA Tehuti for putting these out, and as well as Melanin Dark Consciousness. So you can just go here and add to cart or buy now, and support the great SABA and read these powerful books that began the actual organizing of the movement that you see. All right, and we have all types of apparel for you: short sleeve, hoodies, lightweight crew neck sweatshirts. So we have lightweight and heavyweight, so a little bit more heavier fabric if you like heavier fabric, or lightweight for a more lighter. Long sleeve tees, and we also have youth as well for the children, short sleeve and crew neck sweatshirts. So everyone can go here. There's many different colors to choose from. So it's a beautiful thing. Prior to the update of the House of ATTON website, we only had black. And so now we have all types of colors and all types of variations that you can represent the House of Aton, the NETERU exist, and all of what an actual what they call logos today. What they actually call a logo today comes from the Logos, which is the Greek word for the word of God, which then of course comes from the Medu Neter, because it's a language of actual images that today are used as logos to give a brand a definition through an actual image. And so this is what these logos represent. So you can represent the House of Aton and the NETERU through supporting. So it benefits you, of course, as well. So everyone go through here and take your time to look through everything that we have. All of our scribes that we have, you can get House of Aton notebooks. You know, I have one here. So again, just imbuing ourselves as we always did with every single item that, you know, every room, there's Medu Neter, there's House of Aton, every item, Pathways to Awakening. Last year, we gave away gift bags. The great brother Menku Al-Ra brought forth the idea to give away gift bags and put some wonderful items in there, pins as well. So everything that we need. So everyone just take your time to go through the shop section. The pod classes are here. Every pod class that's uploaded. Here, the Tehuti Podclass. This was last week's class. Eclipse Mind Control Magic Psyops. Very powerful calendar of immortality, showing you know, just how far back that we actually have to show forth our organization of what people today call a calendar. And here are the support links to ask your questions, the Cash App and PayPal. And so I will stop here. Here's all of our social platforms. Everyone join our socials: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, X. I know last week SABA Tehuti said he was watching the class, and then he'll go somewhere else, and then another class will pop up, and that's because now House of Aton is we're on all platforms, and we are pushing this information in these classes everywhere. And I want to give a hinu to the wonderful sister on the panel, Antu, who does an excellent job and as our social media manager in putting out the classes in short form to keep this frequency flowing in everyone's feeds at all times. So Tua Antu, Tua Nefer Keperet for everything that you're doing as well. And everyone go subscribe to all of our channels. And I will stop there. Let me stop sharing. Okay. Hotep Henu Ma'akaru, Tua, for your attention and for your time, everyone. And welcome back to the great SABA Tehuti.
Peace and love. Can everybody hear me? Peace and love. Hotep, Hotep. Can you hear me?
Hotep. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Shout out to everybody, the great Annie for that presentation of the updates, and those who assist him and those who do what they do, and Menku Al-Ra for the pathways, and everybody who's supporting and assisting with what we're doing. I appreciate you. Speaking of which, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get into a couple of the supports to show everybody, all the new people that are watching, some of the supports that are given to the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to do 3 of them and then get right into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. So here we actually start off with a large, we actually start off with the brother who was just on the panel, actually. Dr. LaRoche, if he's in the room. Hold on, my computer is moving at a nice slow pace. Okay, here we go. I have Ra, April 27th, that's the date. And okay, so Dr. LaRoche sent in this from 2/7. I gave him videos. Okay, so shout out to Dr. LaRoche. He actually asked this question right here and sent in this. We're going to give him a big noise right here, and I'm going to address what actually happened to this to this particular question that he sent in. And my computer is going nice and slow. Hold on. 1 second here. Let me see. Go back here, April 27th. And okay, here we go again. Okay, now it's on the screen. Let me see if this pops up on the screen. Let me see. Hey, it does. Here we go. Shout out to Daniel, Dr. LaRoche, give him some big noise. I think I seen that for Kepret. Everybody went small, but I think I seen that for Kepret. The hyper DJ, Nefer Kepret, get on those buttons and give Daniel some crazy noise. I think I see it right there. My screen is really tiny right now, but go give some noise to Daniel. Roll $50 says, for the fall of Kemet, what did the Sabaeans say? Give him some noise, please.
Uh-oh.
Where's DJ Kepret?
Uh-oh, let's see. Hold on, let's see. Hold on. Uh-oh.
My screen is small. You guys are small, so let's see. Nice. Give him some big noise. So give him some $50. Give him some other noise.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Yo, let's go.
Humans have asked us to play by the...
Oh my. Okay, nice. Shout out to Daniel LaRoche. I'm gonna save that one. I'm gonna go to scroll down and see Primordial Thought, I got your email of your change of question. Wonderful. And Gabrielle, I got your beautiful email of you being excited for the podcast today. Now coming in from Shesh Shayet, we'll do this one and one more. And I'll get right into the podcast question. This is how the support is given in the Tehuti Podclass. Support and questions, reciprocity for this. So here we go. This is Shesh Shayet, who is Shesh Shayet just top. Shesh Shayet with $60 reciprocity for Oregon in last week's class. So this is actually a tip for a class I did for 2 classes. I did a class on Oregon energy, and for last week's class on those 2 topics. Give her some big monster noises, please. Nice. You got the that is great. You got the gunshots on remix. Nice, very nice. Shout out to Nefer Kepret. Appreciate the DJ on the panel. Shout out to Shesh Shayet for the support. And now here's a brand new person who's I'll read this one off. This is on a Big Get Leisure. Shout out to you. I see everybody. I see Lisa. Lisa is beautiful. Shout out to this brand new person here, Terry Mitchell. Let me go ahead and a brand new person here showing support to the Tehuti Podclass. I think this is a new person. I'm not too familiar with this name, so every new person we always give a hand clap to. So let me go ahead and put this in the room and give a shout out to the new person with the new support. It always starts off like this, how Rigo and Stranger started, $6. Give him a hand clap, please. Terry Mitchell, give him a hand clap. Dr. Terry Mitchell. Okay, wonderful, everybody. Wonderful. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I see Rigo. I see Ox Effect. I see Johan Biladu. I see Johan Biladu. I see everybody here. I saw a new brother here. I think something Ortiz. Where is he? Where'd he go? Did I already read his last week? I think I read his last week. He was yeah, he was the one that sent a donation when there was no class. Yeah, I did his already. Okay, good. Let me go back. I think so. There's a few more donations. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read those off of the next question. So I see Lisa twice. I see who is this? Johan Biladu. Tefram Kemmaat. Who's this one? This must be it. That's Eric. No. Okay. All right, everybody. I see a couple supports given so far. I know it's gonna start pouring in once I start answering the questions, and you guys tip. And everybody who's watching while I'm answering these questions, if at any time you are watching and you feel you are benefiting from the question, even though it's not your question, support with a tip to Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, because you are benefiting. If you're watching the class and you're enjoying it and it's something that broke a matrix with you or something you can pass on to your children or your spouse or your family or friends, and you can use it for yourself, then support. What is it worth to you? So we're gonna get into the first question here, and shout out to Nefra Kepret. I think you have a new hairstyle, or is that the computer doing it?
I have some braids that I did.
Okay, great. You look great. I like them. Look really, really good. It's nice to see you again. I haven't seen you in a while. And shout out to you. Always good to see you in the good braids. You look great, and I'm glad you're right there with Scribe. Shout out to everybody that is coming to the Tehuti Podclass, that is sharing the information. Also with the direct family members that live right there with them, because it's a beautiful thing when you see Anu, Antu, and Annie and Nefra Kepret, and they're right there beside each other. That's the beautiful thing. It is a struggle when you're learning this information and the person that is living with you is calling you pagan, heathen, cult member, this and all that, and that's your lover or your friend, and they're with you. They love you at nighttime. At nighttime you're lovebirds, and the daytime you're a cult member. So shout out to all shout out to the couples that are not in those schizophrenic relationships. Shout out to you. So everybody, we're gonna get into the very first question here, the Tehuti Podclass. Peace out to you. Peace out to you. And Rob Lowe asked a question. 9 Ether people, where are you at? What is this one? Woolly-haired people, where are you at? That's a good question, Rob Lowe. That's a great question. Where are the 9 Ether woolly-haired women at on the panel? We don't know. It's a mystery. We don't know, and I know the reason why they're not here. But I actually did a whole class on that. But shout out to you. But Rob Lowe, step up and show them. Step up to the panel. I don't know if you've supported yet, but if you're a supporter of the Tehuti Podclass, step up. Present your 9 Ether hair. You say you're there with a sister. Put the camera on her. Let me see her beautiful 9 Ether hair, and come to the panel with her. I always tell people, and I say this morning to myself whenever I do my inner affirmation. Me personally, I don't listen to much advice. I have certain people that I listen to advice from, like let's say Dr. LaRoche. He's an eye doctor, so he practices it. I'll listen to him because he's in a profession. He does this. He does it, right? I tell people, don't give me advice. Give me your example. It's much better. It's much better. So I tell people all the time, don't tell Tiger Woods how to golf. Just grab the golf stick and show him. It's a little harder when you come on, Mike Tyson, you should have threw a left. If I was there, man, Bruce Lee could never done that to me. No. Get on the mat with your bare feet with Bruce Lee or Rickson Gracie and just come on and show the example. So, my good brother Rob Lowe, who is at 10, I think it's Anten. Definitely step up to the panel and bring that sister that's there watching. If she has woolly hair, be the living example. That's what I tell people, definitely, because I know the matrix of why there's not dark-skinned, woolly-haired women attracted to the Tehuti Podclass. And up on this panel, I did a class on it. You can check it out. It's called the Black Woman Matrix. But definitely step up and be the example. Okay, Tiger Woods, you shouldn't have held the golf club to the left, to the right, 9 inches to the 5 millimeter. No, just shoot the shoot in the hole for Tiger Woods to clap. So shout out to Rob Lowe, he's a good brother. Shout out to everybody. We're about to get into it, everybody. Are you all ready? Press 9 if you can hear me. Yes, love is important, absolutely. Shout out to Rob Lowe if you can hear me. Shout out to everybody if you can hear me. Press a 9. We're about to get into the first question at the Tehuti Podclass, and shout out to Dr. LaRoche for that great advice about the 2020. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but look, well, I'm going to try my best, and I'm going to go see that young lady. You know, put the green glasses on for 20 minutes, take them off, look up to the right for 20 minutes, and shout out to Daniel LaRoche because he is not just an eye doctor; he's a surgeon, to my knowledge, that goes into the eye. Very specific job. So much respect to him and whoever he's associated with. Shout out. All right, everybody, are you ready? You're pressing a 9. Wonderful. We got a new person in the room. Shout out to S. Murphy. I'm not familiar with that name, but says I was just reading about Pythagoras. Wonderful, wonderful. Pythagoras. Read about him. It's a good read. Shout out to you. And your icon says what is that? Oh, that's Alif Lamed Lamed. Oh, Allah with the shada at the top. Okay, shout out to you. All right, everybody, we're gonna go get into the first question. Let me go ahead and put that on the room. Jamie OX, how you doing, good brother? Jamie OX, peace and love to you. Here's a new name that I always give a shout out to the new name, whether they love me or hate me. We got Sozi Mania. Looks like the person looks like MF Doom on the cartoon. I'm not sure that is, but shout out to Soze Mania. Peace and love to Soze Mania. Peace to you. Whether you love it or hate it, good to be here. And we're going to put the first question on the screen. Oh, it's person saying peace. Jamie X says, Hotep Sanu Sanut. Jamie X, nice to see you. Been around for a while. Definitely show some support today, Jamie X. You're pretty consistent once every couple of months or so, but definitely show some support today at the Tehuti Podclass because this is going to definitely blow people away. The Cash App is Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. There's the QRT code that Scribe put there. You can just wave your phone over it. Shout out to you. And speaking of Scribe, I want to tell everybody before I begin this very first question, I want to show everybody the love that we have here at the Tehuti Podclass because I was very surprised. I came home. My NETERUs have been doing a birthday for me for the whole week because it had things at the with the way things are happening here with the reconstruction and the time and everything. Things had to get broken up into parts and such. So the whole week they've been doing one thing, another thing. Took me to a museum, a little room museum. Looked at the MetaNet, looked at different things. But one day I came back and I saw this right here. I'm wearing it right now. Let me put this down. I saw it. I came back, and this came out of a box. This came out of a spider box. A spider acrylic, an acrylic spider tarantula kit box, and they gave me this. It's a specialized houseofatton, and it has the two. Let me put the camera right on it. It's the houseofatton, and it has a Tehuti. Ooh, this is hot. Houseofatton and the Tehuti Podclass at the same time. And I'll show the back when I can turn around, but the back has, I don't know if you all can see this, but in the back of it has me and the NETERU. I don't know if you can even see that, but the back has me and the NETERU there. Scribe actually. Okay, well, it's a beautiful image. Scribe made them look like cartoons, so I don't know who did that, but they look like cartoons, and it's a picture that I never took. So Scribe somehow manipulated reality, and there's a picture of me and the NETERU, and I don't have that picture anywhere in my cell phone. I don't have that picture. So Scribe AI is real. Scribe is real. I don't know what he's doing, but it's a picture, and it looks literally like we're hugging each other. And I never took that picture. He somehow merged two pictures into one. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, with this new AI world, watch out. People can make you look any way they want. They can Scribe sent me a picture that I never took, and that's an amazing ability. I don't know what that is called, but however you did it, it literally looks like they're both hugging me, and it's a beautiful image. And thank you, Scribe. And I just found out earlier that you just sent that. So when I got it, I thought it was a gift from the NETERU. It was a gift from the NETERUs, but it was also a gift from you, because it was there was no charge. There was no charge for it. So thank you to the NETERUs for giving me this, and thank you for Scribe for making it and sending it. And it's a one of a kind. The only, to my knowledge, Tehuti Podclass. Is it, Scribe, the only to? Is this the only shirt like this?
Yes, that's the one of one.
One of one. One of one. One of one. Wonderful. One of one. Shout out to everybody that that helps with all this. So now, everybody, I've shown my gift. Thank you. And now it's time for me to give you all the gift that you all been waiting for, which is these questions. And it's the reason why you all come here. So everybody, we're going to get into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass answer. Let's get into it. So shout out to Neferkeperet, your hair looks great. Scribe, your hair looks great. Annie, your hair looks great. And I mean, everybody's hair looks great today. Everybody's hair looks great. And too, I can't see Menku looks like he's bald. There it is. His hair came to the side. He did the I don't know what that is when the dreads tie. It looks like they're bald from the front. They go like this, and there's like 5 feet fall over their shoulder. He did one of those on us. So shout out to all of you, Bella, everybody. We're gonna get into the first question, everybody. Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Y'all ready? So I'll jump back into the chat, and here we go, everybody. This is gonna be a wonderful question. The Eye of Ra, which I've never heard of in my life. Bella. All right, everybody. Are you ready? I hope you are ready. And here we go. Boom, boom, and boom, and window. No, entire screen. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. And here it is. If you all can see the screen, I'm going to come off the screen for a moment. But if you can see the screen share right now, press A9. Okay, let me come back and see the nines. Okay, good. You all can see. Shout out to I gotta get his name. I just keep seeing Rob Lowe. I know it's like ATTON. Shout out to you. Shout out to there's Gabriel Lopez. Definitely jump on the panel next time, even if you have the children. Shout out to you, Robert Williams. Peace and love to you. HERU, shout out to you. Here we go, everybody. We're gonna get into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. Let me get my timer out. Timer is coming out on the phone. And let me press it. I can't look at the phone for long because it does that strange thing to my eyes. I'm glad animals don't have to go through this. Here we go. All right, here we go. Boom, the timer is on. And here it is. Here we go. Are you ready, everybody? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. And boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the NETERU, health, purity, mental detoxification, out of body, ancient sources, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism disguised in the form of Black consciousness, and atheistic Kemetic teachers who will not have classes on the actual teachings of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes, or they only debate, or they debunk, or they expose, or challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs, such as the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, The pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are the Abos. We are American Indians attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to in their daily discipline that they and their family practice. Never showing their hand of who or what they actually believe in. Never showing their hand of what they actually believe in, because in truth, those quote unquote conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything, but they just have the urge and want to argue, thus to hide that they cannot answer these actual questions. They have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you're laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook personalized documentary type answer, customized and taught live for you, is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? What question came in? And here is a question. So this actually, brother sent in $54.12 support donation. And the memo, Hotep Tehuti, please elaborate on the southern eye of Ra. Could this be associated with the Commission building? Feng Shui orientation, Tua. And then he says, as requested, I could not find the south up. He sent me a question about south up map and such. He couldn't find it, but interestingly enough, in this answer, I'm going to discuss where the south up map originates from. So I'm going to discuss that in this answer, even though the actual map can't be found. So he actually changed this question. Perhaps I should redirect the question as per attached glyphs. Instead, will you please elaborate on the southern eye of Ra? In my thinking, maybe it's associated with Commission building feng shui. I will send you 2 times 1804 with a tip for the above question. That's exactly what he sent. $54.12, 2 times 1804, plus he sent the tip on top of that. Okay, again, another example of a unique question only sent here to the Tehuti Podclass and can only be answered here. This is very interesting. Most people are familiar with the Eye of Ra, like the brother Dr. LaRoche said, and he had behind him. Most people are familiar with the Eye of Ra, but here at the Tehuti Podclass, it gets so intricate and specific that you can literally take an image out of a dictionary and specifically ask about that specific eye, and that is exactly what the brother did. Here is the image that he sent to Tehuti. He sent this right here. So this is an image, and in the image, it's a few words. It just says white. The way that he clipped it, it says white, then southern eye of, and it's just clipped right there. Okay, he took an image out of a dictionary, clipped it, not even the full page or the full sentence, and just sent this to me for me to answer what this is. Is it possible to send a cutout image of words from a dictionary, not give the page number of the dictionary where you retrieved it from, with the sentence is not even finished, where the sentence is not even finished, type of where the sentence is not even finished, but apparently cut off, and send it to Tehuti, and not only get an answer of what this is, but the source of exactly where this comes from in the dictionary, and the actual stone carving at the station written by the hand of the indigenous people themselves, and the verse and chapter and verse where this comes from. The answer is yes, only here at the Tehuti Podclass. Now first, let's look closely at what was sent. You'll notice something missing. It's cut off, and this will immediately let us begin clearing up of this matrix. So this will immediately lead to the beginning of clearing up this matrix so that I can answer the first question. Let's go back to the question itself with a cutout image under it, and you'll see something is missing. So here we go. Here's the question that the good brother sent me. Hotep Tehuti, please elaborate on the southern eye of Ra. Could this be associated with Commission building of Feng Shui orientation Tua? Does anyone note what is missing in the reference? Yes, the reference actually does not say Eye of Ra or Southern Eye of Ra. I will show you in the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary where this comes from, what it actually says, and proceed with breaking down and building up the specific answer to what this is. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass House of ATTON. So as you look at what was sent to me, nowhere in here does it actually say anything about the Southern Eye of Ra. It doesn't say anything about Eye of Ra, Southern Eye of Ra. And this is one of the ways you can dissect or separate someone who just starts making up an answer, because someone who makes up an answer will look at the question and say, oh, Southern Eye of Ra, and just start making up an answer from their opinion. But when you actually look at the question, it doesn't even say in the clip Southern Eye of Ra. It doesn't say that. So because it doesn't say that, we're going to go to where this actually came from. Let me pull this up a little closer. We're going to go to where this actually came from and see what it actually says. And then I will proceed with the answer of what this is actually about. Is that clip from that dictionary, is it even about the Southern Eye of Ra? Let's find out here at the Tehuti Podclass. Let's go. Boom. So what's missing there? I'm gonna take you to the this is first off, this is from the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. It's from what's called An Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. And here it is right here. So this is actually coming from what's called An Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary by E.A. Wallace Budge, Volume 1, and this actual clip is coming from page 68. Now, when we actually go together now to it, what do we see? It says ARIT, Art HERU, Eye of Horus the Sun. Two eyes of Horus, one black, one white. The Southern Eye of Horus. So when we go back to the clip that the good brother sent, you see this? You see the word white? You see this? Southern Eye of, and it's clipped here. White, you see the eye, you see the falcon. You see this symbol here, the sprout from the bread loaf. You see the bread loaf here. When we go to the full one, there's the white. Now it's clear. There's the white, there's the eye, there's the bread loaf, there's the falcon, there's this symbol here, which we're going to get into, and there's Southern Eye of. See, the way it was sent to me was like this: Southern Eye of. It's Southern Eye of Horus. And as you can see, when I show you now the full image, you see it actually says Southern Eye of Horus, not Ra. So now that we've gotten past and into what it actually is from the source, now I can answer what this is actually talking about without ever even touching on Southern Eye of Ra, because it doesn't say anything there about a Southern Eye of Ra. There we go. So boom, let's continue. Everybody, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Boom. Scroll down. And as far as where this is written by the hand of the indigenous people, it was written on the oldest records on the planet of out-of-body immortality, which were in what's the Akhmer. Today, they call it the Pyramid Text, which dates back 2400 BC. And I'm going to go here and shrink this down a little bit. So here's where this is coming from. Okay? So this is called the pyramid text, and then within the pyramid, it's called by them the pyramid text. It wasn't called by us that, but it's called by them, Europeans and so-called Egyptologists, the pyramid text. And within, and there's different Aku texts, and then there's dates here of when different ones were written or different ones existed for the different part EE. So we have Wenjet Betni, wife of Pepi. We have Input. We have Neith, wife of and the other wife of Pepi. We have Pepi 2. Then we have Merenre. That's Pepi 2, 2246 BC. Then Merenre, 2255 BC. Then Ankh-Essen Pepi 2, the wife of Pepi. Pepi 1, 2289 BC. Then we have Teti, 2323, and Unas, 2353. And here's an example of what one of the slabs or walls look like. So this is actually where it comes from. So what I did is I'm going to show you here that the pyramid text that they're calling the pyramid text is not one particular thing. So as you can see, there are many quote-unquote pyramid texts. The one that we will be focusing on, that the question was asked for, is specifically from Pepi. So here we go. So here's Merenre. Here's one. Here's Unas, Dejoger, Userkaf, Teti, Dejed Kare, Isisi, and then Pepi 1 here. These are all the different ones. Here is the Pepi complex. So when you get down to the ground, here's where it looks like. This is where this southern eye of HERU is first attested. In here, here's what it looks like when you go in to the actual building. Here's what it looks like in one of the rooms inside the actual building. It would look like this. So I'm specifying the book that it's in, the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, the volume, the page number, the pyramid text, which specific part EE, which specific pyramid text, what the ground actually looks like, that the southern eye of HERU concept our teaching is coming from, what it looks like inside, and now I'm going to take you to the actual lines. So we're zooming in, zooming in, zooming in, zooming in, zooming in, to now we're inside of the pyramid, the Aku, and now we're going to go to the actual lines and verses like I promised in the beginning. Lines 2 to 5. And here we are. Okay, now this here, right here, line 4 is where it begins with Pepi. Hail Pepi, this cometh to thee, and there it is right there. There it is. Arit, HERU. Oh, you're trying to come out? Stay there for a minute. So here it is right here. This is it. It comes from line 4, and it's Arit, HERU. Right there where I have the blue explosion. So, Ha, remember that word I taught you last week? Ha. They have here is Ha, hail. Also the word for husband. Pepi, that which exists. Coming to thee, the neck and neck, which is coming to thee. The Ma'at HERU. And Metu S. It speaks with thee. I neck, coming to thee. Ba'ok. Thy Ba. The bioenergetic projectable double. Pure energetic projectable double. The Am, which is within or amongst. The Neteru. Uib, pure, is Ba'ak, pure is your soul, pure is your pure energetic projectable double within the Neteru. So there's where it actually comes from, line 4, the specific line that it comes from in the pyramid text of Pepi, where it is, where the pyramid text of Pepi is on the ground and what the complex looks like, and that's where that actually is coming from. Line 4. Actually, it's going to get deep. Here we go. Now we see the exact spelling is actually Ma'at HERU. All of my students should know by now there are things written inside the quote-unquote pyramid text all pertaining to out-of-body immortal consciousness. And these things written within them, they are what's called entendres, or microcosms of a macrocosm, entendric echoes of how aspects of the physical nature pertain to pure energetic projectable double called the Ba. Some aspects of nature that surround us and is used to imbue, the aspects of nature that is around us is used to imbue and trigger links and associations. They trigger neuronic links and associations. And if you want to look closely, it's an out of body. With that now, look closely back at page 68, and you will see what was added to this, what aspect of nature was added to the Eye of Heru to make it southern. So here is the Eye of Heru, and you notice here it doesn't say anything. There's nothing here that attests anything southern. It's just ARIT, Ta, and then this line which represents an exact thing, and then HERU, the Ma'at HERU. And most of your quote-unquote Kemetic teachers or Kemetic priests, they just say Ma'at means order. Well, here it is, Ma'at is the eye, which is how I introduced the Tehuti Podclass in the very beginning, that I said Ma'at is the eye. It's the eye of examination. And here in this word, inside of the Muraku or the Akmer, there's no reference to south, west, east, or north. But sometimes there is a symbol put there beside it that's going to signify what they're teaching you is the word south, which we always know that in the script of our ancestors, whenever they write something that pertains to nature, it's the aspect of what that nature represents that echoes within what we're supposed to do. So it's what that plant, what that thing actually is. Does it actually mean south? We're about to find out here in the Tehuti Podclass to see if there even is a southern Eye of Heru. Let's find out. Or what is the deeper meaning of that? Here we go, everybody. So there it is. Nothing there about south. Right? But when you go back to the page 68, there I have the arrow and the blue line explosion. Look at that now. That there wasn't over here at first. But sometimes that symbol right there is placed. And how does that change it? Now it's the southern eye. So before it's just Ma'at Heru. Now it's Ma'at Heru with this other symbol, which we're going to elaborate on, and its importance of how it deals with the pure energetic projectable double and that symbol representing immortality. We're about to find out. Here we go. Ready? Boom. And we see a symbol that is a part of the word that is determining the concept of quote unquote southern. Is this really just southern as in direction? And what is this symbol in the first place? So here I magnify it. And what are we looking at? It appears to be the symbol for which people call Upper Egypt. This is a symbol that you usually see when describing this word that the European made up, called Upper Egypt. He made up this terminology called Upper Egypt. And usually this is the symbol beside the term that represents Upper Egypt. What is this thing right here? Here we go. We're going to go to page 401 of the same dictionary, and we find that this is called a res. This is called a res. Now, res, when you look up, you see it's south. So here's a southern. Here's their Upper Egypt. And then all the symbols, all four of them are south, north, east, west. Then tep res is the south. Resi, southern. So they keep putting southern here, south, southern. So we see that this symbol here added to the Eye of Heru is Ma'at Heru res. Ma'at Heru res. And they translate it to as southern. But of course, here at the Tehuti Podclass, we're going to see why in the world would the southern direction be applied to the description of an eye, the eye of HERU, why would it apply to any particular direction? And that is where we unlock the doors to immortality. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. And let's continue down. Now, as we go south, it appears from our perspective, and this is one of the inquiries that the brother had in the first place. As we go south, it appears from our perspective that we're going lower. Yet, the area seems to be called upper. And so at times, seems like the so-called Nile begins, which is really called the ITERU. The real name of the Nile is ITERU, which is going down to the origins where the so-called Nile begins. So when you look at the map, the way that they give you the map is as if you're flying in the air looking at the earth non-rotating, as if the earth sticks, as if you're trapped, as if the earth is right here, and no matter where you are, this is how it is. And then this says Lower Egypt, but the way you look at it on the map, it looks like you're going upwards. But of course, if you're on the ground, you're not going up or down. It only appears up or down when it appears to be looking at it from an airplane. Only if you're flying, only if you're in this direction, only if you're looking at it from this angle. So now moving up on your computer screen or up on a piece of paper, that's called lower. And then as you go down on a piece of paper, that's called upper. Let's see how this applies to the Ma'at HERU Res. Here's another image of a map, this one from Google Images here, and you see as you go down, 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 you end up in Abu Simbel and put what the Europeans call, what Arabs call Aswan, and you end up on 1,248 kilometers from Cairo. Here. Okay. So why is it called upper? Why is the Ma'at of HERU associated with southern, which is upper? And that you would understand, to make it clear, it's dealing with gravity. To make it clear for you, this is dealing gravity is one of the reasons why this is called upper. The real name for the Nile is ITERU, which means to flow. But what's causing it to flow, everybody? Let me come in the chat and just ask everybody really quick to interact with you. What is actually causing what they're calling the Nile River to flow? Because the real name for the Nile is ITERU. Sometimes it's called Hapi. One means to flow, and one is a set of directional arrows, which is showing that it's flowing in a certain direction. Both the words ITERU, which is the original name of the Nile, and Hapi, both of them deal with the movement. But what is causing the Nile to flow? Does anybody know? What is causing the Nile to flow? What's causing the current? Type it in the room real quick, and you could be one of the 61 people watching or anybody in the chat. Just type in, what's causing it to flow? Let's say when you go to a lake, the lake seems to be just sitting there as a body of water, but the Nile seems to be flowing, and it doesn't change directions of the flow. What's causing that? Does anybody know? Go ahead and type it quick into the room. What's causing the ITERU to flow? Because to the ancient people, they wouldn't have called it Nile. That's from some Greek god Nilo. So it's from some other culture. The emphasis of both of the words for the Nile deals with the movement of it, because that's what was important. The importance of it was its movement. ITERU means to flow, and Hapi, which you're going to find out as Hapapet, it means to move in a direction distinguishable by arrows, determinative by arrows. Why is that important? So Dr. LaRoche put height. Here we go. Here we go. Ding, 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 ding. Rob Lowe put a magnet. Okay. Dr. LaRoche. Ding, 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 ding. Movement from a highland to a lowland. Absolutely. Now we're starting to understand the importance when the ancient scribes, when the followers of Ma'at are talking about a flow, they must know that it's coming from a certain direction. The direction that it's coming from has to be extremely important, because without the origin of that direction, there's no flow. It's now just a still body, a pond, or a lake. So it's important because the name of it only deals with the movement. ITERU only deals with the movement. Hapi only deals with the movement. And now we start to understand why south will become important and how it will be a microcosm for the journey that actually begins south. Yep, flowing from south to north, elevation, current flow, right? The current, what's causing the current flow. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Very good. This is very good to understand because the ancient people, our people, were observing nature. Just like I began this podcast, what raised me was the observing of nature. And the observing of nature is how they imbued it as a microcosm into their spiritual immortality journey, the nature around them. So they're watching this thing move, and they're immediately applying it to the pyramid text, which is all about immortality, to the Purim HERU, which is all about immortality. Why apply a river to the concept of an out-of-body experience? That's right, Maharu, water flow. Everybody is right. Absolutely. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. So, why is it called upper? And that's because of gravity. Gravity, the real name for the Nile is ITERU, which means to flow. But what is causing it to flow? Let me show you. This right here, the unpopular part. The unpopular part. This is the part that's unpopular. What is happening right here? Now when you're on the ground level, or at least it's an air level, but it's closer to the ground than looking at it from this way. When you look at it from this way, it appears like you're flying above the area, and now you're moving up like this, like as if this is a mountain in front of you. It's an illusion because it's a 2D thing, image in front of you going up. But when you go down to the level that it's on, you actually see that this level here is higher than this level right here. And there's a area that's moving here because it's being pulled down by the gravity, because like Dr. LaRoche said, there's a highland and gravity is causing something to move. So boom, gravity pulling the water down, creating a waterfall from its origin, which causes the rest of the river to flow. Thus, southern res represents the origin of things. That's what res represents, the origin of something. Not just south like a direction, but the origin. Let me ask everyone in the class, what is the Meru image that makes something feminine? Let me come back in the class again. I love to participate. What is you can describe it. What is the image in the Met language that describes something and makes it more feminine, or describes something as its birthing aspect, or something that pertains to what a female would do over a male would do? What is that image there? Bella put, wow. Oh, and who put loaf of bread? Loaf of bread, right. Loaf of bread is what makes something feminine, right? Let me ask everybody in the room, and this is how you know the difference between, raise this up. Difference in matrix teaching, or the situation that you're in right now with language, and how it was to us before the matrix. So I'm going to ask everybody in the room right now. You're right, Big Vapes. The bread loaf, the tea, you're absolutely right. Everybody's right. Very, very, very good, intelligent class. Now I want to ask everybody, this Dr. LaRoche, everybody, Rob, Bella, everybody, does direction have a gender? Huh? Does direction have a gender in the language that you use today? Is west a male and north is like the daughter and south is big mama and east is the son? One's the son, the male, the female. Does direction have a gender? Yes or no? Type it in the room, everybody. When you're all giving somebody directions, you say, well, you know, go to the north. That's the male side, and then travel, make a turn, go west a couple miles. That's the feminine west. Does direction have a gender? In your language that you speak, does direction have a gender? Anybody? When you all give direction to somebody, do you describe those directions? Is north a man and east is a woman and west is right? No. Absolutely not. Direction in this language has no gender. But once again, in the culture of Ma'at, when every aspect of nature is an echoed aspect of what you can apply to your immortal journey and your purification, you're going to apply also the power of gender, which is the biological imperative. Everything must have some type of association with the biological imperative, which is the ability to reproduce something. So what if I were to tell you that direction in our culture does have gender? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, and now we're going to get into it. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Please support what you have not seen being taught anywhere else, but was taught thousands of years before the Matrix, before everybody was arguing whether the Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong and we're the Abels, before everybody just had you in argumentative mode, which is a big distraction. We actually had a teaching. Can you believe that? Can you believe we actually had a teaching? The teaching wasn't just being mad. It wasn't just arguing. We actually had teachings. Yeah, we did. We were actually civilized. We didn't just fight. Here it is. Now, you are right. The ta symbol. Big Faith put T. Bella put bread loaf. Anu put bread loaf. You bread bun. Semicircle, which makes something feminine, right? But why did I ask you that? You know why? Well, this means, everybody, why would I take this question from the southern eye of HERU and merge it into directions, south and gravity, and then ask you if direction has a gender, because you know at this point, one moment. At this point, everybody, it's time to switch it up. To get into this level, it's time to get into Tehuti overdrive. Here we go, everybody. Now we step into the deeper waters. Here we go. Now look closely at the word southern for the southern eye of HERU. Now we're going to understand why a direction is being associated with an eye. And now we're going to see if a gender is actually being associated with this eye. Look closely at the southern eye of HERU again. Now with your eyes open and the matrix broken. And look at that symbol again. What do you see, everybody? Tell me what you see. What do you see now? Now look at the symbol. Do you see anything here? Let me expand it for you. What do you see now? You have southern, and what do you see? You see something that looks like a plant here. What is this right here, everybody? Type into the room, what's this? What's that right there? Southern has this symbol in it right here. What is that? Is that this? The bread loaf, which makes something feminine, is now underneath the plant. Wait a minute. My Kemetic priest didn't tell me this, my RBG. He just told me the Egyptians were black. The Egyptians are black. That's all I need to know. and the Bible's wrong. Wait a minute. There is a description in the first writings of immortality that they're calling the pyramid text that deals with having an out-of-body experience after death. And the description applies to something that you thought was just called law and order, ma'at. Now you find out that ma'at means eye, and this is the eye of Heru. And now there's a direction associated with an eye, the eye that applies to you having an out-of-body experience. There's a direction, southern, and then we see a plant growing out of a bread loaf. Any of you have plants growing out of bread loaves, other than your fridge getting moldy? You all have plants growing out of bread loaves? This concept can only be understood when you're imbued inside the culture. Not knowing that the Egyptians are black will not help you to understand what Pepe is understanding. Why is there a direction associated with an eye of Heru in a pyramid text with a plant coming out of a bread loaf that's supposed to represent feminine principle? And the word means res. Why would south be described with a plant growing out of a loaf of bread? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. After everybody's finished arguing whether the Egyptians are black and whether the Bible is stolen, after that, after 30 years of that, come here. Come here and learn what Pepe learned. There we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Boom. There it is, everybody. There's the bread loaf. And boom. Here's how deep our beautiful ancestors' minds were. This is actually a symbol of something growing from a feminine origin. For as a mother, you look at the Ta symbol, which is the bread loaf, which we know is feminine, which signifies feminine biological imperative, the ability to birth, and the plant symbol coming from it, which represents something growing or flowing from an original mother, which is a birth source, which was the origin of the ITERU Nile River, which was the mother origin of the culture Ma'at itself, from which the culture sprouted from. Without the ITERU, without the Happy, without the movement of the Nile River, there is no ancient Kemet. There is no Ma'at being taught in the area. Nothing is happening with civilization without the birth of an origin of what's taking place due to gravity pulling down these waters here to create a flow that starts in the southern area. There is no flow of a Nile, thus there's no per HERU, there's no pyramid text, there's no coffin text, because all of them associate you moving up and down the Nile in the afterlife, which represents the smooth journey of consciousness. In order to have that, you need the origin from the south to have that perception. The southern eye, flowing from a source principle, which is represented by a bread loaf, and it's actually both principles in one, the male and the female. When is the female and when is it sprouting up? Which we may get into later. The atef, or the sprouting, or the shooting forth. Which is something that both the male and the female do for birth. That's why one is atef, and one is tef, father, and one is tefin nut. Tefin and tefinut are the same. One is feminine, one is masculine, and both are needed for the flowing of life. But the appearance is that the life itself is coming out of the mother, so that the mother represents that particular origin. And then happy is described as a male, never a female, because that is that particular father origin. Both male and female are associated with it. When it comes to the origin of what something is physically seen coming out of his life, that's somebody looking at life coming directly out of a vagina, because you don't actually see a living individual being coming out of a penis. What you see coming out of the penis is the sperm that's helping to make that being. That's what sprouts out of the penis. But when it comes to the female, you actually see a body with hands, legs, feet, face, and eyes, and something that looks like you. So that's the birth origin of something that echoes and looks like you, is associated with the feminine principle, the Tefenet, or the southern origin. Let me show you the part of the Nile that you never really see, that is not popular. It's not popular. The mother of civilization, being the root of our agriculture, the most unpopular part of the Nile that you never learn about is actually the part that is the root of the agriculture, which created the bread, which is the main source of carbohydrates for the followers of Ma'at. Bread was the most popular food, the main source of carbohydrates. Take a look at how beautiful the physical South was, and why our ancestors would pay it tribute and use it for a double entendre, microcosm symbolism of women's birthing origins. Typo there. An immortal life, going back to the source, is the area. This is called the Mountain of the Moon. The water area is also called Lake Tana. In the area called Ta-Neter, sourced from waterfalls of Uganda and Zambia. And what Europeans also call in the Ethiopian area are called Lake Victoria. When you go into the southern region, from where the Nile is birthed, the movement of its birth, you're going to end up in an area called Ta-Neter. You're going to end up in an area called Uganda, Zambia. You're going to end up in an area called Lake Victoria, as it's called by Europeans today. That's the origin of the Nile, the mother. That is the south. I'm going to show you one of the most beautiful parts of the Nile that nobody focuses on. But this is actually where life comes from for every single pharaoh, every single priest, every single person that was living along the Nile, knowing that it comes from the source southern, and then it ITERU from there, and it HAPI from there. Here's what that area looks like. Because when they show you KEMET, it's always the desert area. Do you notice that, everybody? It's always the desert area. When you think of KEMET, do you think of a humid rainforest? Is KEMET a humid rainforest? You think of that? Well, let's go to the origins, everybody. I'm going to show you something right now and give you about 2 or 3 minutes of this and show you the beautiful area that is unpopular, but yet it's the source of life for everyone, and that is the South. Let me go ahead and show you that right now. There we go. Here. On the beautiful screen for you. Here we go, everybody. Here is the origin of the HAPI. Here is the origin of ITERU. Here is the southern. Here is the origin right here. Would you be surprised if you see a tropical rainforest? In order to walk through this part on the land, you have to wear a wetsuit. Doesn't quite look like a desert there. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom. Boom. And here we go. Let me come off the screen. On big screen for you. I'll come off. How does that look? Does that look wet and luscious? Does it look like an area from which things are birthed from? Or do you think things were birthed from the desert area? That's where the beginning of the Nile starts. That's where it looks like that humid, wet environment, that mother environment, the female, feminine environment, and then shoots forth as the Hapi in movement after it leaves the origin as the ITERU and the Hapi. And now the male movement, or that little arrow that you see at the bottom of the male symbol today, when they show you that symbol, that one looks like an ankh, and they call it a female, and one looks like an ankh and it has an arrow. It represents the shooting forth, the erection of the shooting forth of sperm to create after it's already in movement. When it's in its origin state, it's not in the movement. Why? It starts off as the lake area, and then it moves down through gravity, and now it's shooting out as the Hapi. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody ready? Let's continue. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. The Egyptians are black. Let's see. I wonder what they teach after that. Here we go. Boom, 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 and here we go. All right. Ready? There's the video. Beautiful, isn't it? The southern area, that's what you were looking at, was seen as the source. That's the 0-point field origin of life, from which the NETERU and humanity evolved from. The NETERU, which were the teachers of immortality, guess what the word for this area was, which had the word res in it. Remember I showed you res itself? So guess what the word for the area was? Guess what the word for it? We see On page 46, NETERU. Guess what the word for these NETERU were? NETERU, Resu, southern god, the southern NETERU. Do you see the same symbol right there? The sprout. Now it has the Ra underneath. It's called NETERU Resu, the southern god. That's the origin. The NETERU of the south. And there's that same symbol again, which was the origin. And now for the microcosm in Tundra, because our ancestors did not consider the NETERU just physical beings, as they were also considered immortal light beings that taught us that we were striving to be as well. They were called the Aku, and they were called the Ku. So where did the immortal light beings come from? Let's go to page 815 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Remember, the NETERU were called the Aku, or the light beings. Let's go to page 815. What's this? Ta-Aku, land of the spirits, part of Central or South Sudan. So the ancestors considered the land of the spirits. Please go ask your current Kemetic teacher, your current principal man, whoever that may be. Go ask them, what is this area called? What is this area here? The land of the spirits? What spirits? Ask them that. Ask them that. Ask them, what are the spirits, sir? Say, listen, the NETERU were principal. So what is this land of the spirits? Tell us describe these spirits for us. How would you describe a spirit? So there's a land area, and it's the land of the spirits, and that's in Sudan. As you go south, you're going towards the origin, from where the NETERU came, from where people came. As you keep going south down that Nile area, and if you keep going, you're going to pass the Nile. You're going to get into South Africa, as the Europeans call it. As you keep going south, you're going to get into the oldest of the oldest people. Whether you're dealing with the bones found before we were even people, the Australopithecus dystopi, or the Kenyan-pithecus, before there was even Homo sapiens, or you're going to the Khoisan people of South Africa. As you go south and south and south and south, that's where you're finding the oldest people, even before we were in this Homo sapien form of people. You have to keep going south to go to the origin. That's where they're finding the bones. The Kenyan-pithecus dystopi, the Australopithecus is not quite a human yet. Or the oldest humanoid, that's the Khoisan of South Africa. We have to keep going south and south to get to the origin, because south, our ancient ancestors knew, represented the origin of things. The res. Sudan, the land of the spirits, that area. What are these spirits, principal men? What are the spirits? Are spirits principles? Spirits are principles too. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Land of the spirits, a part of the central or southern Sudan. That's the Aku and NETERU again. Boom. Even in their light form consciousness, the NETERU were taught to dwell in areas from which the Nile flowed or originated from, the quote-unquote upper, due to gravity, pulling down water from the mountainous air regions to create waterfalls, which were the waterfalls of Uganda, flowing into the area of southern Sudan. These quote-unquote southern origin areas were called the land of existence. They were called Pa. Pa means existence. Pa means existence. That's where things originate from, which is Pa, existent origin, and Un, which is to bring something into existence. So in the Met language, when you say, what is a thing, you're describing what is it composed of. What is it? You say Pa. Pa, like what is it? What is the origin of something? Pa is origin of something. The origin of the NETERU. Let me ask Nook Panuk when we come in the room. What are the NETERU origins called, Nook Panuk? What are the NETERU called? Starts with a P. One of Nook Panuk's favorite words. What are the NETERU called? The 9 in their original state. What are they called? Starts with a P. Yes, he'll type it. The Pa'ut. The Pa'ut, from Pa'u, which is the origin of something. The Pa'u, or the Pa'ut, when you have the feminine birthing aspect to it. The Pa'ut. Then Un is a word that means existing, to exist at a rapid rate. The symbol is a rabbit, one of the fastest reproducing animals in the biological imperative animal community is a rabbit. That's why when you have sex that you're humping like rabbits, these rabbits are reproducing. The rabbit in ancient times was a symbol of reproducing or bringing something into existence from an origin. So the area was called Pa and Un, and then because it was original, something that was birthed from it, meaning that it was associated with feminine, you added a T to it. And what word do you get when you take Pa and Un and add the T to it? While going towards the south, you know what you get? You know what you get? That's right, Robert Williams, Pooh. You know what you get when you add the Pa, the letter P, the origin of something, to the Un, which means to flow from existence or to exist something at a rapid state, like Un Nefer or Un, which is a symbol of the electron orbit and the symbol of the rabbit. Both things would bring things into existence. Guess what you get? You get that word that people love to use that they never tell you what it means. They just tell you the land is called, what's the land called as you go to the south? Punt. Punt, that's Pa and Un right there. That's the Pa, the origin, because the origin is south, page 984 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Wait a minute, there's the symbol for the Un, spin, which I've broken down many times before. There's the Un to bring something to existence. There's the Pa, which means that which is from its origin. And there's the rabbit, the fertility rabbit. It's Pa-unt, bearing a gold-bearing country where? Southern. You're back in the southern Sudan area again. We're back in the southern area again. Oh, wait a minute. From whence came some of the Aboriginal Egyptians? Because that's what the ancient people taught. That they came from the original ones came from this area in the south. That was their origin. Called Pa'un. So I have established and shown you that the res is the word that is being translated as quote-unquote southern, really pertains to origin from which life comes from, and the culture itself originated by the people watching nature itself. So with knowing this, was there a double entendre and a microcosm for this word res, or origin, that also dealt with immortal consciousness and awareness, while simultaneously being a microcosm for the Nile River itself and its origin? Well, what did the ancient followers of Ma'at compare the conscious journey out of body and consciousness journey in the astral life too, or the astral realm too, the NETERU, or the Tuat? For that, we'll go right back where we started, which was the immortal pyramid text from which this southern eye microcosm concept came from. And for that, we will go to utterance 559 and utterance 270 of the same pyramid text wall. There we go. We're going to now Unas, here it goes, utterance 559. Say to come in peace, says Osiris. Come in peace, says Osiris, to thee. The marshes are filled for thee. The river banks are inundated for thee. That's the Nile flow. Utterance 270. Peace. The ferrymen, the boatmen of the gods, the nets are in peace. Unas comes to you that he may ferry, on the boat, and that ferry boat in which you ferry the NETERU. If you do not ferry Unas, he will jump up and place himself on the wings of Tehuti. It is he, Tehuti, who will then ferry him over to the other side. Yes, as we can see, the Nile River was symbolic of the smooth travel in the afterlife as you ferry to your original state as a light conscious being, the Aku, being called the Ba, and the Ku traveling through what was originally called Happy River, which represented the ascension coming from the origin mother and father. Thus, guess what the top of the king's chamber of the Aku that they're calling pyramid was called, which represented the ascension. The top of the place that they call the king's chamber, which they'd never found a king in, but it was a box that was associated with ascension into the afterlife. Guess what that was? Right here. Uh-oh. What's that? That's the hep, the same as happy, hep. The hep, to go up. You see the arrow? To go up, the hep, which is ascension. But what does it also mean? To paddle. Back to the boat again. So the Happy River and the King's Chamber are both associated with paddling boats, because the Happy River is literally what you get onto to paddle a boat, and your ascension into the afterlife, being associated with the ferryman of the boat, was associated with this chamber of ascension, which both pointed to the indestructible stars, which represented ascension that was always seen, and the circumpolar stars, which are always seen in the sky, which represented your immortality, was also called the guiding pole of a boat, paddle, oar, paddler, sailor, hepetiu, hept, the hept, and there's the boat right there. There's the boat. The same as the king's chamber, arrow, the same symbol word for happy, the river. Yes, the immortal ascension chamber was likened to something that was on the Nile moving towards your everlasting journey of immortality, also associated with the boat that travels along the quote-unquote Nile, which is actually the same word for the Nile happy. And here, again, is where the immortal comparison of the Nile, or the ITERU, in a microcosm comes in. Guess what else happy means? The same word happy for the Nile, which is the same word for the shape, which is the shape of the king's chamber, the happy, which is the same word that means boat or paddle, because they're both dealing with traveling like the ferryman and a smooth journey into immortality. But guess what else happy means? Uh-oh. Page 467 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Happy. River Nile flood. The Nile of the other world. That's the other side. To travel to the other side. Remember, we go back to the pyramid text of the ferryman, utterance 270, line 387. If you do not ferry, as in the ferry boat, if you do not boat Onas on this river, he will jump up and place himself on the wings of Tehuti. It is he, Tehuti, that will then ferry him over to the other side, because that's Unas's goal. Unas's goal is to get to the other side, called the Urt in Nemeteneter, and the symbol of the Urt is an X, the crossover area to the other side. Thus the word happy, which is the same symbol as the king's chamber, which represents the ascension to the other side, is also a word that means a paddle and a boat, because that's how you travel symbolically. And also the same word happy, which is the word for the Nile River, is the Nile of the other world, because that's the microcosm. The physical Nile, the river Nile, then there was the Nile of the other world. Boom! Happy, the Nile of the other world, the double world. The realm of the pure energetic projectable double, which is your origin. That's your original body. That's your true self. The southern consciousness, the southern eye. And of course, as I've taught you many times, what is the boat called that travels along the Nile back to its southern origin? Let me come in and check with the class. If you've been to the Tehuti Podclass, the House of Atten, if you've been to these classes, what is the boat called? What's another name for the boat that's used to the travel to the other side? What's that boat called? Anybody remember? I'm gonna do that 20-second look away thing. Rest my eyes for a second. I'm gonna open the mic up. What's that boat called, everybody? What's the boat called that you're on traveling to get to the other side? Anybody remember? Okay, there's the Atet. Okay, Atet. Atet. And also the Ant. I know Big Vapes knows that. The Ant. Here we go. Uh-oh. What's that boat? This boat right here. The Antet. The boat which Ra sailed from dawn to midday. That's the boat. Representing the smooth travel in the afterlife. And guess what else? Boat means. That smooth travel in the afterlife with you as an Aku or a light being. What else does the Ant mean? Uh-oh. Boat of Ra. You know that? To know, to perceive. Page 128 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, the same word for boat is your consciousness. What else does it mean? Light. You see that there? You see how beautiful our ancestors were? While everybody's arguing the Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong and the Egyptians are black and the Bible is none of our ancient ancestors were arguing about that. What they were doing, they were teaching about the microcosm of that boat and how it's associated with the southern part of the Nile and the Happy River, which is also the same symbol as the King's Chamber as you ascend into the circumpolar stars, which don't seem to move no matter how much the earth is moving, because you're becoming like a light star being, because your true self is light consciousness. So that the boat of travel itself is called to know, to perceive, which is consciousness, and it's also the word for light, because that's the only thing you exist as the other, on the other side is light and sound vibration. Boom! The same word that means boat, which is traveling along the spiritual Nile to get you back to your origin, is the same word for perception and the exact same word for light as you perceive, which is the same ma'at, because that's the eye you're using, you know, the ma'at heru, the way that you perceive things, consciousness, the southern eye, the ma'at heru res, which is the southern eye. That's your light consciousness on the other side, going back to its original state. The ARIT HERU. Now you're starting to understand the southern eye. That's the ma'at heru, perception. That perception that you need on the other side, you know, because perceive is also the word for the boat that you're traveling on when you're in that state of light consciousness. The ma'at heru. There it is. The ma'at heru res. Wow, Tehuti, our ancestors were deep, and everything had a double meaning. What about the actual word for southern itself? Is there a double meaning for that? What if it gets even deeper? What if the word southern itself actually applied to the word consciousness? Huh? What if the word southern was another word for a type of consciousness? We see that it's applied to the Ant and the Ma'at Heru and the Happy and the boat and the light consciousness. We see that it's applied to consciousness. But what about the actual word itself by itself? Just res. Uh-oh. Well, great students, as you have learned the word for south is res, which is an echoed meaning of getting back to the source, origin, your true self, which was echoed through the origin of the now happy ITERU, which began in the south from where gravity caused the waterfall to serve as the catalyst that flowed from the source. So there it is, res, the southern area, south. That's where the Nile begins, that's where it starts to flow. So you know that on the physical realm, that how our ancient ancestors imbue it into consciousness, which is also a reflection from which the original NETER came from, you know, the God, the Neters of the south, the land of the south from which the light gods came. The original Neter came while simultaneously being the land of the Ku, typo there, the land of the Ku, the land of the Ka, which is your original spiritual state. That's your original state that you're in, the Ka. So we know that. So we know that the Neterezu are the southern gods. The Ta'aku is the land of the spirit, part of the central or southern Sudan. We know that south represents the origin from which the water flows, the NETERU comes from, and is the land of light spirits from which you come from. What about the word res itself? Now let me ask the class something. What state are you in usually before you have an out-of-body experience? Where are you located usually? And what are you doing when you go into what people call a lucid state of consciousness? It's a state of consciousness while your physical body is unconscious and paralyzed. What are you doing? Let me come into the room. What are you usually doing when you're in that, to go into that state of lucid dreaming? Are you driving down the street? Are you slap boxing with your friend? What is it that you're doing? What do you go and do to get into that lucid dreaming state? What do you do, everybody? Type it in the room. What do you do? Are you on a roller coaster? Are you watching the Avengers movie? Where do you go and what do you do to get into that lucid state? Now, a lucid state of dreaming is a state when you're dreaming, but you're conscious in the dream. You can actually probe your own subconscious. The out-of-body experience, or what the ancient people call the sata, you're having a conscious experience while your body is paralyzed. But what are you usually doing? Black Pearl put dream. There you go. You're sleeping. Sleep, meditate. Sleep, meditate. Hey, Squad Trending's here. Piece of Squad Trending. You're in bed. Black Pearl press the dream. Lied. Everybody's right. Ding, 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 ding again. So you're lying down, and Black Pearl said it best, you're dreaming. So you're in bed. If you put all these sentences together, we get the answer. Yes, you go into the bed. You go to sleep. You're sleeping, sometimes meditating. You have to lie down. You go into the bed. You lie down in the bed. You start sleeping or meditating, and then you go into a dream state. So when you put them all together, or what people call the fourth dimension, but when you put them all together, that's what you're doing to get into a lucid state. It means you're conscious while your physical body is sleeping. How deep were the ancestors of the Nile Valley? How deep were the followers of Ma'at? Res means south. You know, the origin of something. The place where the ancestors were trying to get to in their afterlife. Back to the origin from which they came. Represented by the land of light, the southern gods. You all answered it right. Sleeping in bed, laying down. And that's why, yes, in bed, dreaming. Or some people describe it, lucid dreaming, which is being in a dream state. You know, 52 ways to have lucid dreams. David J. Brown, dreaming while wide awake. So lucid dreaming is being in a dream state, but you're wide awake. Is that a new concept? Well, guess what the word southern, which is resi, meant to us 3,000 years before the Matrix. Resi, to dream. Dream, vision, the same word for south. Resut, resi, to dream. But dreaming is an unconscious state, right? Lucid dreaming was to be in an unconscious state while wide awake. You think that's a new age concept. The south meant to go back to your original state, like where the Nile began, back to the southern gods. So res, the same word for the south, represented you in a relaxed state where you're dreaming, traveling in your subconscious. But when you're dreaming, You're unconscious, right? Right? But our ancestors knew better than that. That's why res means to wake up, to keep awake. And there's the symbol of the eye. You see how beautiful we were? This word for south is a feminine word with a plant sprouting from a breadloaf, feminine, representing the original state of the Nile, happy, which it shoots out as happy, which is the male, but its original state is this wet, luscious female that you have to wear a wetsuit in to walk around. And that's where the lush green rainforest grass starts from, and the gravity begins, which was symbolic in the pyramid text as how you would travel as the ferryman or ferrywoman on the boat of consciousness called the ant, traveling down the happy, which is the same word that described the king's chamber's look, which was pointed up to the Usur Minor, circumpolar star, constellation of immovable stars representing light that never goes out. So thus the ant boat that's traveling along the Nile means light, consciousness, perception, the same word for ma'at. And the way you get into this state while you're still alive is to go to bed, lay down and practice and dream. But in order to dream and still be awake, you have to be lucid. So that the same word south is the same word that means to wake up. And the Egyptians are black. Then what? Then what? Huh? I passed the fox. Then what? All of this going on, and everything else is a distraction conversation of fighting. Look how deep our ancestors were intricately to give a direction, a gender, and represented from the NETERU that are called the southern gods, from the land of the light spirits called southern Sudan, in the area of Uganda from where the water falls to begin the shooting out of the HEPTAGRAM, which means to advance or shooting out like a sperm does. But in order to come out, you have to come out of the female, which is the bread loaf. The southern area with the plant sprouting out of a bread loaf, which is the same word for dreaming and to be awake at the same time simultaneously. The same word in the very first writing of immortality called the pyramid text, which represented the ferryman and you traveling in the boat of consciousness down the Nile from its origin, and you're trying to get back to your original state. Because the HERU says the Ka creates my body. That means the Ka existed first. Your light body existed first. That's what we were teaching. What are you learning? The Egyptians are black. I'll fight you about it. Then what? Nothing. I'll go eat some popcorn. We'll eat some more sugar because I'm black like them. Then what? Egyptians are black, you're black, and you're gonna go eat a Snickers bar, like Tyrone, who's also black. No form of conscious teaching, no form of upliftment and immortality. Yet look how in depth our ancestors were focused on taking one word to mean all of this. All of this. How much time does it take to create all of that? To imbue it through a culture going all the way down from the Nile, the wetlands, all based on the flow of gravity and the origin of life itself, representing immortality. You think Ramesses and Pharaoh are arguing? People, they're too busy. They're too busy perfecting themselves and disciplining themselves. So the trick of the matrix is to get you in the everlasting arguments all day, hours and hours, and argue and argue and argue. And next thing you know, your hair's getting gray and you argue and argue and argue and argue. And next thing you know, you're 90 years old and you raise your finger up and say, the Egyptians are black. But death is inevitable. And the true ancestors knew that. So everything was appreciated, every aspect of life. They say the Kemetians were imbued and focused on death. No, they were focused on life. The word for death is mut, the same word for mother. It represents the bread loaf of the southern Nile. There was no word death. The word death was mother, rebirth. So everything was appreciated, every blade of grass, every aspect of nature was used for a language to imbue your perfection and clearing out negative energy, the Pekka Mku. You had no time to be arguing for 7 hours every day, fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting, keeping you in a stressful state. Not with all of this to know, not with understanding how important dreaming was to the ancestors. Boom! To be lucid, conscious while the body is in an unconscious state. Yes, we always knew this, and as you can see, there's the I, Res Southern. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, and I'm not done. And I'm not done. Oh man, I'm gonna do this until as long as I have my eyesight. My Ma'at HERU. Keep me here. There we go. Now you know the deep microcosm echoed meaning of the I, both southern origin of the Nile and its connection to your original origin, source, and immortality. Now to why it's called the ARIT HERU. Why that particular word pertaining to the southern eye imbuement. There it is, the southern eye of HERU. The southern, why that particular? And this takes us to what the NETERU were telling us in our original state. We were conscious creators in that light conscious state, which takes us to the ancient Shabaka stone of 710 BC. Back to the Shabaka stone. It is the tongue which repeats the thought of the heart. It is the heart, the former of the NETERU, ATTON, and his 9, his PUNT, his 9. Here's the Shabaka stone right here, the Shabaka stone of 710 BC. Ooh, this should have been a 2-part class. What is this? Here it is. There it is in the NETERU. And what does it say? He is the maker of every work, every handicraft, doing the hands, doing the going of the hands, the going of the feet, the movement of every member is according to his command, the expression of the heart thought that cometh from the tongue and doeth totally everything. So the creation of things take place in a light state consciousness and the Marie of the heart, and then physical matter, then physical things come into existence through sound utterance. Everything comes from sound vibration. Let me show you the word for making, as in a creator, like you are the NETERU on earth. Things with thought, consciousness in the ancient text. What's the word for maker? Maker of everything. Does that look familiar? Uh-oh. It's the same word. It's the same word for maker. Boom. Ara, to create. The southern eye. And here in the Per M HERU, chapter 81 and plate 10, what do we see here? My name is Ba. Ren, my sound frequency, Ba. Creator Kamam of new, making. There's the Ari right there. There's the I right there. I'll set the seat, his seat in the underworld. Deliver thou Nebseni, the Lord of devotion, from the NETERU, that secret form. So Ari is to create something and to make a form of something. Being his 2 eyebrows, like unto the 2 arms of the scale. Back to Ari and Aru, forming and making things associated with the eye area right there. So there's boom, the Arit, Res, your ability to be immortal, and you were in your original state while simultaneously echoing the ability to be a creator, which is creating and forming things in the light conscious state realm. The ARIT, Res, the southern eye of HERU, creating things in your original state, the Ma'at HERU. Res, that state right there, that original consciousness, that original state that you were once in when you were like those light beings. Oh, note the bottom of the piece of the eye, which appears to swirl from an origin, which I have taught you many times symbolizes the Fibonacci sequence, the mathematical sequence of the origin of life itself, is a word that means to echo. The word Tut, like is in King Tut, means to echo, which also means emanation. See that at the bottom there? This swirl right here, that's its own word. That swirl is a word. That word there is Tet. This and this is the word Tet, which means to echo something and is emanation. There it is right there. Boom, there's the bottom of the eye of HERU, and it's Tat, which means emanation. What's emanation? And remember the entire echo microcosm of the southern within something flowing from an origin of where the Nile began, which represented your immortal origin. But the makers of the matrix know this as well. Guess what the word emanation means in their dictionary, which is the bottom of the eye of HERU, which is the bottom of the southern eye of HERU, called the Ma'a. Here it is right here. See this? That's the emanation right there. That's the bottom of the eye of HERU. That's the conscious eye. That's the bottom of it. And they describe it as emanation. And the ARIT, Res, the southern eye, which is the origin from which things flow, because it was a microcosm of the Nile flowing from its southern origin. Remember the word for eye is Ma'a. Ma'a. It's Ma'a or Ma'at. The eye of HERU was called right there in the pyramid text the Ma'a or the Ma'at HERU. Ma'a means to see something. But the Ma'at HERU Arit Res is the eye that represents the flow from its origin, the southern, the Res, coming from an origin. And they show you the bottom of the eye, which is the swirl, which in most cultures, starting with Ma'at, Nile Valley, represents something starting from an origin and swirling out today, called the Fibonacci sequence, as it goes 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. It's a swirling out from an origin. This is called Ma'a. Now, let me show you that the makers of the matrix know all of this and place it right inside of your language, right there in front of you, but you'll only know if you're here at the Tehuti Podclass. The Ma'a. Here we go. Let's look up emanation. Uh-oh. Emanation, the act of flowing, issuing from an origin. Uh-oh. Emission and radiation. What's radiation? Light. Why would something flowing from an origin also mean radiation? In English. Emanation. That's the symbol right here at the bottom of the Ma'a HERU, right there, Tat, which is the echoing of something, emanation. We know that the eye, the Res, Arit HERU, represents the southern area, which comes from the flowing of the Nile's origin, and they say the bottom of it is emanation. When you look up emanation, and emanation in English is the flowing or issuing from an origin, but it also means radiation. Flowing, which is water, but then radiation, flow, to give out from any bodily substance or body. And then it says P-I-E word, Ma'a, which means damn. In English, emanation, the word for the bottom of the Ma'a HERU, the Arit, Res, Ma'a HERU, the flowing of an origin from that damp area, from that moist bottom of the south, that rainforest type area that's extra damp and moist, that's flowing water, which is an echo, tut, which is echo. In English, the word emanation is a word that means to flow from an origin, but also means light, radiation. And it says from the P-I-E word, ma, which means to be damp. If you are learning this anywhere else, for the page number, the book, chapter, YouTube timestamp, just put it in the room. If not, please appreciate the Tehuti Podclass. And support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV. I don't know if you're getting this anywhere else. If so, just let me know, and I will attend their class. Emanation, Ma, damp, literally the name of the eye itself. There it is. Ma, damp, to flow, emanation. There's the Hapi, the Ma, the Tet, emanation, the southern eye, land of the southern spirits, the southern gods, from the moist region. Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you've tipped, more than the Christmas gift that you bought your child, if you appreciated this, if this had any higher impact or any type of impact or has advanced your recently current conscious understanding of this specific subject matter, send in your support tip of reciprocity, appreciation. You can call it true eye of HERU, light consciousness, or anything creative you can come up with. PayPal at RockESV, Cash App, TT Moon. I'm done. 1 hour and 33 minutes. I'm going to put the link in the room for the supportive students to come in. I'm going to check the comments, and then we're going to go straight to the Gmail, Cash App, PayPal to see what type of support was given for this. I did this part blind, by the way. I did this. I had to take many breaks because my eyes, like I described earlier, this took longer than usual because Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV. Is anybody here watching of the 69 people? Have you ever tipped a waiter before? Ever in your life? Come in the room and tell us what he did. Please support life. Please support your culture. Please support what it is that you're seeing that you know that doesn't exist. I'm here breaking the matrices for you because everybody else is just arguing and screaming. They think their religion is to know the Bible is wrong. Your new religion is to know the Bible is wrong and the Egyptians are black. That's your disciplined way of life. Eat what you want, do what you want, have any kind of body. As long as you know the Egyptians are black and the Bible is wrong, you're conscious. This was 1 hour and 33 minutes. If you've ever tipped or supported your waiter, I am walking up to you and standing over you for 5 minutes to take your plate. And you tipped him a 20, a 50, a 10. Please support with Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, at Rock USB. Where is the team? Maybe I didn't put the link in the room. You put it back again. You put it back again. Here's a link in the room for the team and the supporters to jump in. All the supporters, those who support the Tehuti Podclass, come on the panel. Be proud of supporting the Tehuti Podclass. We have Bella already in here. Rob Lowe, anybody jump on. Tell us what you thought of the answer. And I'm going to go check the Gmails. How you doing, Bella? I got to keep my eyes closed. I got another question to deal with, and my eyes are already starting to break down. But I guess if I serve somebody shrimp, serve somebody shrimp at Red Lobster. What do you got to say, Bella? What do you think of this answer?
It was beautiful too. You relaxed me. You can relax me. Yeah.
Wonderful.
The video you showed of that area reminded me of your NETERU. Whereas Netflix has that video, and it helped my mind grow like the plant in the bread loaf. And following you and your teachings is like being a boat on the happy. So, cool, very much.
Nini Uk. There's a Tefrem Kim Ma'at. How you doing, good brother? Did you get any of that?
I can see in the dark, great Saba. Tua. That was phenomenal.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I said that was phenomenal. I could see in the dark, great Saba. Groundbreaking work. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Primordial 9 knows all that. He knows where I got this from. Tell him, Primordial, where'd I get this answer from? Go ahead and spill the beans, man.
Oh, Saba, peace to you, great Saba, because how you're going to go get these answers is what we're striving to become. So, to you, Saba, that was phenomenal.
Appreciate you. I'm glad you appreciate it. And I never even addressed the Southern Eye of Ra.
At all.
There is none. I could have just said, what could a regular, this could have been easy. The person could have sent in the question, elaborate on the Southern Eye of Ra. I could have said, here's the page number. There's no Southern Eye of Ra. Next question. That would have been an answer, wouldn't it? Would that be true? There is no Southern Eye of Ra to elaborate on.
Or like you said in the beginning, they would have just came up with a regular answer, some off the top answer, and would have told us.
How you doing there, brother Menko Ra?
Doing wonderful, Saba. Tua for that very powerful teaching. I of course appreciate all the meta netter and all the concepts that you shared with us, and I love that you showed those waterfalls. Yeah, the waterfall. That remind me of the Blue Nile in Ethiopia, but I think it's even more beautiful than those three waterfalls. And so I always wanted to go to Ethiopia. Now every time you show that video, I want to go to Uganda. So new to you. Yes to you, Saba.
Wonderful. If you start from the Uganda south and keep going, you're going to end up linking into all of them. And Lake Tana, you're going to end up in Ethiopia because that's where they're all. It starts from multiple places and then goes into this one stream. By the time you learn about it as the Nile, you just learn about it as one stream going down. It's actually like 4,200 kilometers. It's the size of 3 Americas. Glad you appreciate it. I can't see the chat right now because my eyes are just right now too blurry to look at anything, but I'm gonna go into the Gmails and I'll get you all to read the Gmails and let me see what the appreciation is and see if I'm gonna go fly at Red Lobster. I keep doing this. Let's see. All right, here we go, everybody. I'm gonna refresh the page. Oh man, I only got, I think, 4 hours sleep last night. That's another thing too. I got to get more rest. I didn't expect to be doing a 2-hour birthing labor job with the Cobra, so didn't expect that. So Primordial, when the day comes when you come home from work and you're ready to rest, and then you got a Cobra giving birth for 2 hours, you'll relate. You could be egg 1, egg 2, mark the top, egg 3. Oh, it's another 20 minutes, nothing coming out. Egg 4, here goes another half an hour. Egg 5 and 6, all the way to 15 eggs. You got to sit there for all of them. It was time for you to go to sleep, bro. Crazy. Okay, here we go. Let's get into the donations, everybody. Shout out to, here's one of my favorite names right off the bat. Oh, my eyes are done. My eyes are gone. I definitely got to step away for a moment. Annie Patel, how you doing, good brother?
Hotel Great Saba, I'm doing excellent.
You know all about the Southern Island now.
Yes, most definitely. Yeah, 2 out for that, and going into that, I absolutely love that word, res, and how like you show the directions and how we have we associate teachings with the directions with which, just if you say left or right, there's nothing associated with it. So just even, have that, and to show just how everything was just so beautifully interconnected. And it's wonderful. So Tua Great Saba for that, and showing just how in depth he showed one little definition with 4 glyphs, and it created this class. And so just how deep it goes. So Tua Great Saba for that.
Nini, glad you appreciate it. Nini, my good brother, glad you appreciate it. Shout out to everybody in the chat. It's blurry to me. I see it looks like I see Bijan Farrow. I see S. Murphy saying something, but I can't really see. I'm gonna go to these donations here. I'm gonna get you all to read it so I can rest my eyes, because I feel my eyes are all right. It's I don't know. Shout out to the Tehuti Podclass, and however long this lasts. I want to definitely go see what I can do about this, because if my job is to stare at the screen for hours, I gotta find out what those stockbrokers do. Stare at the screen for 10 hours a day. Okay. Oh, here it is. Shout out to one of my favorite names. Tip. I'm gonna call this I. South I. South I. Shout out to one of my favorite names in the podcast. This brother right here. I can read the name. It says Amun Men Ra Sut Atum, and that's because I know what it says from the blur. But I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the screen, and you all read what the good brother says. Shout out to you, great brother. He's a great supporter. He's one day Amun Ra Sut. Let me get on the screen. One day Amun Men Ra Sut Atum. You have full reign to come into this panel and speak. Provide your tones and vibrations, speech, and talk to us about what the Tehuti Podclass has done to you, and definitely let yourself be known, because you are one of the consistent supporters for years now. Feel comfortable. This is your family. And his I saw the word unknown. Could you read that for me, Primordial? Read what it says there.
Yes, it says $37 for unknown knowledge.
Give him some big noise, either a tef or a unknown knowledge. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Unknown knowledge. That's What a description. And I know this brother's been studying KEMET principles for years. He's been in the Podclass for years. I know he had some type of interest in KEMET. He came to the Podclass already with a NETERU name. So here's a brother who's been studying KEMET for years, and he's saying, well, this is unknown knowledge. So shout out to you. Who knows how many years of a veteran he actually is in the studies? Who knows, you know? Shout out to you, good brother. That's the first tip. Now we got, of course, Robert. Robert E. Williams, you can come to the channel anytime, good brother. Don't be shy. Come show yourself. Take your dreads or whatever you got there. I see your name and I see a big number here. So I'm going to, I think it's a little bit of comedy. I'm going to get one of you to read this. Here's a large tip for this class, it appears, because I see, well, anytime Robert, almost every time he supports it, I know it's a tip. So I'm going to get the people to read this one. I'm just going to call it a tip because I know it is. What is this? Oh, I'll call this a res. Okay, shout out to Robert. Here comes a monster tip from the brother. And Menko Roth, if you could read this, please. Armando Thought has writing 5 songs in his head right now. He's on track number 5. And he put on his 2nd album already. He's working on his beat. Menko Roth swaying back and forth. This beat must be hypnotic.
This beat is fire. This beat is so fire. Just let Andy go off on it real quick.
Yeah. I need to go up. Traveling, unraveling. I need to go crazy on this. Okay, here we all right, go ahead and give us some big noise. Robert E. Williams, make some noise, please, for him.
Just like
and what does it say there, Menko?
They're not black.
Wait, what was that?
That was Cat Williams.
Oh, what? Play that again. I missed that. What
Just
is
like
it?
people that tell you the Egyptians, they not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
Drop that knowledge. Drop that bomb, man. Oh my goodness. I don't have to do another podcast again with that. All right, man. Did we get some noise for Robert already?
Yes, we gave noise, but I didn't read it yet. It says $50 for the Egyptians were black. What color is the RESI? Laugh like, out loud.
Just like people that, just like
we got DJ Jazzy Jeff. I don't know if that's a Tef or Annie. We got DJ Cash Money and Jazzy Jeff on the Wheels of Steel, mixing it up. 2 of the best DJs in the world, DJ Jazzy Jeff, Cash Money, and DJ Scratch, mixing it up. All right, shout out to Robert E. Williams. You are wonderful, my brother. That is hilarious. That's hilarious. That's hilarious, and it's great support. Shout out to well, here's a consistent brother. This is Master K, because I see Ashneen Kumar. I like that name. Ashneel Kumar. Sorry, Ashneel Kumar. 6 tip. Okay. Shout out to this brother right here. Let me see where he is. Ashneel Kumar is in the chat. I can't tell because the chat looks like clouds to me. I can't tell, but this is a tip. It appears to be. Go ahead, Bella, and read that for us, please.
It says 1072 for Hotep Ma'at. Sakaram. I probably did not pronounce that right. Thank you for sharing of amazing occur information.
Wonderful. Give him a hand clap for that. Ashnil Kumar.
I don't play with pseudo.
Ashnil Kumar. That reminds me of my one of my neters said that all my in those stories when I was in my younger days when I was going from church to church and converting people and arguing with pastors, my netter said that all my friends of that time period have like superhero names. I was telling them the names of my friends. It sounded like the Avengers or something. All my friends. It reminds me of Ashnil Kumar. My friend was like Devinder. These are my friends. These are the people that I hang out. Devinder, Rishi Narain, Avinash. Those are the names of the people that I was around. Devinder, Rishi, Narain, Avinash, Hoyoung. Sound like some type of fighting group, but that's remind me of his name right there. Shout out to Devinder. Shout out to Rishi Narain. Shout out to Avinash. And all my old friends from the past that used to walk down smashing information. Oh my goodness. Good memories. Shout out to Ashnil Kumar. All right, next we got a brother who I think is on the panel right now. I see the yellow. He has his yellow. His lady has the purple. That's how I know it's them. And I'm gonna go ahead and put it on Rishi Narayan. Vendor. Tip for res. Okay, come to the screen. Have you heard those names before? Annie and my friends were Rishi Narayan, Devinder, Avinash, and Cruikshank. Cruikshanks.
No, I have not. Like those names.
And Hoyoung. Hoyoung. When you hear of Hoyoung, what race do you think of? What type of ethnicity do you think of Hoyoung?
Asian.
My man looks like Buster Douglas. Hoyoung, Rishi Narayan, Cruikshank, Avinash. We sound like we were pirates. I don't know what that was. Okay, here we go. Shout out to this individual supporter right here who's on the screen. Go ahead and give him a hand clap, please, and Primordial read that for us.
Sorry, I was on mute. It says tip for the Southern answer to a Gray Saba, and New Fist, Black Heart, and the Gray Rock.
Oh, no. What does it say about the Great Ra?
I'll put the sun there, Saba. That's Ra.
Oh, okay. Good. I can't see it. I see it now. I'm on another screen. Okay, thank you very much and appreciate your great support. I'll do two more, then I'm going to step off for a moment. I see a lot of support coming in. Wait till we get to the two answers. Oh. Hopefully I can get through that tonight. Tip res. Oh wait. Okay. And on to the next supporter who's very, 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 very consistent. Brother who I named in the res realm. In the awakened dream state realm is where this brother received his name. This is none other than the brother Effect who received his name in the realm of the res. And go ahead and Scribe, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, from Ox Effect sends in $20 for a Hapi ITERU with 3 waves.
That's beautiful. Give him some big claps. That's beautiful. Is that the line from MGM or a movie?
I think it's just a line somewhere in some area somewhere. I don't know what specific source the line comes from.
Okay. Sounds like the end of the how movies would begin back in the day. Okay. We got Anu and Antu. Shout out to Toronto Trending. You know, Campbell, I see you in the donations. I see you in there. Shout out and respect to you. I'm going to read this one more, and then I'm going to take my break. Shout out to all the big supporters. Where are the monsters at? We have some monsters coming in with big $15 and $60, $70 donations. Shout out to you all. And of course, Anu and Antu. Tip Red. Anu and Antu send tips sometimes before I even teach on the class. Okay, we're going to show this on the screen. Shout out to all the beautiful people in the chat that are typing. I can't see what you're saying, but keep interacting. Positive or negative, whatever it is, get your thoughts out, get your feelings out, get your appreciation out, and keep the flow. Go ahead and read that. Atep, can you see? Are you the Atep here?
Yes, I'm here, Great Saba. It's
Could you read that for me, please?
From Anu and Antu, $22 for Res I of Heru Build Up, Tua, Hotep Marie, I, Eagle, and Blackheart.
Nice. Give them some big noise, please. Beautiful, beautiful. Shout out. Okay, good. Thank you, DR.LAROCHE. I see your email about the 20-20-20 rule. Shout out to you. We got Trader Joe on here. Hold on. Trader Joe's in the house. Who's this? Big at Leisure. I see Big at Leisure. I'm gonna let me go ahead for Big at Leisure. Big at Leisure. I was thinking about you today, brother. I was like, hey, I don't know if Big at Leisure sent support last week. I'm not sure, but I was thinking about you being a great supporter this morning. And I had a feeling I was going to see you giving good support for this class. Big at Leisure. Maharu, my brother, you just learned something. This whole class is on your name. If Big at Leisure is in the room, who's also known as Maharu, you just got an hour and 33-minute class on your name. This whole class was about the Maharu. Shout out to you, Big at Leisure. And let me give him his let's give him his due respect for his tip. And go ahead and read that for me, Bella.
It says 25 for a friend, Hotep Saba. Here is reciprocity towards the question I sent you on your tour.
Reciprocity towards question you sent. Okay, so this is okay. Shout out to you if that was the question you sent in the past or if it's in here, but we'll get to it. Shout out to you. I see you, Vortex Ninja. And is there one last tip? I knew it. I knew Sherry Carr was coming. Shout out to you, Big at Leisure. I knew Big at Leisure and Sherry Carr were tipping this class. I knew it. I knew that the one I was going to click on was going to be Sherry Carr. I knew it. I had a feeling. Tip Raz. I got to definitely step away after this. My eyes are starting to sting or something. I got to go close them for a moment and come back. I'll read this one. I will go for this one, and then I'm going to take a little break, everybody, and then come back when I recover my eyes in a few minutes. So I had a feeling about Big at Leisure and Sherry Carr at the same time, and boom, Big at Leisure and Sherry Carr support back to back. 31-13. Go ahead and read that for me, Scribe, please, my good technician brother.
All right, from Kixapalooza, who sent 3113. Sherika Extra Tua for only seeing 15 minutes of true I answer RESI over hesitation. Nefer Saba Tehuti, truly blessed are we to finally see. Pa Kim.
Beautiful, Sherika. Give her some big, big noise. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. But it's interesting because you get Leisure and Sherika both have their own language. And Sherika, if you're listening, if you're in the room, continue to do what you were doing before. I really like waking up to those things you were sending. They send some more of those things. I don't see them, but I really, really enjoyed them. And send a few more. They're beautiful. Shout out to you, Sherika. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody, I'm going to take a break. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass, House of a 10. Support the Tehuti Podclass, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. I'm going to go relax my eyes for a moment, recover, refresh myself, and when I come back, I'm going to answer the next question, which a lot of people are waiting for, which is about the band Tool. Let me ask everybody a question. Have you heard of this band called Tool? It's like rock, I don't even know, called rock music. Have you heard of this group?
Yes, yeah, it's what they call metal music. And I'm familiar with them because I know a lot of their album covers. The artist who does their album covers, his name is Alex Gray, and he does a lot of very creative art. So I'm familiar with them.
Okay, wonderful. Bella, have you ever heard of this group called Tool?
No, I have.
Okay, no problem. Manko Ra, you're in the music. I don't know if it's the wrong genre of music, but have you heard of Tool? Like while you were talking about Jay-Z, did you mention Tool there too? Or
Hotep Saba, I've heard of Tool. I don't know. I'm not familiar with their music or their story or anything, but I have heard of them before.
Okay, okay. Primordial Thought 9. Have you heard of this group called Tool?
Yeah, I heard of them before, but I have never listened to their music or anything.
Okay. Let me go to Atef. I know Atef is a heavy metal head. Atef is rocking with Anthrax and Bon Jovi and Kiss and Tool and KRS-One. Go ahead. Atef, it's like no. Jazz didn't listen to any Tool. Go ahead, Atef. Any Tool?
I know what you said about DJ Jazzy J. I know him. Cash Money, Marvelous Marv. I've never heard of Tool, but I think I've seen a shirt. With that, which made me think it was some type of rock band or something, but I never heard of them.
Okay. Is VRI in the room? VRI, are you here? Shout out to you, Maharu. Peace and love to you. VRI, are you in the room? VRI, this next question is for you, good brother. You definitely need to come to the panel. Come to the panel and talk about this next question. I'm going to take a break. People don't know what this is. Why in the world is Tehuti going to be talking about a heavy metal? I didn't even know they're heavy metal. I haven't heard a song yet. I don't know what. I've never heard a Tool song in my life. So come to the room, VRI, and talk to us a little bit about it. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to answer Tool. I guess it's going to be like the never-ending story. I've never heard a song. I don't know who they are. I'll do my best. I'll be back. Peace. Support.
Hotep, peace and love. Scribe, you just going to talk? Go ahead, brother.
No. You can go ahead, great brother. Just going to say, everyone be sure to continue to support. Hotep, great brother. Hotep from Kema'at, great to see you.
Hotep.
Primordial Thought 9, Hotep, great brother.
Peace, brother. Peace.
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 BRI, welcome to the panel, great brother.
Peace, everyone.
Enlighten us, great
well.
brother. BRI, peace.
Peace. So I think sometime either last year or 2 years ago, my brother took me and my siblings to a show to see this band called Tool, and since then my brother has been trying to get me into Tool quite a lot, and we've been just listening to their music, and we bond over like some conversations where I'll notice things in their lyrics or in their artwork or in their videos where I'm like, there's something going on here, but I don't know. I can't draw the parallels to the origin like SABA can. So I feel like instead of me constantly trying to come up with my own conclusion and us debating, going back and forth, I thought, you know what, let me present this to my siblings, and they can create the links and associations necessary from this, rather than having me yapping about some random stuff. So I'm very excited to have this matrix broken on this one.
Peace and love. Me too, great brother. I've never heard of the band, but I value everything that our teacher brings forth. I've come to value everything since the beginning, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. To what he brings forth. It's a lot of magic that's been going on in my life. I received a very beautiful gift today from a good friend of mine, and I don't even know how this relates, but I just know it does, because magic be happening all around me. It's just wonderful things are just going on, and I'm just honored to be in this frequency and to be a part of this movement, and to have a great teacher. So definitely subscribe, and comment, and show your reciprocity, because this breakdown is going to be phenomenal. I already know it, because everything I was telling Primordial Thought, every class is my favorite class, even because I don't ask the questions, but every answer is valuable. Every answer that SABA gives from every question that's asked is just so valuable. It's just, that to me is magical to me, because it's like I didn't ask the question, but then when he answered the question, it's almost like, oh, I would have asked that. Like, so shout out to everyone who supports and asks these wonderful questions, and shout out to everybody who asks the questions to SABA, because I hear a lot of people talking and they answering questions, and they're just talking. So SABA is going to bring forth some facts and evidence-based truth. So you'll definitely be able to talk with your siblings and definitely enlighten them as well as yourself. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. And then anything that has to do with anything with as far as tones and frequency and music and stuff like that is concerned, I'm definitely interested in that, because just the way the music now that's out, how I, and this is just my opinion, but I've come to know some things, that a lot of the stuff that we consume with our ears is it's poison, or it's weaponized. It's not, it's used to our detriment, as far as the frequency that a lot of that I see so prevalent out there on the videos and on TV, and just what's being brought forth is just not healthy. It's just not beneficial. So I'm definitely looking forward to this breakdown. And this is the last question for the night, and I already know it's just going to be phenomenal. So definitely looking forward to that. Primordial Thought, what's good, great brother? This beat is fire, isn't it?
Fire. This beat is hard right here.
Oh man, it's incredible, brother.
It's a dope beat. Hey, VRI, is this will this be the introduction to your siblings? Them watching SABA?
Yes. Well, this will be like their first formal introduction. I've sent a few classes, but yeah,
perfect.
But this will be like the first proper. Yeah.
Bro.
I thought I'd do it because I just know how much they adore this band. So to have to have this link and association, and I just think that's just the best gift I can give to them.
Yeah, man, that's phenomenal because you're introducing them to SABA in a way of, this is a topic that they're into. So it's cool to like your older brother, you know, just to be able to watch SABA break something down, something that he loves, a band he loves to listen to. So what a great connection to introduce SABA to your siblings, man. So that's wonderful, man. That's an incredible, to me, that's an incredible expression of love for your siblings. Instead of, because it's hard to kind of, you know, bring teachings like this to your family members out of nowhere, especially if they're not looking for it. So when you figure out something that they like and you see a connection with KEMET and some of the things, like some of the lyrics you said they had in there, you know what I mean, some of the lyrics is that they use that tie to certain things, and then you're looking at their album covers and things of that nature, you know it's definitely tying to something of KEMET. So I think that is phenomenal, man, to even donate and have SABA present such a gift to them. So Tua, for that, man, that's love. I see it as love, man, because that's something that you could have just sat to the side and said, whatever, and just kept it pushing. So hey, peace and love to you, great brother. That was dope.
Inyuk, thank you for those never words, man. I really do appreciate it, and yeah, I love them very much. And I think, you know, wherever I go mentally, I always love to bounce these ideas off my siblings, because they're the ones that I mirror off of. They're the ones that like keep me in check, or they're the ones that we debate, and it's how I have always tuned myself throughout my life. So
yeah, man. Yep. And what greater gift that you could give someone than the truth? You know, what greater gift than the truth? So yeah, definitely looking forward to this breakdown. So absolutely. I see y'all in the comments. Like, subscribe, and comment, and show your reciprocity. Show your reciprocity and support what's valuable to you. Like I said, this information is super duper valuable for me. I used to say I don't know what's going on, but I do know what's going on now. It's a whole lot of magic. It's a whole lot of beautiful, beautiful Nefer magic going on. Man, I went to a friend's house. I was visiting with my family, and I visited an old friend. And I was on a part of town that I don't usually go to. And I was just drawn by my Eve to go and visit one of my friends, one of my old friends. And because I had spoke to him and his mom a few weeks ago, and I told them the next time that I was in town that I would go visit him. So we were down there, and told my mate, let's go by and let's go see my friend. And we go, and I knock on the door, and I walk in the house, and I felt the first thing I saw was some beautiful par-ee-ees on the walls. The first thing that struck me, and then the energy, I could feel it was like I was walking into a temple. And this is a house that I've spent many a days and nights in when I was not behaving in a healthy fashion. I spent many times in this house. And this time when I opened the door, I saw two beautiful par-ee-ees on the wall. And I was immediately struck with just this Nefer, beautiful, loving energy. I felt like I was in a temple. It was overwhelming. I had to really breathe, because I was almost brought to tears. And then I looked to my left, and then I saw these beautiful altars, these beautiful statues of our ancestors, and it blew my mind, because many times that I spent in this house, I never noticed it. I just wasn't there yet. I wasn't there. My consciousness wasn't there. And so I shared the podcast with her. I shared some things with her. And it was just a beautiful, it was just a lot of magic, man. And then she gave me a beautiful gift. And Ani gave me he gave me my first unk, but she gave me a papyrus. It was beautiful. I was blown away. I'm like, what's going on here? Like, it's just magic, man. It's just to be in this frequency that we're on, to be building what we're building brick by brick. I can't really explain that. Like, there's no other place that I'd rather be. And it's like now everywhere I go, I am being presented with these different gifts and challenges. And I've been going through a lot of challenges recently. And before SABA, I probably would not have been so embracing of these challenges, because I would not have had the mental capacity to deal with it. But now I'm embracing these challenges with very much with confidence, and it's increasing my consciousness, because I have complete faith and trust in my teacher. So now when I'm presented, and then Saba he did a class on that where he was teaching us about challenges and facing challenges, and this is how you grow, this is how you evolve, this is how you rise. So it's just a beautiful thing that's going on right now, and I'm just I'm not fearful, but I'm very conscious to do what I can to stay in this frequency. So I just want to say HENU to my great Saba, my great teacher. Saba, man, keep doing what you're doing. Saba, rest your eyes. May your eyes continue to work for you and see for you. May your HERU vision continue to see and be able to guide us. And man, I'm at a loss for words because it's just happening around me, and I can't fake it. I can't fake it. I can't make it up. I'm appreciative, and HENU to the NETERU, because the NETERU exists, and it's a fact because we are here. We are here. So continue to send in your questions. Continue to send in your support, and trust your E, trust your heart, because that's what I've been doing, and it's got me to this point. So I'm very conscious of the steps that I make and that I take moving forward, because the only place I'm going is up, So I just want to say HENU to the great Ani Pata Aten Tehuti. Great job with everything that you do, great brother. It's words can't even express it, bro. I don't have the English vocabulary. Y'all know I'm new to this Medu Netzer, but great brother, continue to do what you do, great brother. And VRI brother, continue to send in great questions, because he hasn't even answered the question yet, but I already know it's definitely something I need. It's something we all can use from, and it's something we can all benefit from. I'm grateful that I'm not stuck on those channels where they're just arguing and we're not learning and building. I'm grateful for that, because that was a part of my process as well. And I see how easy it is to get stuck, in that environment and on that frequency. And that's the reason why I don't visit where I was at earlier. And I started not to go. And I'm so glad that I went. Number one, to see some old friends and family, because I consider them family, just to see them and to receive this wonderful gift, man. Like this is, man, I got to get a frame for it. And this is the second gift that I got that was directly tied to my culture. The first gift I got was a beautiful unk that I got from my good brother Ani Pata, and that was a surprise as well. And I was standing right there. I was with the brother, but again, you can't fake this, man. So allow yourself to be led with your heart and lead with your left. And shout out to all the supporters. HENU, Hotep Ma'at, peace and love.
Yes, Hotep. Yeah, Hinu, great brother, for those Nefer words, and for giving us that, showing us that gift that you received. Can you show it again? We didn't really get to see it that well. Let me see if I can blow it up a little bit. Okay, there we go. Wonderful. Okay, yeah, that's beautiful. So, our great brother. Yeah, Hinu, to the person who gifted you that. It's a beautiful thing when you're able to receive things like that from people who may not even necessarily be in Ma'at, and it just shows how the frequency travels and how it finds its home. It's just a beautiful thing. So to a great brother for that. So yes, Hinu, for everyone who's supporting, utilize those links that are pinned to the top of the chat. It's also in the description box, Cash App and PayPal, TT Amun, and the PayPal link is there as well, Rocky SV. And I've seen someone in the chat who is asking, he said, I want to send reciprocity, have only Zelle and Apple Pay. What is available? Great teaching today. Okay, excellent. I'll put the link as well, and I'll take you all there to show. So now we have a way for those who do not have Cash App and PayPal, and who may just have what they call Zelle or just those platforms. We now have a way for you all to support. So when you go to houseofatton.org, let me take you there. When you go to House of Atton, here, there's a tab here that says donate. Okay, you go to donate and it says donation tip jar. At checkout, choose add a tip, and you'll be able to choose your donation amount. So all you do is hit add to cart, and then when you go to checkout, you'll put in your information, and here's all your sources here, and then it says add tip, and then you just put in how much you want to put or how much you want to support, then add tip, and then you just complete the order. So you can utilize Zelle, Apple Pay as well. If you're on mobile, you can do that here at the House of Atton. So that's how you support for those who do not have Cash App or PayPal.
I need show that again. So you go to the website and then you go where?
Then you go to donate. Are you able to see?
Yeah, I can see it. Okay, donate. I got you, brother.
Yes, you go to donate here, and then once you add the donation tip jar, add to cart, and then you just go to your cart up here, and then you can just check out. Then when you go to checkout, it says add tip here, and then this is where you add your tip. So if you want to donate 50, you just add tip here, and then it'll add it. So you can just put in your information or Apple Pay.
Two out for that, brother.
Nini up, great brother. So yes, and the great Saba was showing. He was showing in this last class, and the source of the dictionary, and this is also where you can go to look at these dictionaries and see some of these sources that Saba Tehuti uses, and also some of these sources that we use as well. And so so here is the dictionary that he was in. So everyone can go here and look in here. And yeah, it's great to go here and do what the good brother who sent the question in. He sent in the question because he was in the dictionary, right? And so Here's Saba Tehuti Show, page 68 of the dictionary, and here we are. All right, HERU. So you can do this research on the House of ATTON yourself by just going to the website and going to useful sources. And there's 2 dictionaries here, 1 and 2. And you can also download these if you like, and just click this button here, click downloadable files, and get PDF. And so there's many great sources here for everyone to study that are free. So it's a beautiful thing. So there is how you support if you don't have Cash App or PayPal, and also some useful sources for everyone to go and do your research and your studies. And but yes, this teaching is a very powerful one, and showing how when you go to do your research, and like how Great Saba said, you know, the southern eye of what in the dictionary says HERU, and the south is there because of the, as he showed, the res plant and the sprouting up, and sometimes when these questions are being asked, I also will put myself into the consciousness just to practice for myself, and start to do some digging, and even in the as he showed, those go to the pyramid text, and in the pyramid text itself, it isn't translated to the southern eye. So when he says that there is no southern eye, it's absolutely, when you look in the dictionary, it'll say that, but that's not really what that word means in the context in which and where he got it from. And so this is why it's important to, when you do your research, to double check and check these things that even these scholars bring forth. So, you know, it's a beautiful thing that we have the Saba to be able to bring these questions to, and get the actual answer. Because like he said, you know, if someone goes to any other platform and you know, ask that question, you know, it's you can really just start making some stuff up. And so just right from the beginning, how he showed, you know, it's not Eye of Ra, it's actually Eye of HERU. And that word right there is actually the word that's used in that glyph is as he saw res or rezu, and that word in that context means danger. So it's actually speaking about the endangered eye from when Set and HERU were in battle, and HERU lost his eye. But it's the same word as south. So Hinu to the Great Saba Tehuti for just being and being just a living example of Akhir, of excellence, of Nefer, and digging and getting to the actual root of something, to be able to correct what these mainstream, what all these people call scholars today, because they're not always correct in what they bring forth. So that was a great way that Saba Tehuti showed that. So Hinu and Tua, yes, continue to use those links and ask your questions. Welcome back, Great Saba, Hotep. Oh, you're on mute. Yes, Robert Williams. Yes, the dictionaries are on the website. You can go to the website and go to useful sources. Oh, looks like Saba Tehuti's is rebooting.
I got to get new internet too.
So I never say, get your Ethernet.
Man, I was growing up. The internet is crazy down here. I'm going over the data. I'm like, how am I going over the data? Like, but what we do, you know, we constantly working. So it's like, all right, I have to get better internet. I don't know. Do I look clear, Ani?
Yeah, you look great.
Okay.
I remember when the internet first started to make its mass rounds, and even phone services. Like one of the big things was like unlimited.
Yeah.
It was like a normal thing.
Yeah.
Now they chop it. They unlimited is like the highest thing that you can get. And it's crazy.
Capped,
yeah, they cap it. And even with the unlimited, they still give you a certain amount of what they call megabytes or gigabytes before they slow it down even a little bit more.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy. Hotep, great Saba, welcome back.
Hotep, my a 10 closed down my computer. The snake
Like enough of that.
He smashed down the top of the computer. And it shut the computer off. He's in shed mode. Okay, everybody, I'm back. Shout out, peace and love to all the people in the chat. Can't see you because my eyes are a little blurry, but I'm gonna do my best to answer this question here for the good brother. BRI. While I was putting together this answer, I was like, I must like this little brother, man, or something, because I wouldn't stop. I said, oh, this is for his family members, and I wouldn't stop. And I stopped myself a few moments before I started this podcast. When I woke up this morning, there wasn't any full answer to his question. So I said, oh, he's gonna, I think I sent him a question. I think I sent him a message that you're gonna cry when his family members, if they like this group, they're about to be in the podcast as much as him, because we shall see. I don't know who this group is. Never listened to a song. I don't know anything about this group. So let's see what I can do. They're called Tool. Is that what they're called? Tool, right? I don't know. Is it a female group? I don't know. We're gonna see. What is this? Chinese people? Who knows? I'm gonna see what I can do. Part vision. I can't see. A little blurry, but I'm gonna see what I can do. VR, is that you in the room?
Yes, Saba.
Hey, peace, VR. Nice to see you, young brother.
Nice to see you. Thank you for doing this. Thank you so much.
Is your family members there watching?
I think they've all gone into the Upesh. I don't think they're used to this at the moment, so I'm sticking it out. I'm holding it out for them, and they'll probably watch it in the morning.
Okay, wonderful. Shout out to all the supporters. Let me refresh the page, see if there's any more tips. I see Eric G, that's it. Okay, wonderful. Shout out to all the supporters. We're gonna get into the next question, everybody. And I see the donations that were given in. Anu, Antu, Nito Cambro, Gabriel Union. Gabriel Lopez. I got Gabriel Union too. Okay. I got Gabriel Lopez and Gabriel Union. It's on now. Okay. Gabriel Lopez. And Vortex Ninja. I see you there. Nook Panuk. Lisa, wonderful Lisa. I see you, Lisa. I'll be reading these in the next break. I know there's going to be 2 parts, and I'm going to have to go rest my eyes. So here we go, everybody. The question sent in from the brother who's in the room right now. He's in all black. He looks like he's about to go to a Tool concert. He's about to go thrash it out and jump off a wall or something. I don't know. We're gonna see. But his question is. Let me go and put this in the room. Oops. Let me put this in the room, everybody. And what a beautiful thing. I overheard primordial thought from the next. I was gonna say from the next room. When I go on break, I'm not in the next room. When I go on break, I'm at another address. I'm running cords to another address doing this class. I'm doing this class running cords somewhere else, and then when I take a break, I actually go back. I go back home, and and relax, and then I come back here where chords are running. So, but anyways, I heard him from the other address saying how beautiful it was that you're helping helping your friends and family, your family members, because it's hard to find sometimes. Well, it shouldn't be hard with the podcast now, but to find a segue of how do I find something my family members are interested in that I can use to segue them into this beautiful awakening. And so all my classes are designed for this. They're designed to segue your family members and friends into this beautiful awakening. Somebody who's into Tool, most people that are into Tool know nothing about what I'm teaching, but if I can show them what the members say themselves with their own voice and link it right into the origins, that could be the thing that could awaken them and say, whoa, wait, well, if I'm into Tool and I like them because they're saying this, but if this is where they're getting it from, let me find out let me do this without even listening to the music, and the music will their music will be even more amplified after this class. So, I don't know if they're into Tool heavy now, but they're about to be Tool heads, pardon the pun, but they're about to be Tool heads now. I tried to play a Tool song. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't hear words. I didn't know what's happening. So I don't know.
I was wondering if during your putting together, if you just clicked on a song real quick to.
I did. I clicked on a VRI sent me a video. I clicked on a video. Well, he sent me something, and I found the video of it, and I clicked on to listen to try to decipher the words that were being said, so I can elaborate on them on the class. And I couldn't understand. It sounded like I don't know what was going on. I didn't understand. It did not sound anything like Coogee rap. I hear clear words, Big Daddy Kane. You know, I'm listening for like Ice Cube. It's words that I can hear words. It sounded like I was immediately floating or something in some other realm. I don't know what kind of music that is, but whoever they are, they're genius, because no other band can take their fans. Nobody. They've created a niche of their specific frequency, and I've never even heard that kind of. I've never seen that before. So shout out to them, because they're opening the door for people to awaken if they know the source. So we're gonna get into it, everybody. Oh, have you heard of the song VRI 10,000 Wings? I think that's what I try to listen to. 10,000 Wings?
Yes.
10,000 Days.
Yes.
I don't even know the name of these songs. I don't know how I'm gonna break this down. 10,000 Days?
Yes. Yeah. That's the one. That's what
I gotta go back and listen. I gotta go back and study again. 10,000 Days, right? Wings for Marie?
Something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
James? Okay. Okay, here we go, everybody. So let me go ahead and put the. Oh man! Shout out to R.I.P. to Judith. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and put Who's Judith? I don't know what's going on. All right, VRI.
Hey VRI, have you are you familiar with the band Ma'at? I remember I went to look up Ma'at music, and there's a band that has that.
What?
It's a metal band named Ma'at Music.
Wow.
Let's go. Heavy metal bands get Ma'at before any black group, right? Of course.
Yeah, I think they're the musicians. One of them's name is HERU and Imra.
Of course it is. Of course it is. And we're called little. What are we called? What are these? Kodiak? I don't know who I'm not sure what these things are. But the little dready. I'm not sure what they are, but whoever they are, the heavy metal bands are taking Ma'at, and we're little Kodak or something. I'm not sure what these guys, but that's what's happening now. And this group is doing the same thing. So here we go. I'm going to go ahead and show the question here. And we're going to show VRI's donation, give him some big noise for his donation. And then I'm going to get into this question here of the Tehuti Podclass. Okay. It's moving slow, but that's okay. Here it is. Okay, boom. So first of all, we're going to show the question from VRI. We're going to give him some big noise for the support that he sent. And you sent this for your family, or did they send this to us? You sent it for them?
Yes. Well, it was a conversation with my brother, and we were talking about Tool and the link between it. I just felt energized just to send this question in to you, just so instead of me conveying some misinformation.
Oh, is it a big brother or a little brother?
Yeah, both. There's two. There's
okay,
two
good.
brothers involved.
You sent in $50 to ask a question for your family members who like a rock band.
Yes.
You want them to learn. I need about 10 little brothers like you. I need 10 VRI brothers. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, so here's the question here, and it's from VRI. And oh man, sorry everybody, my computer is slow. Let me fix this here. VRI, Chrome tab, Windows. Here it is. All right, here it is, everybody. VRI's question. Let's give him some big noise. It says, question sent to your Gmail. First of all, give him some clap again. We've already clapped it up for him, but give him some clap again. Okay, and the question that he sent, let me fix this here. Oh, wow. Okay. The question that he sent here, I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share and show the question. Actually, it's questions. He didn't just send one question. He sent multiple questions, clarified a question. And that's a hoot. See, listening to heavy metal. Let's see. Okay, here we go. And here's the question right here. Where'd it go? Okay, here it is. So he said question in the email. Then it said, go ahead and read that. My brother VRI, read that first, please.
Okay, so it says, my brother wanted to know what these lyrics mean, and it's a link to the song 10,000 Days by Tool. And then for visual references, I've attached one of their music videos which shows the journey of a man who eventually leaves through a door/window and turns into a light body at the end. In summary, I would like to know, is this creative work of some extravagant characters creating odd modern art, or is there something else at play here? And if so, what are their motivations? Below are some images from when we saw them performing live, amongst some screenshots from the video linked above.
Okay, and then you have down here, this part here. My brother took me to a show. Did you read that?
Yeah, and then I'll read this part. It says, to SABA Tehuti, my brother took me to a show with my siblings with the band Tool was performing. It was a very interesting spectacle. My brother is a massive fan of their work, and they convey a lot of different themes in their music and their live shows, and we discuss frequently how their work sometimes looks like it draws from Nile Valley culture, esotericism, complex mathematical time signatures, etc. His question simply is, what are Tool trying to say? I would also be very curious in this answer. To us, Abba, for all you do.
Wonderful. Wow. Complex. What do you say? Complex mathematical time. What do you say?
Yeah. So
complex. What?
Yeah, in their music, they supposedly, well, some people supposedly say that they adhere to different mathematical time signatures in the music. Like, you know, there would be 4/4 for time signatures for music, and they use like 3/3, and they go into all these different things. And some people have deduced that it aligns to astronomical dates and all these kind of things.
Wow. Okay, we're gonna get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I'm gonna go ahead and put the timer on and on and on and on to the break of dawn. I see you, TT and Moon. Two are for that. I hear a bunch of synchronicity. And let me go ahead and put this on. And here we go, everybody. Let's see what we can do with this tool. Let's see what we can do. All right, gentlemen, jump back in the room, and I'm going to try to talk about this heavy metal group and what songs I like, I guess. Let's see. All right, here we go. Jump in the room, gentlemen. Let's see. It's my favorite Tool song. I don't know. Tool versus Rakim. Let's see, everybody. Everybody press a 9 if you can hear me well. Press a 9 if you can hear me well. And then I'm going to proceed with this, with Tool. Let's see what we got here. What in the world? How can Tehuti... I see the 9. Eric G, that's it. Nice to see you, good brother. Okay, good. Okay, I'm going to get right into it. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Here it is. Oh, and let me, before I do that, let me fix it up. Let me fix this. I hope my eyes make it for this answer. And I will heal myself. Okay, everybody ready? We're going to get into this. I see a couple 9s. Let me see. A couple 9s from Bella, Robert Williams. Wonderful. Okay, here we go. Everybody ready? Let's get into this Podclass question. Here we go. Hey. Boom. Everybody can see that screen share. Also press the 9 if you can see the screen share. Wonderful. Going up, seeing all the visuals working good, because once I start, I don't want to. Okay, good. And here we go. Are you ready, everybody? Boom. You put the timer on and get this started. Boom. Welcome, everybody, to the beautiful, wonderful phenomenon that is called the Tehuti Podclass. The question and answer class of the House of Attend, due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity. Millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, what is the original languages, spirituality, who are the NETERU, health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body, ancient sources, government, psyops, telepathy, quantum, entangled consciousness, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism disguised in the form of black consciousness, the atheistic Kemetic teachers, quote unquote, who will not have classes on the actual teachings that are from the writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes, or only do debate, debunk, expose, do challenge videos and other spiritual attacking of the spiritual beliefs, such as the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians were black, the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt, we are the Abos, we're the Native Americans, attacking everyone but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they actually adhere to in a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice, never showing their hand to what they actually believe in, because in truth, those conscious teachers, in truth, those conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything. That's the truth. They don't believe in anything, but they just have the want to argue. And thus, so how they can't answer questions directly of indigenous teachings, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of the questions above. and then you're laughed off the stage or insulted for the above inquiries. That's the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized documentary type answer, customized and taught live for you, is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions of this section? What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer this evening? And of course, he went through. It is about a group called Tool, and their symbolism. They seem to have Nile Valley culture, esotericism, complex mathematical time signatures. What is it that they're trying to say? Is it just some abstract characters putting together things, or is there actually something behind this? That's basically, that's to sum up the question right there. You'd like to know, is this creative work to some abstract characters creating odd modern art? Is there something else at play here? And if so, what are their motivations? He sent me lyrics to the song called 10,000 Days Wings, 10,000 Days Wings of Marie, part 2. And he actually went to a concert. His brother took him to a concert. It was a very interesting spectacle. The brother's a massive fan of their work, and they want to know what's going on here, what is happening here. So he asked me to do this for his family, and wonderful. Let's get into it, everybody. Tool. Okay, everyone, this is it. This must be the question that has Tehuti stuck. Let me ask the class and viewers, where in the history of what people are labeling as so-called conscious community, the Ma'at teachers, the Kemetic priests, pro-black RBG, the Abos, Black Israelites, the Moors, your Yoruba Ifa priests, Pan-Africanists, the Nuwabians, Nation of Islam, 5%, from the days of Dr. Ben to Dr. Clark, etc. Have you ever seen a question posed about an abstract European metal rock band and its visualization to millions of people across the world of Ma'at? Across the world of Ma'at, Heka magic symbolism of the Asarian immortality from Kemet. Has anybody ever seen this, anything like this being asked to your Kemetic 5% Nuwabian Nation of Islam, Asara, Set, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Kemetic priest? Has you ever seen a question sent in to them about a heavy metal rock band and abstract immortality symbolism? If so, put the book page number in the room, put the YouTube video timestamp in the room. If not, sit back and enjoy what has never been asked before. This should be the question that should definitely stump me, because I don't listen to Tool. I've never heard a song of theirs. I don't know. And I didn't listen to Big Daddy Kane, Busta Rhymes, and then Tool. So this may be the question that stumps Tehuti. Will it be? We shall see, everybody. This question has never been asked that I've ever seen before. Big Vape says nope. So any Nation of Islam, Nuwabian 5%, Dr. Ben follower, Dr. Clark follower, any of the so-called pro-black Kemet, whatever Asara said, whatever it is, what an abstract question to send in to a person that people think is just a Kemetic teacher. What an abstract question. Let's get it in. Are you ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Here we are, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. This will be a demonstration that you can send in any question that deals with higher levels of consciousness. It's going to lead right back into our indigenous culture and how it influenced it. This is it, everybody. Mark this date. Mark this date, April 27th, 2024. The date Tehuti is asked about a rock band that he did not even listen to. He has never heard one song from this band in his life. This is the day Tehuti gets stuck, because, of course, what in the world does a European rock band have to do with the uplifting of the lifting of consciousness to people interested in Nile Valley Ma'at? Obviously nothing, right? Because none of the groups that people or the movements on the list of people that I've named that taught you before the Tehuti Podclass, none of them thought it was important. The House of Attend ever mentioned anything about the group Tool, right? maybe Tehuti will be unable to answer such an abstract, unrelatable question live and get stuck in the pod class and do what all the other teachers do and just say, do what all the other teachers do and just say, that's not an important question. What y'all need to know is, that's not important. What's important is, maybe I should do one of those. Will this be the day that Tehuti says, that's not an important question. What you need to know is, not a chance. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where the matrix will be broken, regardless of what question you are sent in, even if it's something that I myself, it doesn't matter what my biasness is, what I'm interested in as far as these questions. What matters is that I represent the NETERU and the SABA that will answer and give you information. Here we go, everybody. Here's the group. Here's the group. Oh, that's an interesting hat the gentleman is wearing, but this is Tool. The group formed in 1990. This is Tool. The group formed in 1990. The members are guitarist Adam Jones, the drummer, guitarist Adam Jones, drummer Danny Carey. There's a bassist, Justin Chancellor, and then there's Mayor Jane Keenan, who is the actual member of the group that came out with 10,000 Days. So this song is dedicated from him to someone, and that's James Maynard James Keenan. He came out with 10,000 Days, Wings 1 and Wings 2 song that VRI's brother is asking about. Now, the mind behind the imagery is an individual named Alex Gray, which I believe that I don't believe I know that the brother Annie mentioned. So Alex Gray. Now, the older Tool images are from Cam de Leon, whose art, that's the art that people consider what they call dark art. And it became very popular, or even more popular, during the second album time period called Anima. That was on September 17th, 1996. But he is no longer a part of them, and now the imagery is mainly are exclusively Alex Gray. Okay, boom. So the question was asked about the song Wings for Marie, 10,000 Days, and what it is about. Their work has Nile Valley imagery. This is part of the question. Their work has Nile Valley imagery. What are they trying to say? And is it random or is it systematic? Is it something that's done systematically, or is it something that's just accidentally happening? So here is actually the cover. It says Tool, Wings for Marie, 10,000 Days. What an interesting title. And we see these interesting images made by Alex Gray, which was described earlier. And there's a particular song that is asked about, Wings for Marie, part 2, 10,000 Days. What an interesting title. What does that title have to do with anything? What is Marie? What in the world is 10,000 days? What is Wings for Marie? What is all this talking about? And what does anything of this have to do with Tehuti and his ability to answer? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Mark note of this date. Are you ready? Here we go. So here are the lyrics that was sent in by VRI. This is from genius.com. This was sent typo to Tehuti. Let's all look at them. So here it is. Tool, Wings for Marie, 10,000 Days. And also, how... I want to save that. We're going to find that out as it goes on. So here's the lyrics right here. Here's the lyrics. Let's go ahead and read them together to see what makes sense of this. This is what he sent me. We listen to the tales and romanticize how we follow the path of the hero. We listen to the tales and romanticize how we follow the path of the hero. Boast about the day when the rivers overrun, how we rise to the height of our halo. Listen to the tales as we all rationalize our way into the arms of the Savior, feigning all the trails and tribulations. None of us have actually been there, not like you. Okay? Ignorant siblings at the congregation gather around spewing sympathy. Spare me. None of them can even hold a candle up to you. Blinded by choice, these hypocrites won't see. But enough about the collective Judas. Who could deny you were the one who illuminated your little piece of the divine and this little light of mine? A gift you passed on to me, I'm gonna let it shine to guide you safely on your way home. Oh, what are they gonna do when the lights go down without you to guide them all to Zion? What are they gonna do when the rivers overrun other than tremble instantly? High is the way, but all eyes are upon the ground. You were the light and the way they'll only read about. I only pray, heaven knows when to lift you out. 10,000 days in the fire is long enough. You're going home. Now, this was sent in from the brother's brother, VRI's brother, who he states he's a massive fan of their work. So this is sent in by the massive fan of their work. And the question was sent in about this particular song. My brother wants to know, what do these lyrics mean? So first of all, I want to give respect to VRI and the brother. Imagine being a massive fan of a group for years, and you're going to send in a question to ask somebody who doesn't even listen to the group, what do the lyrics to your favorite group mean? That is some faith right there in Tua, for that faith in the Tehuti Podclass. House of Attend, Tua to you for asking me, who grew up on Public Enemy, Big Daddy Kane, Eric B. and Rakim, Busta Rhymes, Lakim Shabazz, Chill Rob G, asking me, what do these heavy metal lyrics mean from a person who's the avid fan? Let's see what Tehuti can do and what this person who is an avid fan thinks of this answer coming from the House of Attend. So those are the lyrics? Interesting. This song, 10,000 Days Wings, is actually a tribute to Maynard James Kenyon's mother, who's Judas Marie. Remember I said R.I.P. Marie in the beginning of the class? That's Judas, and her name is Judas Marie. She passed away after 27 years of being confined to a wheelchair as a result of a stroke. So it's describing her. This is describing her as a bioenergetic double light energy that others don't truly see. Why? Because, quote unquote, their eyes are on the ground. Their eyes are in the physical realm. They can't see what Judith really represented and how special she was. They're focused on the physical reality. The same family members whose lights are of a low frequency, they can only hypocritically act sympathetic, as the song says, because they were actually the real Judases, which were betrayers, but coming to the casket or coming to the wake with fake sympathetic tears. But the son, James Keenan, our Maynard James, knows better that these were the actual Judases and betrayers pretending to be sympathetic, and the mother was the real spiritual being, and she was and is the light that will send back to her original home, her origin, which is what we just did a class on. Definitely an acknowledgement of the, that's a typo, definitely an acknowledgement of the light consciousness that precedes the physical body into immortality. So that's what the song is about. On the basic level, that's what it's about. But does this song and other songs, because he didn't just ask about this song, but does this song and other songs that Tool have made, or their whole imagery, Let me shrink this down. Symbolisms get even deeper than just this. Is it just a song about the mother? Is it just a song about the mother? Was there any symbolism in there? What is this 10,000 days? What is this 10,000 days in the fire? What is going on here? How about the other images that the brother VRI sent? Does it get even deeper? As you have learned here at the Tehuti Podclass, as you have learned here at the House of ATTON in the Tehuti Podclass, is it possible the multifarious forces, companies, government agencies are using ancient Ma'at papyrus to imbue their power from? Whether it's music groups, companies, agencies, from the popes all the way down to Nassau, which I've taught, all the way down to Shakespeare, all the way down to music bands, and influence millions of people, are using ancient Kemetic imagery for power, HEQAT, and visual achievement magic. While your peers, mother, brother, friends, who actually look like the people from the Nile Valley, are telling you that you are either pseudo, or in a cult, or you're spooked out. Does this song even have any hidden messages that go all the way to the cosmos microcosm? Does this song even have hidden messages that go all the way to symbolize things that are not even of this earth that we're on? Well, you know, maybe, maybe not. But to get into that, you know, to get deeper, we're gonna have to go into Tehuti Overdrive. Let's go. Let's start with this verse right here. First verse. Let me expand it. Now, for third verse. Let's start with this verse right here. Third verse. You are the light and the way they'll only read about. I only pray, heaven knows, when to lift you out. 10,000 days in the fire is long enough. You are going home. Why is this song even called 10,000 days? What does that represent? What if I were to tell you this goes back to a belief system that ties into a cycle of a planet called Saturn? What would you say? What if we start right there? Are you ready, everybody? Welcome here to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Yes, this is called Saturn's return, which denotes the moment Saturn reaches the exact place of orbit when you were born. It's around 10,755 days, which is 29.5 years. Saturn's return. If we go to Universe Today, Space and Astronomy News, it shows Saturn's return, which is a cycle that's a little over 10,000 days. It's about 29.457 Earth years and about 10,559 or so days. It takes about 10 hours. 10 hours and 33 minutes to rotate once on the axis. So this is Saturn's orbit or cycle, and it's actually been turned by astrologists into something called Saturn's return, which represents a cycle of where Saturn goes right back around to the time that matches the astrological chart in which you were born. Okay, well, Judith Marie James Maynard's mother, she suffered a stroke as far back as 1976. He was only about 11 years old, and she suffered so many things at this time. She suffered paralysis, the inability to read, and even her speech was affected. She eventually passed in 2003. The ordeal lasted around 27 years. That's what happens when you put 27 years into the converter calendar. You get 10,000 days. 27 years into the converter calendar, about 27.3 years, gives you 10,000 days. This is the real 10,000 days, which is 27 years, the time of suffering of the mother. Boom, 10,000 years. And thus, thus the end of the verse 3 makes more sense now, which gives you the title of the song. We go back to verse 3. You are the light, the way they'll only read about. I pray heaven knows when to lift you out. 10,000 days in the fire is long enough. You're going home. 10,000 days equals the 27 years of suffering is now over, and she can transition to the other side, the realm of her true origin, home, which is the class that I just taught on, that we know that when we transitioned, we were going back to our origin, which was home, which was what the whole South class was on an hour or so ago, a little over an hour ago. So that's the 27 years. That's what equals the 10,000 days. And thus, 10,000 days of torture is described as 10,000 days in the fire. Maynard Keenan said, James said, that's long enough. Now you can go home, because the fire represents hell and torture, but he only prays that heaven knows when to lift her to that realm of the heavens, to get out of this hell that she was going through on earth, which was 10,000 days in this hell on earth from 1976. 27 years. Imagine living in a state of paralysis. You start losing your ability to read, write. Your speech is affected, and you're going through this while your son is only 11 years old at the time. He has to watch his mother go through this. That's torture for both of them. So thus, that's long enough. Now, mother, you can go back to your origins, because the people on earth didn't even appreciate what you really were, the light that you actually were. They were just hypocrites. Remember, in verse 2, there's a reference to Judas. Remember that? What was his mother's name? Who is the song dedicated to? And notice the bottom of the lyrics of the song, there's an actual quotation of another song that you all sang when you were Christians. Let me go ahead and ask the class those questions. What was his mother's name? And there's a song inside of the song that you all sang as little children when you were Christians. What was his mother's name again? The lyrics sound similar to the first answer. The lyrics sound similar to the first question. Exactly. What was his mother's name? Type it in the room, everybody. He gives reference to the family members being Judas. And what was his mother's name? And what was that song that you sang when you were a young Christian child that dealt with little light? Anybody remember that? I'll give you a moment. I'll get back to it. I have a little lag, so it may take me a while to see what you all have typed. Welcome, everybody, all those new people that are here for this phenomenon. We are the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the NETERU. This is the Tehuti Podclass, where you can send in any form of question that deals with enlightenment, symbolism, ancient culture, whatever the question is, and it will be answered directly from the source. So what was his mother's name? Anybody remember? Let me go back to the room. Oh, Ryan Elliott got it right off the bat. This Little Light of Mine. Okay, good, Ryan. And shout out to the new. I don't remember that name as a consistent. That may be a new person. Much respect to the new people. Yeah, This Little Light of Mine. I'm gonna let it shine. Anybody remember his mother's name? What was his mother's name? What was the song called? Where's VRI? VRI should be answering these questions 1 second after I finish. What was his mother's name? Yes, This Little Light of Mine. I'm gonna let it shine. Those lyrics are in this song. There it is, Mary. He gives reference here to a Judas, to fire burning in hell for 10,000 days, which is exactly from 1976 to 2003, 27 years, and that's enough. Now it's time for you to go home. But the people that were at the wake and at the funeral, those were Judases. Those were hypocrites. He gives reference to heaven, hell, Judas, and Marie. Robert Williams beat me. No problem. You guys are fast. Maybe because both your names start with an R. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Ready? Let's look at it again, everybody. So, there's a reference. Remember, there's in verse 2, there's a reference to Judas. And what was his mother's name? Mary. Who was the song dedicated to? His mother. He's the little light. This little light of mine. He's a little light of his mother. His mother's name is Mary. The enemy is Judas. Here it is. Ignorant siblings at the congregation gather around spewing sympathy. Spare me. None of them can even hold a candle up to you. Blinded by choice, these hypocrites won't see. But enough about the collective Judas. Who could deny you are the one who illuminated, light reference, your little piece of the divine? And this little light of mine, a gift you passed on to me, I'm going to let it shine to guide you safely on your way home. So she's the bigger light, the illuminated one that the others can't understand. He's the echo little light. He's the son of Mary. And the enemy, fake hypocrites, they're the Judas. Let's go down to it and see how this all correlates. So which Mary was the story of Judas the betrayer? Yes, Mary, the mother of Jesus, the light of the world, who passed that light onto you as a Christian when you were, and thus you became this little light of mine. And how is that Mary spelled? How is it spelled? M-A-R-Y. What's the significance? Because that's a numeric code. What is it? That's Mary, M30, A1, R80, Y400, 31, 8400. What's the relevance? That equals 511. That Mary, who Judas opposed. 511. Okay. Let me break the matrix once again for you. Are you ready, everybody? I hope you're ready. Are you ready? Saturn. 90, 1, 100, 200, 80, 40. Remember Saturn's return? The 10,000 days. That's really 10,700 or so days. Saturn's return. Saturn is 90, 1, 100, 200, 80, 40. What does that equal? 511. The same thing as Mary, 511, 511, and 511. Boom. 511, Mary and Saturn are the same numeric geometric code. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclasses. Both the things that I referenced in the song, Mary and Saturn's return, both equal the exact same thing, 511, which are both 7. That's what 511 is. 511 is 7. Oh, guess what the logo, geometric icon tool of icon, guess what the geometric icon of tool is? It's a logo. It's a geometric symbol. Guess what it is? It's a 7. It's a 7. It's a 7. It's a 7. Hectagram inside of a hectagon. There's a console right there. The 7. Boom. The star of 7 called a heptagram. No way, Tehuti. All right, why are you saying the members of Tool knew about and were interested in sacred geometry for its archetypal magical empowerment? No way, Tehuti. It's just a coincidence. They don't deal with the numbers and the symbols. These symbols are just abstract. It's just forms of art. You're the one saying that they knew about archetypal sacred geometry. Well, let's hear directly from the words of the lead guitarist of Tool. Who is that? That's him right here. Here he is. Who is this, ladies and gentlemen? This is Adam Jones. Would you like to hear from Adam Jones himself? Was he attracted to the 7 and the 7 star because of sacred geometry, or was it just a form of art? I'm gonna find out right now. Don't let Tehuti say it, because Tehuti's making it up. Tehuti made it all up. Let's go directly to the lead guitarist and see what he has to say. Ready, everybody? There we go. Do they even know about a term called sacred geometry? That doesn't sound like something that rock bands talk about, sacred geometry. The symbol was a symbol of sacred geometry. Here we go. Let's see. Volume's good. Here we go.
It's a 7-sided star, which is a symbol of it's a really positive symbol in sacred geometry. All the comps have it. You see it used over generations of it coming out, and it always, for the most part, comes out positive, and that's why we picked it. And then I took it and I opened it up for the Tool Army because I wanted to try to make it inviting. So that's why I opened spaces there, and actually stole that from a Holy Mountain. They had like a 21-sided star.
So they use it because it's sacred geometry. He's using it because it is sacred geometry. He actually enhanced the symbol or added to it. Because what did he say? He stole it from a holy mountain. What happened? But at 21, which is what, 7 by 3, the 21 star, which is the same 7 by 3, they're using the term sacred geometry. They're not saying they use it because it's pretty. They're saying they use it because of sacred geometry. What is the purpose of using sacred geometry? Why would geometry be sacred? Because it is magical. It's used for magical purposes. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. That's from Adam Jones himself directly, using the term directly, sacred geometry. Let's go. Here we go. Boom. Ready? Boom. There it is. Sacred geometry. And we go back in the back, and here we are again with this one and this one in the center. And there's Adam Jones again. Boom, boom, sacred geometry. Now, we have to understand is that they're not saying they're the masters of sacred geometry. They are not masters of it. They learn a little bit of it, understand a little bit of the power, take it, and then took the 21, which was the 7 by 3 star, and opened up the heptagram. So there are things about the sacred geometry that they themselves, of course, don't know, but they know enough to take it to imbue power. So we're going to give them what they don't even know by getting into the root of why this even became sacred geometry in the first place. Why geometry? Why sacred? Why 7? Sacred geometry, well, first, the 7-pointed star emblem to be associated. What was the first time the 7-pointed star emblem was to be associated with sacred geometry? That went back to the goddess of sacred geometry. That's why it is sacred geometry, heptagram and heptagon, because it was the actual ancient goddess, Nile Valley culture, NETERU, who was the goddess of sacred geometry, literally herself along the Nile Valley. Her name was Sheshet. This was the NETERU of 7. That's where the heptagram comes from, and sacred geometry associated with it, because it's Sheshet, who was the 7, represented the 7-leaf dwarf papyrus, today called Cyprus polyfer. Her name was 7. And the NETERU, she was the NETERU of writing, symbolized by the finger. So this is the ancient goddess of the Nile, Tehuti's consort, whose name was 7, and her symbol was the heptagram that was actually drawn in the form of the Cyprus polyfer plant, which today is called the Kemetic dwarf papyrus. Her name was 7, and she was associated with what looked like the 7-pointed star before the Greeks had any type of heptagram, before they had anything of sacred geometry. At this point in time, the Greeks, who eventually took this, couldn't even speak yet. There was no language, there was no written language in the area of Greece while this was going on, until the Greek philosophers came thousands of years later and took the symbol of the 7-pointed star, who represented the goddess of sacred geometry. What does the music group Tool depict inside the heptagram, which Adam Jones said himself represents sacred geometry, that he says the police department uses, and it represents law. The police department represents the law of the land, and they use this 7-pointed star. He refers to the police department. Now, when we look at the original heptagram, you see it goes back to a 7-pointed star symbol, which it actually is imbued with a plant, the Cyprus polyfer. Now, today, when you see people with 5-pointed stars, 6-pointed stars, 7-pointed stars, you don't see them associating a star with a plant, do you? The concept of associating a star with the plant comes directly from the Nile Valley, which became associated with the goddesses who were associated with plants and stars simultaneously. The 7-pointed star was the 7-pointed plant called the Cyprus polyfer, which was the plant of writing. She was the writer and creator on the feminine side of sacred geometry. Now we have Tool, which uses the star, but Tool doesn't say anything. Adam doesn't say anything about a plant, right? That doesn't look like a plant, does it? That's not a plant. In order to associate with this with a plant, we'd have to go right back to Sheshet, because that's where the 7-pointed star is associated with a 7-pointed created plant. He says it's sacred geometry. Well, we're going to go back to the goddess of the 7-pointed star, 7-pointed plant, the goddess of sacred geometry, and we see that plants are associated with stars. So how does Tool depict the 7-pointed star in their video inside of a plant that's depicted as a plant, or that looks like a flower? This is from the video Paradola, and what you're looking at is the same symbol on the outside, which is the 7-pointed star, the heptagram inside of it and outside of it, but inside of it is a 7-pointed plant inside of a plant. This is the plant-like symbol inside of the 7-pointed star, because that was the exact imbued meshing symbolism of the 7-pointed star associated with the 7-pointed plant, which was the goddess of sacred geometry, Sheshet. And now in their video, there's a 7-pointed star, and it's not just depicted as a star now. Now they have one inside of it, which is a plant. are looking like a flower, directly associated with where it came from, which again is the symbol of Sheshet, the symbol of the seven-pointed star, which was the seven-pointed plant, the goddess of sacred geometry, whose name was seven. Sefek, page 665 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Sefek is the word for seven. She was the goddess and the consort of law. Remember, Adam Jones says, yeah, this is the sacred geometry symbol. He didn't refer to Aleister Crowley, who used it. He didn't refer to the occultists. He didn't refer this to the astrologers who use it. He referred it to one organization. He said the police, because the police are the enforcers of law. So he associated the seven-pointed star with a group that enforces law, shows a symbol of the seven-pointed star with a flower inside. This is the goddess Sheshet of sacred geometry of the seven-pointed star, imbued with the seven-pointed plant, whose name was Seven, and she was the wife of the god of law. Her husband, Tehuti, was the god of law. There is your law, your seven-pointed star, your seven-pointed plant, all associated with the goddess of sacred geometry, Sheshet, which is already familiar in your mind through links and associations. This is very comfortable for you to associate sheriffs and police, you know, the long arm of the law, with the number seven. And thus, you see them using it. They never tell you why they use it. What in the world does a sheriff have to do with this symbol? Go ahead and tell me, what does enforcing the law have to do with this symbol? Why this particular symbol? The heptagram. Why? It was the symbol of Sheshet, who was the wife of the lawgiver in the Nile Valley, who was Tehuti, associated with the seven-pointed star, which was redrawn as a seven-pointed plant. Her name was Seven, and she was the goddess of sacred geometry. And there's your sheriff, and there's the tool symbol. And this is the only organization that he referred to that associated with a seven-pointed star, the association of law, of course, because Tehuti was the god of law, of which seven was her actual name, the NETERU of geometry found in the HERU in chapter 58 from 1250 BC. That was her name. Her name was Sheshet Sefek A'abut. Chapter of the snuffing of air, of gaining power over the water, which is in the underworld. My mouth and my nostrils are opened in Tatu, and I have my place of peace in Inu. Wherein is my house? It was built for me by the goddess Sefek, seven, A'abut, Sheshet, and the netter of Kenemu set it up for me upon its walls. This is the reference of Sheshet. What is geometry? What is geometry? Who uses geometry? Dentists? Firemen? Who uses geometry? Architects, builders, house planners use geometry to create buildings. That's why in chapter 58, before any geometrist, anybody of geometry, it refers to Sheshet, the seven goddess, as my place, peace in Anu, wherein my house was built. The building of a house. Kenemu set it up for me upon its walls. Houses, house, and walls associated with Kenemu and Sefek, which is Sheshet, the goddess of geometry, the goddess of building. the goddess called Seven, symbolized by the seven-pointed star, whose husband, Tehuti, Thoth, was the god of law. Thus, the sheriff department uses that symbol as the long arm of the law. And you never ask them why. Ask your police friend what this symbol is about. It's abstract. Yeah. When have you ever used a seven-pointed star in your life, whether it's in school, whether it was in college, whether it was going out to the club with your friends, whether it was hanging out at the basketball game, whether it was going to the barber shop, writing your girlfriend a love letter, giving your son a gift? When in the world, in your real life, do you ever use a heptagram? This is not used in anybody's regular life. This is not used by your dad when he's going out to play golf. When would you ever use a heptagram? It's not a common symbol. Why would the most common organization of enforcers of the law use a symbol that's not even regular to anybody's eyes? It's not even something you see in kindergarten, college. You don't see this. What is this symbol? It's a symbol of the wife of the goddess of law, the builder of the houses of geometry, the netert of sacred geometry, represented by the number 7, also represented by the finger that was used to write and calculate. This symbol right here, that's the finger that you see held up by Sheshet and Tehuti at the time. It's used to calculate, and it's the finger that represents the pen or the dick or the dike, which created your word dictionary. That's the finger. The dictator, the diction, the writer, the drawer, the symbol of the organizer, the architect, the mathematician, all symbolized by the finger. Okay? Adam Jones says he delved into a little bit of sacred geometry and became interested in this symbol here. But the original song was about 10,000. The original question was about 10,000 days. Well, let's get into that. There's the finger that represents Sheshet and Tehuti. That's a meruneter or metu symbol used by the same culture that she represents. There she is holding and calculating with the fingers, because fingers represented her and her husband. The god and the goddess of geometry and geometric shapes. There's the finger. Oh, guess what finger equals in the Medunetter language? You know what this finger is in the Medunetter language? 10,000. This is 10,000. Just rat, you know. Just a regular, 10,000. That's the finger. The finger itself is the number 10,000. That is the finger itself. Boom, 10,000. Does that number sound familiar to you all? Anything sound familiar? You know, Saturn, 10,000 days, you know. Anything sound familiar? That's the symbol of Sheshet. That is the finger of the writer. The very logo of Tool, the seven-pointed star representing, as he says, you know, the sheriff, the enforcers of law. There's the finger of Sheshet Tehuti. It is actually the 10,000. Safek was the actual name, again, of the sacred goddess of geometry. Oh, by the way, what do they tell you the seventh day of the week is now again? What's the seventh day of the week called in this Masonic matrix we live in? What's the seventh day of the week called again? Could you guys type it in the room? What's the seventh day of the week called? You know, 7. What's that day? What day is that? What's the seventh day? What's the seventh day? Right? Sunday, Monday. What's 7 in the days of the week? Maybe a lag. I'm gonna go to the chat room and see. Anybody know what the 7th day? What did they tell you the 7th day of the week is called? What do they tell you it's called? The day of the week that represents 7. 7-day Adventists know this well. Wednesday, Saturday. Interesting name for the 7th day. 7th day, 7, huh? 7. Well, hey, Jeffy, peace, my brother. Resend me the screenshot of the Cash App with your question. I think you asked me a question a while back about carbon dating or something. I had to shovel some files over, but resend it to me, and we're gonna get right to that. Saturday. Saturday is associated with 7. Saturday. That's a weird name for a day of the week. What in the world? What's Saturday? What's Saturday? Saturday. Let's look it up. What's Saturday? 7th day of the last day of the week. Saturday, Saturn day, literally day of the planet Saturn. The 7th day of the week is Saturn, huh? Welcome to the Matrix. Sheshet 7 was the Netert of the geometric angle practice called the stretching of the rope. That's the practice of geometry that Sheshet was associated with. All the way back here, we're going back 1,465 BCE. Stretching of the cord, Hepshetset, 1465 BCE, in front of Sheshet, performing the ceremony for the Red Chapel of the Temple of Karnak. The 4 corners of the building, were presumably established during the ritual. Building, geometry, with the goddess of 7. Building something sacred, using sacred geometry. What's called the stretching of the cord. And there is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sheshet, stretching of the mathematical system, eventually taken to create what's called the heptagram. Pythagoras saw the followers of Ma'at. They used the rope, the mathematical cord, and to improve the stability of the Aku walls, they used a rope with 12 knots tied evenly spaced, which resulted in the famous 3, 4, 5 triangle, forming a 90-degree angle. And here comes your sacred geometry symbol, basis right here. The ancient Egyptian square tool, which is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 at the bottom, 3 going up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this became the 3, 4, 5 Pythagoras triangle that he got from the followers of Ma'at as they were doing the stretching of the cord, ritual, and building of Sheshet, the goddess of sacred geometry, which symbolized a triangle, a perfect triangle that laid in a 90-degree angle, of which it took seven of these triangles outside of a polygon, heptagon, to form the heptagram. You have to take 7 of these triangles. There they are right there. 1 triangle, 2 triangle, 1 Aku pyramid, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 90-degree triangles, which was originally the goddess of Sheshet, stretching of the rope, practice for the stability of wall building using sacred geometry, giving Pythagoras his sacred geometry of 3, 4, 5 triangle that forms a 90-degree, formed by triangles, taking 7 of the triangle and putting it on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 heptagon, which is different from a heptagram, and that forms the star symbol right there. Guess what the shape was given to you? Guess what the shape was when you take the number 12 and put it at the 90-degree angle of 3, 4, ending with the sacred number 5, which represented the 5 fingers of the Ka. Ascension, the word Ka means ascension. And that's the 2 hands up of 5 fingers. The Ka ascension, which is the rebuilding of the body, because the body is the temple in Kemet. And just as Sheshet is the builder of the sacred temple, or the builder of sacred geometry, because the body was your sacred temple, it also represented the ascension and rebuilding of your body, which is also called the Temple of Osiris. Boom. The Ka symbol, right there, let me blow it up for you. There's the Ka symbol, the resurrection of Min Asar, or Asar with the resurrected phallus, representing the erection or the resurrection of the perfect body, rebuilding of your perfect body temple. Because to rebuild the temple in your body, you need sacred geometry. And to rebuild the temple on the physical plane, you need sacred geometry. That's the 3, 4, 5 Pythagorean triangle you see was taken from Sheshet with the stretching of the rope ritual, which was a sacred geometry, which represented ascension. And thus you have Asar lying on the Ka symbol. The word Ka means ascension, because the whole story of Asar was about the ascension, resurrection of the immortal body, the pure energetic projectable double, represented by the penis erecting, the phallus symbol. Note the phallus. The phallus has been a symbol of resurrection in the afterlife to the Astarian followers of Ma'at for thousands of years. And as you can see clearly, the group Tool acknowledges and took ancient symbolisms of immortality and sacred geometry with the 10,000 symbolism that matched perfectly with the 27 years and the cycle of Saturn, with the clear lyrical content about immortality and his mother resurrecting back to her home as a light body, that they definitely clearly believe in the afterlife resurrection. Oh, guess what the main symbol of Tool is? Tehuti, you made it all up. That's the tool they're referring to. It's a symbol of an erected phallus with 2 testicles on the bottom. That's the tool. That's the symbol of Tool. Is the phallus itself. Boom, the phallus. And guess what images appear in Tool's videos and associations? Third Eye documentary. The Third Eye that we just spoke on. The Ma'at HERU. The Third Eye. The Tool story. The Tool story is called The Third Eye. Third Eye. The Tool story. And there's a symbol right there in the video. The man with the eye in the middle of his head. The third eye. Third eye again. Boom. Right back to the Southern Res awakened in dream state of Eye of HERU. Back to the Southern Res again. Oh, you thought I was finished with the first question? The first question is the second question. We're right back to the Southern Eye. Unanimous brother who asked me with the Southern Eye. I hope you appreciate this because I'm still answering your question from 3 hours ago. Right back to the Southern Eye. That is the third eye, which I just gave the whole class on. The Res, the ARIT HERU Res, Southern Eye. It is not. It doesn't end there. Nope. Tehuti, this class should be done. You already told us about 10,000 days. It does not end there. Remember, these people are thorough studiers on symbolic principles of Ma'at that was given by the NETERU. This time, it's not just the man making his journey surrounded by eyes of the awakened Res in the video. From the pyramid text, also with the addition of a position in the video. Went along the now culture of Ma'at that would position himself or herself into an order or a shape, a position to expand and rise out of the body. There's a particular position to go back to the origins that represents the completion position. Let's take a look close. In the tool video, and no, this is not Wakanda forever, Wakanda. Nope. This is not Wakanda now, ladies and gentlemen. No. Who was out way before Wakanda? No. This is the symbol of the out of body that the Par-EEs would position themselves in order to ascend out of the physical body into immortality. This was called Tempt. Surrounded by the Ma'aheru, the third eye, expanding out as a lotus. And thus you look at the video and you see the man is in the exact same position of the immortality out of body position that one would get into in representing a star's resurrection. The same symbol. And there's the third eye. And there's the real third eye called the Araret. And there's the position of holding yourself together because the story of the star was separated into pieces. That's called the tempt, which is to gather yourself together. And we see in the tool video, there's the same symbol. If anybody knows my classes on out-of-body experiences, when I describe what your fingers look like when you're having an out-of-body, you'll know exactly what this is. That was already in I've taught on that already. Here we go. Now let's go back to 1250 BC. And what does it say? The Atet boat. Remember the class I just gave on the Eye of HERU and the Atet boat of consciousness? The Atet boat. And may be brought to me. Those who are in the Pa'ut. The Pa'ut sin, the Pa'ut cycles. The Pa'ut cycles. May bowling there. We'll skip that part. That's I'm like, let's go with this is the part I want to read right here. Here's where it starts. May I rise. May I rise. So this is the resurrection chapter of the Per-Em Heru. The resurrection, may I rise. There's the Ka. May I rise, even I. May I gather myself. There's the temp symbol of the crossed arms, holding the farmer symbols. May I rise like a hawk of light, of gold, with the head of the Bennu bird, the phoenix, entering into Ra. May I gather myself. This is called tempt kui. May I gather myself. That's the position of resurrecting out of the body as a light being, as seen directly imitated in Tool's video. But of course, when you do it, your friends say, you're spooked out, you're in a cult, you're spooky, you're spooky. While they're showing, and Tool will laugh at you if you dare try to mock. Go to a Tool concert or go to a Tool interview and try to mock them, call them pseudo, and see what happens to you. Boom, the 10th position of the out of body over 3,000 years before the Matrix in the Nile Valley, which has the very first attestation of a third eye called the Ma'at HERU, used for sight when you were in the state of the pure energetic projectable double and an out of body. Guess what the other image of the artist of this group depicts? It's another image that they depict. What's that? Well, what's the other image here? Boom. Someone having an out of body. Someone rising out of a sleep position, levitating in the air. You think they're not studying? While your friends and family mock you for studying? Now, here's a song Lateralis. And here is actually a Tool parabola, where this symbol is found. The third eye. Again, surrounded by the eyes. And again, this eye goes back to the oldest mathematical papyrus, which elaborates how the eye is an echo of the 6 senses converging into 7, making a whole. 7 represented the whole, because the 6 senses converge into the 1, which was the 7, and the whole. It was called the HEQAT system. This is found as far back as 1850 BC in the Rhind Papyrus, known as the oldest mathematical papyrus, now found in the ancient Egypt of the Egyptian Department of Sudan, British Museum, EA 10057, Rhind Papyrus. Here's where we find the 6 converging into 7, called the HEQAT symbol. Now we have there's different Rhind Papyrus. Now this one, Rhind Papyrus, edited by the scribe Akhmos between 788 and 1580 BC. Akhmos, a modest man, introduces his script with the notice that he copied the text. So this is not even the oldest one. And the likeness of the writings of the old in the time of the king of the upper land of Kemet, Nema, Etere, the older document to which he refers dates back to the 12th dynasty, 1849 BC, which is around almost 200 or so years before him, 100, 200 years before him. This is the HEQAT symbol. This is the 6 converging into 7, 7 representing completion. The HEQAT symbol, the 6 that converge into 7, making complete. Here it is right here. This is the HEQAT symbol with your 6 senses, which are actually mathematical ratios, which was 1/64, 132, 1/16, 1/8, 1/4, and 1/2, which represented the 6 senses. The first one is the sense of touch. It is the stake that gets hammered into the ground, and that's touching something with power. The second one was that spiral again. There was a sense of taste. It was the wheat growing, the emmer wheat expanding. The next one was a sense of smell. This one here is a sense of thought over the brow. This is what's over the eye. This is the eye itself, which is the circle, which is the sense of sight. This was the ear hearing. So there's your 6 senses, and they converge into the 1. And their mathematical codes in the oldest mathematical papyrus of 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, 1/32, 1/64, which eventually formed into a 7, But why? What is the significance of this, and what does this actually form when it's all put together? The mathematical HEQAT square is what it forms. The equation of the complete being is one who purifies his or her physical and spiritual body, which is the double self, the Ba and the Ka, the bioenergetic template and the pure energetic projectable double. Those are the double body. So his or her Ka and Ba can rise and be the complete seven, the tempt, the complete seven, and build that body from the goddess of seven, the Sheshat, who's the goddess whose name is seven, that builds the physical temple and the body temple so that you can rise into immortality. So it's the completion, the number 7, and 2, the double. So does the 164th Medu glyph communicate this? Let me show you. Look close. You will see in the upper right boxes are all the size of 164. So here's the, when you see that mathematical code and form the box, you see that all these boxes right here form the one box that's the same as this one. So all of these boxes are an echo of this whole entire thing. This little section right here is an echo of this entire thing. So all of this equals the 1. It equals 164. It's the exact same size, and it's the small echo of the bigger box. But this and this are equal. So this is 1, 1. These two are equals. Look again at the mathematical equation to create a complete 360-degree box ending at 164. The 164, which quote-unquote completes, is actually doubled. Now count the number of fractional boxes that complete the whole. So here it is. These two are doubled. This is the same box. So what is this? If you take these mathematical codes and expand them at this sequence, it's 164, 164. They're the same size. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which now are 7 HEQATs. 6 HEQATs, which combine, that create the perfect box expanding at the golden mean ratio, which are the 1, 1 doubled, and those 1, 1 doubled equals the entire box, which is doubled of the first 1, 1. But the boxes counted from the 6 HEQATs create the number 7, which creates the perfect box of the Fibonacci sequence. The Egyptians are black. Did you know the Egyptians are black? And that's all you need to know. Did you know the Egyptians are black? And the Hebrews are wrong, and the Bible is stolen, and that's the end of the class. That's the end of the class. How about tomorrow? The Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black. And that's the end of all. No. Look at this mathematical mastery all going back in to the number 7 itself, taking the 6 HEQATs from the original fraction ratio of 1/2 to 1/64, 6 merging into the 7, because the smaller boxes form the first 1/64, and the smaller boxes is an echoed minute version of the entire box itself. So when that echoes out and doubles, it counts as 7, completing the full box of the golden mean ratio. You'll learn, you'll get all of this after the Egyptians are black. For 52 years arguing that, then you start getting into what the Kemetian, what our ancient ancestors actually were conveying. All of this. 7 again. This is the sacred geometry because it's a sacred building. All of these mathematical codes are building this box, this geometry box, expanding out as a golden mean ratio, which parallels with the Fibonacci sequence, creating the Maharu eye. As Gabrielus would say, yeah, that's it. Yeah. This is why people don't stick around. This is too much. But that's okay. It wasn't too much for us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The first one echoes is doubled. And the double, which is 2, equals the entire 7. 1 doubles itself, and the 1 equals the entire box, which is 7, and that's completion. The 6 HEQATs converging into 7. Does anybody know what I don't know, man. Anybody know what 6 times 7 is? Anybody know what 6 times 7 is? Huh? Anything to do with the Pekka Mku? The real 42? Not 42 laws of Ma'at. They lied to you. They made that up. There's no such thing as that in the Nile Valley. There's no. Show me anybody talking about 42 laws of Ma'at. We'll give you the donations of the last 7 pod classes. Show us that. No. The 42 Pekka Mkus. To become the whole, to purify yourself. Pekka, separation. Mku, the separation of negative consciousness. That's 42 separations. So you become the whole Ka again. That's a 7 by 6. You're getting this anywhere else? Put the book number, page, YouTube, video, and timestamp. If not, please support. But you're not getting anywhere else. As long as my eyesight lasts. Let's go, everybody. Woo! And I'm going to take a break in a minute after this. 7 HEQATs, which represent when one is complete. His or her spiritual eye is open. And your consciousness has expanded. This is the expansion. See how the boxes get bigger? By the mathematical equation of themselves. They're mathematically equating from that spiral because they're growing out in emanation. Because remember, emanation means tat, which is the echo. These two echo itself, and then they continue to echo itself, growing in that spiral called the Fibonacci sequence, which merges with these numbers. That's how you create this box. It's the expanded double energetic template. Let's look at the HEQAT math again, put them together, and we'll see what this forms. What does it form? All these mathematical equations to create the second sacred geometry of 7. It forms the eye. That's what it forms. The Maharu. It forms the eye. There is the 1/16th boom. There's the 1/2 boom. There's a circle. There's the 1/8. There's the brow, the sense of thought. There's 1/16th, so it's 1/2 right there. 1/2 right there, boom, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, 132, and 164. All of these come together and merge into the Fibonacci sequence of the expansion of the golden mean ratio, which expands as HEQAT ratios, which create an echo of the first one. 1/64th echoes itself as the whole, and then they become 7 boxes made by 6 HEQATs, equaling 42. The Egyptians are black. Boom, third eye, what they call the Fibonacci sequence, was recorded by us, the followers of Ma'at, as the ARIT. Remember the southern? I'm still answering that question. The ARIT, the southern, which is the res, awakened consciousness, in the medical field and the spiritual field, with the expansion of 7 by 3. What's 7 by 3? 21. Remember what Adam said? He said, well, this is sacred geometry, it was a 7. When I went to the Holy Mountain, I stole this other opening, this other symbol, from the 21. That's 7 by 3, which is 21, associated with the creativity of the conscious eye, because the word I is the Ara, and Ara means to create. How many columns were in the Param Heru that represented you becoming a complete being? And then I'm going to take a break right here. Here's the perm HERU from which all this comes from. And here are the columns of making yourself into a complete being. And what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 in the chapter of making yourself a complete being, which is the 7 by 3, which equals the 21. Boom. 21, which is 7 by 3, found in chapter 42. Remember the 6 by 7 HEQAT? That's chapter 42, which is 6 by 7. Now that I've taught you that the southern eye is the original eye consciousness associated with 7 and 3, guess what else the word ARIT means, which is the southern eye? ARIT, 7 cubits with a pupil of 3. Taking a break. That's an hour and 23 minutes. Take a little break. I'm gonna put the link in the room for the team to jump in for a few minutes. I'll take a break, refresh myself, come back, get my eyes right. I hope the chat, I hope the viewers, some of this is too much to absorb for everybody, and I understand why people don't come around, because when you come around this, you can't bring the makeup. You come around this, there's a link in the room. VRI, jump in. Tell me what you think so far. I got to step away for just a moment and take a couple-minute break. I have to take a break. An hour and 33 minutes. Is there a video on Tool breaking down any of this for an hour and 33 minutes? I've never heard one song yet. I know the reciprocity after this is going to be absolutely, it's going to be crazy. I'm just going to go back to 10-minute answers. I can't burn my eyesight off for this. I can't even see. Jump in the room, VRI, jump in the room, team, so that I can please relieve myself, take a break. Can you Google this? This answer came from Google. VRI, how you like Tool now?
Speechless, absolutely speechless.
7 by 3 pupil. Saturday to Saturday. You can tell the crowd what you think. I'm going to step away for just a minute. When Annie jumps in, you can let the rest in. I'm going to step in. Tell the people what you think so far. How you doing, Annie? Is that you right there?
Hotep, yes.
All right, my brother. Hope you're enjoying this. Heavy metal, dude.
Hotep. Yes. Hotep, great brother. VRI.
Peace, Hotep, everyone. Wow, I'm just blown away by this. I'm just trying to process it all, and the 6 and the 7. I haven't done this much math since I've been in school, but I'm very. It seems so crucial, this information. It's just, and it's so mind blowing because it's like something that's so core to like the very basics of our human being. So it's like something to, yeah, I'm mind blown. I'm mind blown how this is stuff we should be taught, but we're not taught. And these people are just using it in front of our faces, and we just don't know what it is. So thank you, SABA, for revealing it.
Yes, absolutely. It's a beautiful thing, and it's I'm your brother, your brothers, and because you know to be able to receive something like this from an artist that you appreciate and love, is amazing. It's amazing to be able to have a song, you know, here's these lyrics, and to have it broken down, and also receive, you know, some words from the actual artist himself, and how he's talking about sacred geometry. And so now Saba is taking everyone through the origin of where the actual concept of sacred geometry comes from, and it's a beautiful thing, and showing the artwork of them actually in the Tim position, and it just goes to show how these artists and how they're studying, and how they know how important it is to be in tune with this type of information, because this is the foundation of what they're bringing forth. I mean, this tool, and then to show the tool of the phallus, and just how important it is, the imagery, and then the lyrics and what he's speaking about. That was excellent writing. That was fire. You know, the 10,000 days, and you know, that being the 27 years, and her name being Mary, and Judith too. And so just being able to go into the lyrics and go into the mindset of the writers who's bringing forth these tones, it's just very special to have something like this to guide you and walk with you through what they may not have even knew to the depth, because it continues to keep getting deeper and deeper. So just on a surface level, with just a little bit of study, you can create a group of people that come together on the foundation of teachings that speak about light and speak about sacred geometry. So, you know, it's just a beautiful thing. And to see how it expresses itself in all these different cultures and different sounds, and it's just beautiful. So I'm very excited for your brothers to be able to take this in, because I mean, to be able to I never thought I would hear Saba Tehuti reciting Tool lyrics, so that was pretty great. I want to ask you a question too. When you listen to them, are you able to discern the words, or do you have to look up the lyrics to be able to understand?
For Tool, I definitely have to look at the lyrics. For Tool, I have to.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was curious about that, because I know depending on like the ear and you can tune it, but I always found that pretty fascinating, and it's good that's a good habit anyways for all of your artists, is to look up the lyrics so you can actually see what's being said. So all right, Tua, Hotep Great Brother Primordial Thought 9, welcome to the panel, Great Brother.
Yeah, peace. This breakdown is good right now. It's good to you know what is good to you know that a lot of influence of the NETERU are in a lot of artists' musics, a lot of bands, a lot of just in the music industry in general. But it's really cool to see it break down in detail like the way Saba's doing, to be able to really see it, because usually when people break down a lot of symbolism and, you know, from the music industry, all you get is like the Illuminati type of breakdown things, right? Like, you know, kind of, oh, this exposed this artist or whatever the case may be, right? But the way Saba's doing this is it's just magnificent to be able to see that that other people are embedded into the knowledge just as well, because there's no way that they don't know about the teachings and have that much symbolism in it, to be able to imbue that into their music and talk about certain things. There's no way. All evidence points to that, you know, they study it. And so whoever their teacher is, or whoever, you know what I mean, however in depth they go, they're using it for their own benefit, which is like this, and which kind of speaks volume of why they're such a popular band and why they have millions of followers. So just the power in itself of using the teachings and to build kind of your own following and have that type of following, that shows you just the power in the monuments that our ancestors have left here. And people can create whatever they want with it and have a tremendous successful life, however you look at success, right? So to me, that is just it's mind-blowing, because guess how powerful it would be, or how much backing you will have with a pure Ebe, with a pure state of mind of using the teachings of the NETERU and using it like the way Saba's using it right now, right? So that's amazing, and it gives hope. It gives it energizes me, at least, because I've always said, even before I've even came into the teachings, is that you can take a piece of truth, the purity of truth, you could take a piece of it and create your own empire on it. Even if you distort it, even if you use it to your own benefit or whatever, that most people are attracted to that purity of truth. And if you give them a small dose of it, you can keep a lot of followers off of that. But it takes people like Saba to really expose and really shine the light on those who are using it in a way that isn't pure. So this is just good already, and Saba's not even done. So to you, VRI, for expanding my cool on asking this question and allowing Saba to be that doorway and that answer, because we wouldn't be getting this if you didn't have the love for your siblings to be able to bring this forth and use Saba as a doorway for even us to learn. So to you, great brother.
Thank you. Yeah, it's all about that system of reciprocity that Saba's building. I just like it. Giving is the gift. So I feel like I've been given something, and I'm very happy that others feel that they've been given something. And I just love how beautiful of a system this is.
Yes, Hotep, to our great brothers. Excellent points, Primordial Thought 9. Yeah, it's a wonderful thing to have a platform like this that Saba created to, just any question that you have, whether you're a studier of Ma'at, the NETERU, and ancient cultures, religion, and you can come here and get the greatest answer that you'll ever receive from asking anybody to break down a Tool song. So that's amazing in itself. That's so amazing when you really just meditate on that. So that's a beautiful thing. And yes, Hotep, great brother, for finding a way to build a bridge and just showing the versatility of what's available here at the Podclass. Yeah, and going into the first eye, what they call the third eye, and And you know for a fact that and then one of the reasons how I come into contact with Tool was from the artwork. It's from the artwork, and I even I put the name of the artist in one of my pieces, and it's very powerful, you know, to be able to just to see people who are on a mainstream level talking about this and bringing forth you know, words that's not destructive. And even, you know, with the name that even goes with the association of this genre is the first word is, what's the first word that they put before metal, right? What word is that, VRI?
Death.
Right. So to have a band like this that's huge and be bringing forth life is very powerful. So, you know, hinu to them for doing that. So yeah, this isn't something, you know, you say, I like how you said it too, death. Yeah, absolutely. Death culture. To be alive here is a lie here. And that's usually what's perpetuated in music. So, because we understand how powerful frequency is. When we speak about the REN, which is sound vibration, and why it's so important to, you know, watch what you speak and how you, man, don't get into the actual music and the sound vibration, and you're playing tones with it. And so when you see some of these concerts and you see what these people are going crazy in it, what they call them, moshing, man, they in the middle of the stage throwing. They are going.
The concert that we went to for Tool, actually, everyone had to be seated because apparently Tool's concerts get so crazy that they've actually enforced seating. Like, they just have people sit down. And I will say, it was the best sound I've ever heard at a concert. Like, it was the best, like, clarity of sound I've ever heard at any live performance ever. It felt like you could feel the sound moving through it was something. It was amazing.
Yeah, that's hard to achieve too live. So yeah, that's good. They say everyone sit down. We don't need none of that because yeah, I've seen some videos. It gets crazy. I've seen women just get knocked out. They knock that on the floor. It gets crazy. So yeah, tell everyone sit down, just listen to the music. Y'all ain't even listening. Y'all just want to knock each other out. It's just that rage, you know. Let's just you know. So yes, it's very powerful, tones and frequencies. So a lot of these artists know that. So when they go to write, and they a lot of times artists will, even before they even write a song, there's a process. Sometimes they'll think of a video first, and then they'll create a song because they actually want to bring the visuals first and then write a song second. There's different processes, and even live performing, that's a whole nother mindset to put yourself into when writing a song. And like, I want this specific thing to happen right at this point. And so you write that in the song because you're already imagining performing it on stage. So there's a lot of different processes that go into creating music, and the ones who are creating this understand the magic that goes into it. And so, you know, with what Saba closed out with, and going into the 6 different points of the eye, and he's showing how they're fractions, and there's 6 of them, and they're called the HEQAT. and you put them all together to make the seventh, which is the completed eye. And I love this image too because it has Tehuti sitting on the brow, which the brow is the sixth sense, which represents thought, which of course creates thought in Tehuti. So he closed out with that. He's going to pick it back up, but that word is Heka. And so it's that's what it's all about. And you know, it's just wonderful. I have a high level of respect for artists that utilize it to benefit people, because most do not, and they overstand that. You know, it's a different frequency that they're feeding off of people. You know, when you're man, there's so much that's going on because this matrix creates an illusion of power that is a lie. It's not yeah, just on the front end it looks like that person has power, but remove just the veil, there's no power behind that. And so you know, Henu to this band here who is huge. I mean, their songs millions and millions and millions of plays and views. So, you know, it's a wonderful thing. So I definitely look forward to the continuation of this class and see what the great Saba is going to close it out with. And of course, showing the gematria, the 511. Yeah, there's so much that goes into this. So, and this is great for those who also like to, you know, see into the mindset of some of their favorite artists, and it just makes you want to also delve into that as well. Because if they're doing this, you know, when they're sitting down, he's sitting down writing a song, and he's able to put together. Speaking about Judas and the light of mine, and Mary and the 10,000 hours being in the hell, and now you're ready to go home and done. If you got to sit into a mindset and come up with that, you know, that takes study, that takes a lot of conscious thought to put it together in song form like that, and that's before you even get to the actual sonics. You know, you speak about how great it sounds. You know, there's a lot of thought that goes into that. So if you know that someone that you listen to and you appreciate that sound, now you get to get a behind the scenes look of what really goes into putting together something like that, and just all of the thought. And if any one of us puts that amount of attention and intricacy and detail into any single thing that we do, you too can begin to reach the same heights that they have. That's not accidental. They're not there just because this is accidental. You know, sometimes you will see that happen, but there's the greatest. No, whoever are the best in whatever it is that they do, that's not accidental. Yeah, there's bands and people that come up and with certain reasons, but the longevity of being able to stay in that position is very intentional. So there's a lot to learn from people who do that and do it at a level like that. So, you know, shout out to them for that. What time is it where you're at, VR? I know you're in a way different time zone.
It's currently 6:25 a.m.
Yeah, wow.
And he still got the hoodie on.
Yeah.
No, I love that point that you brought up, because I was going to bring that up earlier. I like how Saba brought when you form the six senses, it opens up the seventh, and that was fire just in itself. I never looked at the Wadjet like that, of the six senses creating the HERU, and that was dope right there. That was fire right there when he said that. So yeah, man, they doing it at a high level, and you are absolutely correct. If we can apply ourselves and put just as much energy into whatever our gift is, we too can be just as in our own way, just as powerful, just as successful. And you're absolutely right. And it's I guess at the end of the day, when I look at that, I'll look at it as it always boils down to discipline, right? Because even this band, it still takes time to be disciplined within using the instruments that they're using, going into the frequency of when they're creating their music, what tones they're really making and how they're like orchestrating that together, and putting themselves in the same, choosing this guy who's good on the drums, choosing this guy who's good on the bass, choosing this, and they're all devoted. They're all devoted to it. So you can never escape discipline. So it just makes it stand out even more. What Saba talked about, like discipline. I don't care what you're doing. If you disciplined in it, you'll be great. And one of the teachings, I forget who said, I think it was Ankh Sheshonk, but even if you want to use it in a killing way, it says the prudent killer will never get killed because he's really skilled at it. He's really great at it. He knows what it takes to stay alive or to be aware. So if you're prudent and disciplined into something, that is, you'll be great at it. So to you, Saba.
Hey, to you. Thank you. Okay, I'm back, everyone. I'm back. I'm gonna go ahead and finish VRI here. There is VRI. I'm back, and an hour and 23 minutes. Let's go. We're gonna continue. I don't know if you all spoke to the audience, the new people watching. This is if you all truly appreciate what's taking place. This is a reciprocity system. I don't know who taught this. I don't know if any Tool fan has done this. I don't know if any Tool fan could do this. Has any Tool fan dedicated an hour and 23 minutes on Tool, on breaking Tool down? I'm not a Tool fan. So for those who are watching this, and as you can see, what makes these breakdown and build-ups unique is that it doesn't matter what the topic is. It doesn't matter if I agree with Tool. It doesn't matter if I'm against for. What matters is as you're getting this broken down and built up, you're getting the teachings. Every class are teaching. The questions that I'm Tool is just being utilized for me to teach you. I'm utilizing a heavy metal band to teach you about 6 converging into 7 to create the whole HEQATs. It doesn't matter what I think of the heavy metal band as long as you comprehend that the number 7 is completion because it represents Sheshet, who is the goddess of building the temple, which is the temple of you. And it was 6 by 7, 42, and that information was found in chapter 42. I would teach you that whether you ask me about Tool or you ask me about Nassau. If you actually follow what's happening, the phenomenon that's happening in this podcast is that the lesson that I'm wanting for you all to learn over the years is irrelevant to what you ask me. What you ask me is just a tool for me to put that in. But because the enemy, non-enemy, other people, other cultures are using our tools, it's very easy for me to take anything that you ask me and give you the lesson that I'm here to give you. Now you understand why 42 is even important. Why is 42 even a relevant number to the people? It's 6 by 7. Now you understand that 6 by 7 it converges the HEQATs into 1. 6 by 7 represents the whole. That would be taught to you if you're asking about Harry Potter or mushroom smoking. It doesn't matter. So I'm finding a way to teach you what you're to learn, regardless of your questions. It doesn't matter if a never-ending story. Put aside the fact that I'm talking about the never-ending story, the Sakar square, the Sotar square, the Harry Potter, Tool, NASA, and just listen to the teachings. And you're getting teachings that's irrelevant, regardless of what's being asked. I'm still answering the first question. I'm still answering the stubborn, the Southern Eye of HERU. That's still going on right now. So hope you all really understand, and if you all really are putting me in the category of all these other names that I'm hearing, just be honest and fair to yourself, and let me know if I'm really in the category of those other people that you mentioned, so I can go watch those videos and see if it's the same thing you're getting. Because if it's not, then it may be a little bit upsetting to me, because it may seem evil if you're actually putting this in the category of the other YouTube channels, and I go look at them and see, wait a minute, and then like, why did they do that? Oh, they're trolling me? There's no word troll in MetaNetter. So we're gonna get back to it. I hope you all are supporting Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm gonna go ahead and finish this off when I'm done. I look very, very forward to the reciprocity after this one. I just told my NETERUs before I taught this. The reciprocity should be coming from Jay-Z, Halle Berry, and Denzel. That's how I feel. Because they're buying $200,000 Bentleys, so I guess that's where the reciprocity is given to a man gun Bentley. So that must be very, very important for the path that we're on. So anyways, at any rate.
But you running off of 4 hours? You running off of 4 hours of sleep right now?
4 hours of sleep, and one of the heaviest chest workouts I've ever did was right before right before I sat down. Over there, the weights are still there. I couldn't move them yet. They're still there. The 85-pound dumbbells are still there. So the weights are over there. The workout bench is over there. 4 hours of sleep. There's a cobra here that I can't touch because he just pooped up after he had 15 babies. And so I don't know if your other teachers, I'm not sure. Maybe this is happening other places. All right, let me know, because if not, then I'm gonna think that I'm in an evil world. Everybody, please support Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, and let me go ahead and finish off this answer, everybody. I hope you all are supporting. Really? Okay, everybody ready? Jump back in the room. I'm gonna get onto this and finish this up, everybody. Peace, VRI. Can't wait to see the end of this. The end of this, we're gonna be singing the Tool song. Here we go, everybody. Ready? So let's get back into it. I'm going to put the timer back on. We're going to get right back into this, everybody. I hope you all appreciate this. And if you're getting this other places, I just need to know so I can take a break and have those teachers come here and teach you all, answer these questions free in the podcast. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? You can hear me, press A9. You can hear me, press A9. I can't look at the phone. Hear me, press A9. If you can hear me, I'm going to go screen share. And let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Boom. We are back. An hour and 23 minutes was the first section. Oh, no. Different are black. Okay, here we go. Ready? Boom. You all can hear me, and here we go. Let me see. What are the nines? Maybe you can't hear me. I don't see any nines yet. Anybody can hear me? Press A9. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Okay, I'm just gonna go. My computer must be on a lag right now. So thank you, Ryan Elliott. I can see you on there. I can read that now. Tehuti, great teaching. The little stuff I can't really read. You all can hear me. Press A9. Here we go, everybody. I just want to see 1-9 because I don't know if my screen is actually frozen right now. Once I see 1-9, then I'm gonna go. you can hear me, and you can see the screen that's sharing, press A9, everybody. We're gonna get right back into this. Here we go. Let me stop this. My screen, I'm gonna reset this. My screen must be on frozen or something. I don't see anything moving at all. Look at that, it's stuck on Robert Williams. There it is, there's the 9. Okay, boom. You all ready, everybody? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, and there it is. 7 and 3. 7 and 3 with association with the pupil, the ARIT. 7 cubits with a pupil of 3 cubits. That's your 7 and 3 right there. Okay? Boom. The mathematical equation, which actually reveals the working of the fractal realm and the double realm. And the beautiful thing that happens there, based on a mathematical equation set of the complex plane, called the Mandelbrot fractal, which I've spoken about maybe once or twice in this podcast. The actual mathematical equation in writing is far too long for me to elaborate here, but I'm going to show you a quick section of a video. I'm going to show you the mathematics and visual forms the mathematicians use today, and how beautiful it is, and how it's an echoed fractal mathematical equation that shows the dualistic repetitive echo nature of the other realm, the fractals, which I will show in that realm, and this physical realm. Let's look at this video. We're going to keep zooming in, and you will witness echoed infinity of the as above, so below system that actually creates reality. I'm going to go ahead and put that on for about 40 seconds. We come out of this, and you're going to see the fractal realm echoing itself through the Mandelbrot set. And I've shown this before, and I love watching this. You can actually fall asleep to this, but it is actually something that is shown through a mathematical code that is actually happening in nature. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the put that on. And here it is right here. My computer is a little frozen. Okay, let's see if it goes now. There it is, boom. Okay, good. I'm gonna go ahead and share this, and you're gonna see the echoed reality, and then I'm gonna show that within the echoed reality is this HEQAT system. The echoed reality of creation on a dual realm that's echoing a consistent microcosm, macrocosm in the Mandelbrot set is going to represent the same HEQAT symbol, the same HEQAT, 6 converging into 7 mathematics of the Eye of HERU. Let's go, everybody. There we go. Everybody can see the screen. And here it is. It's the mathematical code called the Mandelbrot set. It starts off looking like this little beetle type thing. As you zoom in, you see that it looks like the picture actually never changes. And that one never changes. But as you keep going in to the smaller aspects, you'll see that new images are creating while the same Mandelbrot beetle is still there. And as you zoom into that one, you'll see swirls and spirals. And as you zoom into the swirls and spirals, you will see the exact same swirls and spirals are creating them. So this is the ultimate representation of the as above, so below echoed TET emission mathematical code that's actually forming beautiful shapes that people are using to meditate. If you were to show this to somebody, they would say, oh, this is a nice meditation video. It's actually a mathematical code of the Mandelbrot set, which represents that no matter how far you zoom into this same smaller thing echoes out a million times to create the bigger thing. And it goes on into infinity. The Mandelbrot set mathematical code. And it keeps going on and on and on and on. And as you zoom in, it goes on and on. You think you're still not seeing the little beetle, it's still there. You just zoomed in smaller. When you zoom out or zoom into one of them, you still see it. It keeps on going on and on. No matter how far it goes, it's the same symbol, the as above, so below symbol. continuously echoing. And that is the Mandelbrot set mathematical sequence. If you want to look that up, there's actually a number system that's actually creating this. So this is actually echoed inside of nature, and aspects of nature echo the same Mandelbrot set, and aspects of nature show the as above, so below principle. Let's go back to the screen share. Boom and boom. So there's the video right there. Now we're going to look at the convergence, and I've shown this one time before, but now this is actually showing you how this is going to merge into this system right here, this HEQAT system of this expansion system of the 6 converging into 7, which is right over here, the square of the HEQAT system, which are the smaller box equals the larger box. So this is the also the mathematical code which echoes a Mandelbrot set symbolism, because as you zoom in, you're getting back to the smaller box, and as you zoom into that one, it's the same as the larger box. This mathematical code echoes out again as the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 is such a sacred number because it is the expansion of the golden mean ratio side by side with what they call the Fibonacci sequence. None of these things are called this in ancient times. It's something we use to build temples and to build our spiritual body with this echoing of nature that we've shown through the eye called Ma'at HERU, which was symbolized and used by actual mathematicians. Okay, now this ties into the Mandelbrot set, because as you saw those things echoing out into the bigger system, remember the number of completion is 7 and 21, which is 7 by 3 to the ancient ancestors, which was the ARIT, the same thing as the I, which was 7 qubits, with the people of 3 qubits. It's 7 by 3 that equals the I. And now when you look at the Mandelbrot set, if you look at what's called the convergence, I'm going to expand this. When you zoom into the little beetle aspect, and you look at convergence and a branch off the Mandelbrot set as form of mathematical code, you'll see that the convergence expansion goes like this. It goes from the 1 into the 3. This continues on. The first number of the convergence is the 3 expansion. That's the 3. Then it expands into the 5. Let me shrink this down a little bit. Hold on a second. Let me see if I do not want to skip anything. Let me go ahead and shrink this down a little bit. Make sure this is well, here it is. Good. So there's the 3 of the same Mandelbrot set I showed you, and the convergence branches off 3, and then goes into the 5. So this is a specific code of the Fibonacci sequence that creates that 7 HEQAT square. So boom, there's a 5. So it's 3, 5, and the next number should be 8, and that's exactly what happens when you look at the conversion branching off. It converges into now the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then continuing on to 8 and 13 branch off, and then continue on to that number 21. And that is called the Fibonacci expansion, which is the expansion of the 6 HEQAT system converging into 7, which equals completion, which equals the 1. It represents the end of the goal. So they did this in the Freemasonry. They made the Sabbath Saturn, which was 7, and now 7 becomes the end of the week in completion. Now, this can be visibly seen through nature. No matter how far back you go into the microcosm, it is the exact double of the macrocosm, and it's a continuous echo reflecting the whole emanation out in the Fibonacci sequence, which you know now is a mathematical sequence of the third eye and the south res eye of immortality, which looks like an infinite net connecting things. You saw that, how it looked like an infinite net connecting things, showing that all things are connected, which is what a net actually is.
So when you connect with other people, you call it networking. And the internet, the World Wide Web, represents the web of connecting things. It is a net that connects all of these things. Okay, now, why does it keep going back? That's amazing. I'm going here and it's going back. Okay, here we go. Wonderful. And that is seen inside of broccoli. When you look inside of broccoli, broccoli does the same thing as the Mandelbrot set. Aspects of nature, as you zoom in, you get the same image as when you zoom out. Oh, you know what? Back to tools, wings for Marie, 10,000 days, which you know, the 10,000 correlation to the Sheshat and the Fibonacci, which is 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. And now how it expands is the Mandelbrot set and the everlasting net. Now with your eyes open, look back at the cover of 10,000 days again. And what do you see? 10,000 days? What does that look like? What does that look like? No matter how far you go in, you see the same image. There it is right there. That's the as above, so below Mandelbrot set. That as you keep going in, it's the exact same image as the outwardly. You see it? It even looks like a tunnel. It's the same image of the same face, just going in and in and in. So as you go into the smallest space, it's a microcosm of the same two faces that you're looking at. Like the infinite net. You see the echo Mandelbrot sequence representing the ever-connecting echoing microcosm net. Oh, guess what the artist Alex Gray labels the cover image of Wings for Marie 10,000 Days. Let's go directly to his website. What does he call it? The net of being. The net of being. There it is right there, the echo net. He calls it the net of being. That's what he calls it. Boom! The net of being. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Support, which you have never heard before, with reciprocity. Support this. Cash App PT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. We're at 1 hour and 36 minutes. Here it is right here, everybody. Here's the sequence, which is actually shown through plants, clouds, flowers, and other things. And it is the expansion of the same. There's the HEQAT symbol system. You see the HEQAT system? As it expands, it's expanding at those same numbers. It's expanding at the numbers of the Mandelbrot set conversion. That's the number system of creation. 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. That's the expansion of how the ratio has to expand to create the HEQAT symbol. Do you see it? 1, 1, 1, 1 equals 2. It's taking the last number and adding it to create the next number. 0 plus 1 is 1, 1 plus 1 is 2. So it really starts off 1, 1, 1. 2 plus 1 is 3, 3 plus 1. Then it's an expansion. The thing that creates the result has to utilize the thing before it, creating that net. You need the number before it to create the next number. So 1 needs 1, which is 2, but 2 needs 1, and 3 needs 2. 5 needs 3, and 8 needs 5. 13 needs 8. 21 needs 13. 34 needs 21. 51 needs 34. 89 needs 55. Needs 34. 89 needs 55. All of it is a net connected, expanding into the what they call the Fibonacci sequence of creation, the golden mean ratio, which was first discovered on this planet Earth along the Nile Valley as the HEQAT symbol, the conversion of the 6 into the 7, equaling the whole. Woo! This spiral, which echoes 21 in its 7th golden mean box, as I've taught you before, represents creation coming from its origin, which is depicted by the bottom spiral of the eye itself, called emanation, also because the golden mean ratio, the Fibonacci, and the Mandelbrot set were all echoes, and we knew this, and thus we have that piece that was called tut, that means echo. So what happens, we go back over here. Oops, sorry. Back over here. So where's right here? Boom. It's kind of small. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You see that? The 7th expansion is the number 21. That's what's significant about the number 7 is that the expansion of the golden mean ratio also, as it expands itself into its own number, it equals the 21, which is 7 by 3, which is on the 7th expansion of the golden mean ratio. See? So there it is right there. Boom. And here's the emanation that I showed before. Here's the act of flowing, issuing from an origin emanation, which is that tut, which is the echoing, because that's how things are created, through an echoing of the net or the Mandelbrot set or the golden mean ratio or the Fibonacci sequence. It echoes through this spiral. That's why the spiral represents an origin right here, expanding outwards. That's what spiral is meant to us. So there it is right there, the same eye of HERU. And this expansion expands the way that your body grows, at 1 to 1/6. So if you take 1 to 1/6 and expand as the last thing is 1.6 bigger than the next thing is 1.6 ratio bigger than the last thing, that's what gives you the golden mean ratio. And if you expand it at that 1 to 1.6, which is the way that your limbs grow, your fingers and your hand grows at this, because it is creation manifested as a mathematical code. It expands this as the same ratio as the 6 and the 7 convergent HEQAT box. You see that? That's the golden mean ratio expanding as the same mathematical code of the HEQAT box, which to us was the expansion of consciousness, because consciousness is what creates everything. Everything in existence comes from the conscious realm. So note the swirl is coming from the sun. Swirl is coming from this area right here. Boom. Right from the sun on the top of its head, which is light consciousness, which I just gave the entire class on 2 hours ago. The word for light in KEMET is aku. That's one of the principles that compose you. It's called the aku. Another name for Tehuti, ku, and another name for the actual pyramid. The pyramid is called the aku, and the word aku means consciousness or intelligence and light. That's the real name of what Europeans are calling the pyramid. The structure which represents eternal light and consciousness. Guess what its measurements are? What's the measurements of the aku pyramid? When we go back, because remember Sheshet, the goddess of geometry, and Tehuti, the god of geometry, of building. And the building of the pyramid represents the body, which I've shown superimposed. When you superimpose the human cannon over the pyramid, the entrance is exactly where the navel is. And I did a class on that, and there's 18 sections. And I did a class on this. So look at here the mathematical, which is 481 by 4, 612. So 481.4, 612.01, 377, 9. You take the 612, take that 377 into the divide, and what does it equal? 1.6. The mathematics of the building, the sacred geometry of the pyramid is the same as the Fibonacci sequence. The actual aku equals the golden mean ratio, because the 612 into the 377 equals 1.6, and 1.6 is right here, the expansion of how the body grows. Why? Because the temple of man is the same as the temple of the body, both built symbolically by Sheshet, the goddess of geometry, the builder of sacred geometry. This is the sacred geometry, and so is your body. Expanding at the 1, 3, 8, 13, 21, 4, 55. That's an expansion of 1 by 1.6, which is 1.6 is the mathematical number of the pyramid going down in this expansion, and 377 straight to the middle. And what is this symbol right here? Does this symbol look familiar? That's the 90-degree angle. Oh, God. What is that right there in the center of the pyramid that creates that golden mean ratio? What is that? That's the symbol of Sheshet again herself. Let's go back. There it is right there. Boom. That's the 3, 4, 5 triangle of Sheshet, the goddess of geometry. That's the center of the Aku pyramid right there. The same thing. Because the 12 knots, let me expand this so you can see. The 12 knots created by the 3 knots, 4 and 5, is what makes that 90-degree angle, which represents expansion into the next dimension. That's why a star is sitting on that symbol. It's called the Ka. And that's the mathematical code of the Aku that they're calling the pyramid, which is why when you look back at that symbol, which is the symbol of the goddess whose name was 7, her name was 7, that represented the ascension of Athar, which is why he's on that symbol right there. He's on there ascending. It's called the Ka. And we go back down to and right there in the center of the pyramid Aku, there's the 90-degree, and there's that exact triangle inside going directly divided down the middle of the Aku, which is 6,112 feet angle, 377.9 feet angle, forming the 90-degree, which equals the golden mean ratio and the Mandelbrot set expansion of consistent echoing. Now back to Tool. Do you think Tool knows and studies mathematical sequences of the eye that the original spiritualists, mathematicians, and the NETERU brought to this planet, of the southern eye echo through the Fibonacci sequence, and the Mandelbrot set as 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, to echo the ancient Nile Valley spiritual immortality mathematics of the as above, so below, of 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. Let me take you to Tool's song called Lateralis. And here it is, Lateralis. And here are the lyrics of Lateralis. Back then, what are all I see in my infancy, red and yellow, then came to be, reaching out to me. Let me see. And what does it say at the bottom here? As above, so below. There it is right there. There's as above, so below in their song lyrics. As above, as below, so above, and beyond I imagine. So the literal words, as above, so below, is directly in their song lyrics. In this Lateralis, which shows the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 eyes right here. There's the eyes right there. Right in the song says, as below, so above. There is the as above, so below, literally mentioned by name in the Tool song. Do you think we're done here? Don't forget, in the Tehuti overdrive mode, don't forget we're in the Tehuti overdrive mode. Look at the cover of Tool's Fear Inoculum, and what is it? It is the spiral. Do you see that? The spiral with the consistent echoes spiraling out, consistently echoing, like the Mandelbrot set represented by the Fibonacci sequence. Right there. There's the as above, so below, and there's the Fibonacci spiral right there. Let me come to the screen a moment. You ready to think we're done? Robert, you think we're done? I want you guys to get ready, everybody. Get ready. That's how I end this. Get ready, because it's Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. Get your tips, your reciprocity ready, because Tehuti is not done. I'm not done yet. You see the as above, so below mentioned in the song. You see the Fibonacci sequence spiral. Are you ready, VRI? I don't know if VRI is ready. Are you ready, VRI? Ready with how I end this? Are you ready? You see the Mandelbrot set echoed. You see all that. And oh, typo, there's the Fibonacci swirl. But wait, I'm not done yet. Let me take you back to the lyrics of the song again. That's deep, right? Back then, what are all I see in my infancy? Red and yellow, then came to be, reaching out to me. As above, so below. Pretty deep, right? Remember, this is the Fibonacci sequence. This is the golden mean ratio. The golden mean ratio that I've been teaching you on is the echo of the Fibonacci sequence, which is the 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. And that is exactly what you see echoed not only in the Fibonacci sequence, but also echoed in the mathematical code of the Mandelbrot set, which is 3. First of all, the 1, then it's 3, 5, 8, 13, on to 21 as the Mandelbrot set. The Mandelbrot set echoes the Fibonacci sequence, and the Fibonacci sequence echoes the 6 to the 7 conversions of the HEQAT symbol in the Rhine Papyrus as far as 1800 BC. Because when we had this in the Rhine Papyrus, the Fibonacci sequence, oh, let me shrink this back down. There it is, the Rhine Papyrus. Rhine Papyrus had the original, what they call the Fibonacci sequence. They don't call it the Kemetic HEQAT sequence because they don't want you to know that this word actually came from. This is all the way back from 1700 BC, 1788 BC, copied from 1801 BC. This is the HEQAT symbol, HEQAT mathematical code of the 1, 1, 3, 5, 8, 13. And here we go. Now you see the Mandelbrot set. You see the 9 eyes, and you see where it says as above, so below. They're very familiar with the as above, so below. And then the album has the Fibonacci sequence. But we're not done. Are you ready? What's the significance of the words of these songs? You know what the significance is, everybody? Peace, rain, water. You came just in time. Are you ready? There is the Fibonacci 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. The lyrics of the song mention as above, so below. But what if I were to tell you that the syllables back, 1, then 1, white R, 2, all I see, 3, in my infancy, 5, red and yellow, then came to be 8. Then it goes back to 3, 5, and then as below, so above, and beyond, I imagine, 13. Coded in the syllables of the lyrics. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. Fibonacci sequence in the syllables. Boom, Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciate this more than the waiter that you have tipped, and if you have learned or this has had any impact and advanced your recent current understanding of this subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity appreciation called Tools of Ma'at, the NETERU rule, Fibonacci sequence. I is still the Southern I. Mandelbrot set reality, whatever you want to call it. Back then, 1, 1, white R2, all I see 3 in my infancy, 5 red and yellow, then came to be 8 as below, so above and beyond. I imagine back then 1 1 white R2, all I see 3 in my infancy, 5 red and yellow, then came to be 8 as below, so above. I imagine as below, so above and beyond. I imagine reaching out to me. That's the 5 right there. Lets me see. That's 3 and 5 echoed again. So back then 1, 1 white R2, all I see 3 in my infancy, 5 red and yellow, then came to be 8. Then it goes back to 5 3, then as below, so above and beyond. I imagine 13 Mandelbrot said Fibonacci sequence. If you appreciated this in any way, call the tip anything you want to call it. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV. I truly look forward to the appreciation and reciprocity on this one. Otep, I am done. One hour and 55 minutes. I'm going to put the link in the room. There's 43 people watching. If any of the 43 people, if you've seen this elaborate connection anywhere else, just come in and just say, yeah, this was all broken down on such and such. Get the page number, book, YouTube video link. If not, if you're a Tool fan, if you're not even a Tool fan, if you're only in KEMET and don't care about Tool, if you benefited from this, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, iRocky is down. I'll put the link in the room. One more time, it didn't seem to go through that time. There it is right there. It's in the room now. I'm going to give a couple moments before I look in the chat. I'm going to give a couple moments for the Cash Apps and the PayPal. I want to really see. VRI, step back up in the room. And guess how many people are in the are viewing now that it's ended? 42. VRI, jump back in the room. Brother, let me come and see the chat and see what's going on here. Robert put what with explosions. I know my chat is behind my the way that I have a lag. I don't see what you all are writing immediately, so my view of the chat is behind. So I'll wait a couple minutes and I'm gonna check these Gmails and we're gonna see what the donations and support are for this. Here's VRI. How you doing, good brother? I'm trying.
Oh, I'm completely blown away. To process all of that, and but I'm so like, you've literally linked it all the way back to its origins, like the most origin it could get to. You brought it back there, so thank you so much. I will be studying this class for a long time.
I look forward to hearing what your brother's what the response is to this. Look at the syllables in the Fibonacci sequence, huh?
Yeah, I'm so excited to hear their reactions, and it's beautiful because you've given them something that is almost impossible to forget. I'd assume.
It's what, almost impossible to get in what?
I'd assume.
Yeah. If you get this breakdown and build up anywhere else, just send the link, and that will be the new podcast teacher here. I can take a break and rest my eyes. If not everybody, what you're seeing to me is more of a phenomenon What's your favorite burger, Primordial, that you've eaten in your life? Is it the Big Mac? Is it the Whopper with cheese? What's your favorite one you've eaten in your life?
Man, it's been a while since I had a hamburger because I don't eat red meat. It would be if I had to choose, it'd be In-N-Out.
In-N-Out burgers. Okay, good. So I would say to everybody that I don't know how much have you spent over $100 on In-N-Out since you were 12?
Easy, Saba. Easily.
So I would say to everybody who's watching, I would assume that this answer was more impressive than an In-N-Out burger, I think. So those who are more impressed with this than they've spent on In-N-Out burgers, Cash App, TK Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB, or you can just type in the room. No, In-N-Out burgers are better than this. Hey, Tef, how you doing, my good brother? How's Tool for you?
Great, Saba. That was a phenomenal breakdown. I love it when you go into the Mandelbrot set and learning on that, because all of this is so new to me, and I'm fascinated just to learn. One of my favorite sayings is I just want to learn, and that was an absolute phenomenal breakdown. Definitely looking forward to running that back because it's pretty late here and I'm trying to absorb it, and this is just super high level. But I was telling my brother earlier, I don't know if you heard, but I had received a gift from one of my brother's friends, and it was a Kemetic papyrus, and like the magic is just happening around me. But I told my brother, I said, the reason why you don't see me no more and I've been sharing this link with you is because I spent so much time, so many nights, misbehaving and behaving unhealthily that, it's impossible for me to say that I wouldn't stay up to receive this knowledge and this wisdom that is truly, truly, truly saving my life and saving my family's life. So for me, it's I'm just eternally grateful to you, Great Saba, and I just keep teaching, and I sending definitely positive healing HEQAT energy for your eyes, because we need you and we need your eyes. So HENU to you, Great Saba.
This whole class is about eyes.
Yes, exactly.
Hey, Saba, you gonna turn into one of those senseis that no longer the vision is distorted a little bit and just a master.
They get better when that happens.
They get it better.
They get better. We don't want your eyes to go though, Saba. You're already the best right now. So, but look at the gift I got, Saba. I don't know if you could see it, if I can hold it up.
It looks like a papyrus in a plastic.
Yes, it is. So I'm receiving gifts now from people. It was from a friend of mine's mother. It was totally unexpected, and I'm just grateful because even my environment is changing around me, because I never would have received a gift like this if I wasn't on this frequency. So even that, I'm just grateful. So and I don't know what's going on, Saba. HENU to you.
Thank you, brother. I'm glad you appreciate it. Those nights in the Matrix when you're out at the party, the club, you're out with the people, and you don't realize what time it is till you get home, and you look and it's like, well, it's 5 a.m, and you then just fall out in the bed. You're like, holy smoke, it's 6:30. I'm just getting in. But while you were out there, you were hyped. While you were out there, it's 5 a.m. You're moving. You're doing the Harlem Shake. You're hanging out with the ladies and smoking it up. It doesn't even hit you until you get home, and you switch that to this. You're doing that now on the productive level, where you're staying up till 4 a.m, and I'm sure after the podcast done, you must just like, what is 4:30? Good night.
Yeah, and the people around me, they think I'm still doing that. They like, oh, you not hanging with us, you hanging with them, or you doing something else. No. This is where I've been. And I have the proof, Sab. I have the evidence. I have the digital evidence. Go look on the internet. Go, it's there. Yeah. Oh, you don't believe me? Okay, I was in a 12-hour class. Go check it out. Look, it's right there. So HENU and Tuwa to you, Great Saba, for everything that you do.
This is the opposite of the Matrix days, because in those days, you didn't want to be recorded of what you were doing till 4 in the morning. And I was like, hey, I'm in front of the world till 4 in the morning. Before it was like, oh, wait, turn that camera off.
Exactly. Exactly why I say it's my art that motivates me, because there's no way I would be on camera. It's no way I would show my face and just, yeah, it's total switch. So Henu to you, Saba. And Henu to you, VR, for asking that question and for allowing us to be taught this wisdom that's definitely, truly saving our lives. So I truly hope people out there are realizing what's going on here, and show with your reciprocity, show with your consistency. Cash App, PT and Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Let's support what's real and stop supporting what's fake. In-N-Out Burgers is not what it is.
Hey, Saba, that Fibonacci sequence within the syllables, I don't even know how you even thought to, I don't even know how your observation even went in depth to that. So like, well, let's just look at the syllables and see if even the syllables in a verse is in the Fibonacci sequence. And
I'll tell you this, when it comes to that, the group actually says it. They do it on purpose. The song is Lateralis, is the other name for the Fibonacci sequence. It's called Lateralis. That's the name of the song. They don't hide that. They come out. A lot of fans know that. I don't know. It's amazing. I mean, if you're just listening to the music or watching the videos, you probably never know. But they're proud of. They're saying, here it is. Check this out. And I don't know if you've heard of this VR. I don't know. Has your brother ever told you about the syllables equaling Fibonacci before? Or you?
Yes, he's so into it. He's one of those fans.
He's one of those, because the group will come out and they'll say, yeah, this is the 7 star. This is the sacred geometry. Here's the Fibonacci sequence. Like they're like primordial thought. You said you can take a little bit of the information and cause a following, and they don't even have to teach as thorough as me. And look how many people are into now the Fibonacci. You know how many heavy metal bands were not into the Fibonacci? Heavy metal fans were not into this before Tool. They have a following of millions now that are interested in looking up. They're looking for the riddles within the song. When a song comes out, they're not just there to bob their head. They're like, oh, is this verse match the other song? Wait a minute. Hold on. There's in the video, there's the eye, but one eye is blue and one eye is pink. Is that feminine and it's going into the feet? You should see the so-called fanatic fans are just. It's a move. Tool is a movement. It's not even a music. It's a. You can't say nothing about. Say something about Tool. Let me see. You're gonna find 5 women strangling you with their underwear. But okay, so we're gonna get into the. But yeah, it's I didn't teach primordial thought. I did not teach. I taught 1/10 of what I have. That's 1/10 of it. I realized if this answer is going to go 2 hours, and I could do part 1 to 7 on this. I taught 1/10. I went and looked at every single thing, every symbol, counted the things, found them talking about it. Some of it was beautiful because they were saying, yeah, lateralis. They're saying some of it they didn't say. It's like a Pokemon. You have to go figure it out. It's a game with them. It's all magic. Anyways, everybody, ask his brother. I hope his brother comes to the panel one day and will tell you all the things he figured out, and then probably talk to other Tool fans. Yeah, that's true. And then went to the website. Oh, yeah. It's I mean, the guy calls the picture the net of being. He calls it that. The picture is based on 3. The picture that you see as a face is really 3 faces. It's 3 faces, and the middle one has a 3rd eye, and it's just echoing to make it look like a tunnel. Anyway, I'm gonna stop right here. Let me go look at the donations, everybody. I'm gonna end up doing another tool class.
VRI's brother might send the part 2.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Like Regal in the Matrix.
Yeah.
I could do several parts because they've actually made it very easy for me because they're not a malevolent. They're not like you said. Usually when you see people break down the music, it's all on the like Illuminati hidden symbols. But Tool isn't like that. They're actually about the raising of the consciousness, and they're saying, look for this, here is this, and it's right up my alley. It's so beautiful because they are 100% for it. 100% for it. It'd be interesting if they saw this class. Yeah, be the guy downstairs in the concert that breaks it all down before we do a song. Do a podcast. I don't know. Wow. There's so much more that I haven't said. I started getting excited about it, and I was like, I'm getting too excited. I got it. My lady's saying this time, I gotta stop. I was like, I've never been so excited about heavy metal in my life. Okay, everybody, so here we go. We're gonna go through the beautiful donations. Annie Pata, I don't know if he fell asleep or knocked out.
Saba, how do you unplug when you get into that zone?
How do you describe unplug? You mean
like how do you snap out of that zone to where you gotta stop? Like, I gotta relax. Like I'm in deep on this one.
I write the end of the class before I begin. I write the end of the class first. That means I can stop at any time. The end of the class is first, and therefore, I also look at the pages. I know when I'm at 1.5 page, I know that it's over an hour because I mathematically calculate the fonts. If I told you what I go through to put this together, I calculate the fonts are a certain number, and I have to pick somewhere between the numbers 11 fonts, and that 11 font I have to match the pictures that have to be the same size as the 11 font, and I know if I stay at that size, once I get down to the end of the box, that will be exactly over an hour. So if I'm at the quarter of the box, that's an hour and 20 minutes. A box and a quarter if I stay at exactly 11 font. And then I can say, oh, an hour and 30. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Oh, how am I going to end this? Oh, I wrote the end first. I can stop now. It's if I didn't have my life I have, I would be crazy. This would drive somebody crazy. Because I'm doing this and I'm not even into Tool. I'm teaching. I taught this class like I was a Tool fan. I was excited like his brother was. I never listened to a Tool song. It's oh my goodness, man. Thank you for asking that question though. But here we go. Here we go. And I may be a Tool fan if I get. I'm a Tool fan of the lyrics that you read. I can't understand a word. I don't know what they're talking about in the song, but in the lyrics, I'm a Tool fan. They're deep. Fibonacci sequence, no rapper has done that yet. So, Tool over, what's the guy's name? Who does everybody say is the best looking? Biggie Small. Tool over Biggie Smalls right now. Okay, here we go. Let me, Biggie Smalls talking about raping children. Here we go. All right, shout out to, the brother right here who was on the screen earlier, Annie Pata Tehuti. Give him some big noise. He dropped, a tip for the Tool, 4242. Could you read that for me, Primordial, please?
Yes, it says for Tehuti, And Neferkeperet, the eye is a tool.
Give us some big noise. Is the Tep still here? Because I don't see the screen. I don't know if he's here. Can you hear me? Okay, there we go. Oh boy. Wonderful. Thank you. 4242. Oh, I like the number 4242. There we go. 4242, which is the 6x7 convergence into one. Shout out to you, my good brother. Do you have a favorite number, Primordial, other than 9? Do you have any two-digit number that you like?
Yeah, I like 62.
Okay. Just remember that. We'll get to that one day. Okay, here we go. Shout out to the brother on the screen, Primordial Thought, who gave $20. What does it say there, Primordial?
It says tip for the tool answer to a great Saba Tehuti.
Give him some hand clap, my brother, a tip the father. Let me refresh the page. Where are the reciprocity tooltips for this answer? Let me refresh. I only see 2. Ox effect. Here he is. Okay, Ox effect. And of course, animate and 2. Of course, lovely. 2-hour answer. 60 people watched. Tip tool. Okay, next up on the reciprocity, who appreciated that answer, is the good brother who got named so in a dream, Ox effect. He may be in the chat. I don't know because I can't read the chat at the moment because of I'm saving my eye vision. But shout out to this brother right here, Ox effect. VRI, could you read that for me, please? I'm saving my vision.
Southern Eye of Heru Part 2. Fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji.
The eye. That's right. Let's go. Here we go. Thank you, Ox Effect. Appreciate you. Good brother. Thank you. All right. Robert E. Williams, of course, he's to go without saying. And let's see what where is everybody? Where's the good sister Harass did tonight? I don't see her tonight. Tip tool. Okay, let me see. But I really did this for you, VRI, but so tool sneak learning. Tool's gonna have Shashet on the next album. You see the conversion of the 6 and the 7. Oh my gosh, I gotta see what's happening. Who does watch this? I wonder. Who knows? I appreciate those who support. The next supporter on the roster is there he is. Robert Williams. Give him some big noise. And Primordial, read that for you, please.
Yes, from Robert E. Williams. It says $20, 72 cents to a Saba Tehuti. No one word answers here.
Appreciate you, good brother. Oh, Jeff, if you're listening, I see the carbon dating thing now. I'll put that in the file. I see it now. Okay. Here's a tip from this is a pretty new person. And this is Kiko Jones. Okay. Peace and love to Kiko Jones, who gave a tip. And Tef, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, it says from Kiko Jones, $8.20 for Tua Sacred Geometry.
Give him a hand clap. And okay, where are all the supporters tonight? What happened? Where's everybody? I see that all the consistence memorial. I see everybody, but where? Okay, who's this? Eric G, that's it. I see Gabriel Lopez typing something primordial. If that's something you think I should read it out there at the bottom, because I can't. I see a paragraph and I see a purple G, so I know that's her. Is that something? Well, I see a purple G.
I can't see the chat from here, so I gotta look on my
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'll put it on the screen. There it is.
Okay, it says I sent the donation as well. I've noticed that Cash App sometimes takes a long time for recipients to receive the money / notification.
Oh, you know what? Thank you, Gabriella, for mentioning that. Hold on, TT and Moon, if you're listening, I'm gonna put a message on. Sometimes PayPal. Anyone who sends a PayPal, you haven't seen me read it in the last 2 hours or so, let me know. Greetings, TT. Check a look at the PayPals. Okay, here we go. So the next, Eric G, that's it, I think. Eric G, that's it. He gave what he always gives. He gives a $3.33. Eric G, that's it. If you're in the room, thank you, Eric G, that's it. I spent okay, Anu and Antu with their consistent support tip for every answer, sometimes before I even answer it. And okay, where are the
So there's something about this this beat that got a frequency to it. Keeps you up.
Well, that's good. I didn't change it. Usually I change back to the regular podcast music, but yeah, I'm gonna keep this one going. If it keeps you up, I don't want any of you falling asleep. So it does. A lot of people watching this on the panel. A lot of you are moving to this beat. I played a lot of beats in the podcast, but this one here, I see people dancing, shaking their head. Something about this here is just hypnotic. Okay, shout out to Anu and Antu, $22. It says, Tool breakdown and build up. Tua, Murray, or Saba. I can read that one. Give them some big noise, please. Big noise. Okay, and oh, just as what's with that? That's 22. Okay, just as Gabriella mentioned it. Here she is. There she is, right here. Boom. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez. Could you read that for me, Primordial, please?
Yes, it's $22.22. The benefits gained from your classes. Looks like a blue heart on that one.
Let me see. Oh, it's purple. Oh, the blue heart. Yes. Gabriella's changing up the colors. I don't know that. Good eye, Primer. I didn't even notice that. Gabriella is changing up the colors. Always a purple heart. This one's a blue one. Maybe there's some hidden meaning in it. Let me ask Tool. Okay, give her some big noise. 2222. Give her some big noise, please. Shout out to this good brother here who came back. He had disappeared for a while. I was a little worried and just wondering when people disappear sometimes. You never know if it's something good or bad that happens to them. This brother was very consistent for a long time and disappeared. And he's actually reappeared. And I want to let him know that I appreciate and realize that he's added $3. It used to be always 25. He's added 3, so I acknowledge that. So shout out to you, good brother. And it says, I can read that one, for support. Give me some big noise, please. Big noise.
Sabi would always pop up and be the last donator magically every week. It's awesome.
Yeah, him and what's that? Say last thing?
I say it was awesome.
Yeah, him and remember Raphael Gary? Those two would pop up at the very end.
Yes, yep, definitely.
Raphael Gary, I'm not, who knows what it is, but shout out to him. This whole brother was safe and come back and support. Because I know the people that, what's interesting at TEF is that the people that supported this in the beginning that I don't see, like Zep Tepi Slim, HEQAT Kekara, Raphael Gary, and this whole bunch of people, I know they're still supporting the other things that they did before the podcast. All the things that they're spending on is still going on. And that person doesn't have to impress them. Wherever they're taking their children out, whatever spaghetti, whatever it is they're doing, they're still doing that thing. But for some reason, something clicks. And they're like, "We're not supporting the podcast anymore." Pass me that hot dog relish. All right, so they're not upset at the hot dog guy. I don't know. I guess
I'm curious how. Because once you come into knowledge like this, Saba, in the class like this, I'm curious of people's story of what makes them kind of drift away. That's interesting to me.
Yeah, it's a miracle that they're held that long because it's hard to hold the attention of people when it comes to building something productive. And that's why you've been in longer conversations that have been arguments, more intense, than you've been in a positive conversation on a topic. You seem to, people are drawn to the destructive side. Arguments last longer than somebody, we're never yelling at somebody for an hour of how good they are. You're the greatest, Primordial. You're the best, man. Don't say nothing. Shut up. You're the best. You're the greatest. When's the last time you got into an argument with one of your loved ones and they were yelling at you how great you were? And you're like, no, I disagree. I'm not the best. Yeah, you are. You're the greatest, man. You did the best ever. Nah, man, I'm not the best. You're the best. A compliment rap battle. The arguments seem to be longer than than saying the good things to each other back and forth. So after a while, when you're in this podcast, it starts to hit you that this is actually a real thing. This is a culture. This is something that's actually consistent. This isn't something that's just exciting. When I walk up to people and do magic, it's exciting to people right there. And they will literally stay with me in a car, on the bus. They'll walk with me the whole day. And then they'll realize, wait a minute, you do this every day? And then they'll go back to what they were doing before, because we're captive, we're prisoners of the moment for short periods of time. As opposed to the animals do the same thing over and over again. Ancient Kemetic people, the same thing over and over again. Aztecs, over and over and over again. Eskimos, over and over and over again. It's one of the reasons why we can name a culture, but in America, you can't name one. So imagine archaeologists coming back 1,000 years from now. What's the United States spiritual culture system called? When you go back to the Aztecs, they have one that you can see, study. It's in the stone. It's written. It's there on the temples. When you go back to Kemet, the Sumerians, everybody have the Anunnaki, the NETERU. It doesn't matter how many thousands of years you go, there's a consistent thing. What's like the culture of New York?
Saba, we've been shaped and molded in variety.
Yeah,
being birthed here, and it's and that is challenging to go back to your original self, and like you said, just like the animals, do what is your original self, like to be disciplined in that. And yeah, you're absolutely correct.
Sab, I love it when you drop those types of gems like that. Like that's a class right there. that in itself. What's the culture in New York? Like that, just stuff like that. I'm never going back. I could never go back to that life. And I don't care to even know what makes someone revert back to or whatever it is they revert back to. But for me, the truth is that's all I want. That's the only frequency I want to be in, my art, and that's just it. I just want to continue to grow and rise and raise my consciousness, and that's it. I just want to be the best. So, and I know it's a process and it takes steps. So I'm never going back to the life that I used to live. I'll continue to be reborn every day. So to you, Great Saba.
That's a beautiful thing. And if somebody were to leave the House of ATTON or the Podclass or leave this, and they actually went out and were doing something better, I could have some type of respect for it. Say, oh yeah, well, I left that, but here's what I'm doing with this movement. Here's what I'm doing with this group. But nobody that leaves is doing anything. They don't go to a better teacher. I don't know what. And that's because it's easy to just eat hot dogs and go to the carnival and wear an unk. When you're around people and you got the unk on, you're in the hot dogs, the carnival, you're the wisest person there. That's the easy life. My NETERUs have a bunch of ladies that they teach, that they talk to and do events with. None of them are in the Podclass. That's because when I come around, all the foolishness stops. There's no astrology with me. There's no bending with me. There's no a little bit of undiscipline here with me. It's the same thing. I don't change from Tehuti to Mark Ruffles on a Wednesday. I'm Tehuti Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and it is very difficult. It is very difficult, Kodak Black will always get more women than me. Okay, here we go. We're going to go to the beautiful Lisa. Kodak Black will always get more fans in the podcast because you just have to, as long as and you're, that's what you like, you know. That's what everybody tends to, you know. But not with me. I remember one young lady broke up with me years ago. She said, "I'm not evil enough." She said we were getting to know each other, and I'm who I am, and she was amazed at the magic, the knowledge, and she just said to me one day that she said, "You're not going to lie to me." She said, "I'm going to end up abusing you. You're not going to lie to me. You're not going to go on and cheat. You're not going to try to be a little devious with the money. You don't have any evil that you don't have any of that stuff. We can't continue." I've been broken up with not being evil enough. Shout out to you. Okay, here we go. We're gonna give a shout out to one of the greatest supporters, Lisa, the real Lisa, not Lisa of the Cult Jam, but the real Lisa. Okay, here we go. We're going to where does it go? Here we go. Give her some big, massive noise. Big noise. She actually gave $50 for eye care because I talked about the situation. I have to pay cash when I go to the eye doctor. I don't have any Medi-Cal thing. It says, for eye care, Sasha and Lisa. Lisa, if you're listening, you are, I don't know if you're listening, Lisa, because I can't read the chat. I don't know what's going on in the chat, but if you're listening, you are loyal in many ways. And congratulations to the upcoming baby. And I hope that everything is smooth because you are loyal. Every time I see these donations, your loyalty is incredible. Shout out to you, and I think it's incredible. So shout out to you, peace and love to you, and keep advancing. You're gonna end up being a supreme being. Keep advancing. Shout out to you. Shout out to this good brother here. Oh, this is the question. Okay, this is the question. Shout out to Big Ed Legion. I'm just seeing this now. You did say that you sent something from a question from You're not evil enough.
So that's wild. That's wild. I've never heard nothing like that before.
Absolutely, my good brother. I had a sister. I had a sister met me. I'm dropping a little bit of information on her. She's impressed. We're just talking a little bit, and she's taking me up to her apartment, up to her room, showing me different things in her room, and then she stops me. She said, "I can't do this to you." I said, "What's happening?" She said, "You're not somebody I can't just sleep with you or something. I can't do this to you. I can't." She said, "You're like a King Solomon or somebody that has to be married. I can't do this." And I wasn't doing anything. I'm just walking. And she's taught me because she knew her intention. I said, "I wasn't even doing anything." She said, "Yeah, I just know that you just deserve to be married." So there's something in people where they know that they don't. There's a strictness that comes with myself. It doesn't change. I'm not schizophrenic. I am who I always am, and that's how the animals are, and that's how creatures in nature and wildlife. A ladybug is always a ladybug. So discipline, family. Isfet does not mean evil. Isfet means chaos, and chaos means something that is ever changing. When you say you're going to do something, when you say you're doing something and you do it, you continue to do the thing because that is what you are. And it's not like that in these societies today, and that's why everybody's everywhere. I'm trying to get everything unified where everybody is moving in a particular direction, becoming the best netter that they can be, like we were prior to the Matrix. It's very difficult, but I know it can be done for a few. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Be Get Leisure. I keep pausing and dropping all these little mini jewels in the middle of the donation, but here we go. Shout out to Be Get Leisure. Primordial always gets that out of me, but shout out to Be Get Leisure, $25. I can read this one, I think. Friend Hotep Saba, in one of your previous Medu classes, you said women paid the family. Let's say women paid the family dowry in KEMET instead of a man, but in the Matrix, the man gives dowry. Can we explain why the Matrix changed that energy? Interesting question. I look forward to getting to this one.
Some of the synchronicity in that one, because I was just about to send you the Medu class number 25 when you spoke about dowry. So, matter of fact, let me send that now. So be prepared for that. I want to be prepared for that breakdown.
Oh, okay, wonderful. That's a good one. I'm glad people are watching the remembering the old things that I say and sending in questions about sending questions for more elaboration. That's great. Thank you all. That is that's dedication. That means you're not just watching the class and for entertainment, passing it by and moving on to the next. You're actually studying these classes. Here's a brother right here who always consistently assists me in my eye care. Anytime he finds out that something is happening with my eye situation, he jumps in and immediately sends a support donation. And it's happened again right here. And this one is Nook Panuk Panuk Panuk. Oh, I don't think it's on the screen yet. We gave noise for Be Get Leisure already, right? Okay. And Panuk Panuk says 2172 Saba eye checkup donation. Thank you. Thanks. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Appreciate that support. Thank you, Big Ed Leisure. Appreciate your great support. Here's Lisa again. How much has Lisa? How many donations? Or is this just the second one? Shout out to Lisa. This one doesn't say anything, but that's okay. She doesn't need to say anything. Lisa does not need to say anything at all. Shout out to you. So here we go, Lisa. If you're in the chat, to you, I don't know because I can't read what's in the chat because I need my eyes to relax. So if you're in the chat, shout out to you, peace and love. And here goes Lisa, right here with her great support. Give her some big noise and just $50. Give her some transformer noise. Give her something good. Hold on. Okay. Here's all the donations going. Here we go. There we go. The donations are starting to come in now. What does this say? This is a spear to a Pep's neck. Nook Nook always has a little message. Okay, this one here is Nook Nook. We're gonna give him some noise because he's donated over $20. It says Hanu Saba Netzer Tehuti spear to a Pep's neck. Ma'ad, give him a hand clap, please. Oh, anonymous. Only stop here. Broadcast master teacher.
Saba VRI pulled a all-nighter with you.
What time is it over there?
It's currently 7:56 in the morning.
Oh my goodness. Ooh wee! I thought a Tef was.
Yeah,
I thought a Tef was struggling.
2:56 over here.
By 7 in the morning, a Tef will finally be sleeping. You never even went to bed yet. Oh my goodness!
People do what's important to them, Saba.
Yeah. Yes. Shout out to Octafek. I'm going to be setting Metadata classes out tomorrow. So shout out to Big Vapes and Octafek. I see your Metadata class donations here. So I'm going to send them out tomorrow. I can't. I got to can't use my eyes for all that scrolling right now. I don't think Scribe is here. Madu. Susan. So we're going to give a shout out, then I'm going to step away for just a moment after this. I'll be right back. This is Octafek. Shout out to his good brother. Supportive brother in every form of fashion. Give him some big noise. Men in their classes 19 and 20. Give him some big noise. Okay, brothers, I'm going to step away for just a quick moment. Talk about what you thought of the answer. Talk to the audience about support. I'm going to step away for just a couple of minutes, and I'll be right back. Peace and love, just for a minute.
Hotep, great people in the chat. Thank you for the support. I'm thanking you for our great Saba, because it's your support that keeps this going. And I truly appreciate all the support. My family truly appreciates the support, because this is the type of information we need. We definitely don't need all the arguing and bickering and destroying and tearing each other down. This is a place where we build, and we're building, and the proof is evident. House of ATTON, come join us. I don't understand primordial thought, how people go back and leave this, leave the knowledge, you leave the truth. It's not even a consideration for me. It's just not. I've been in a pod class in other countries, traveling in other countries, trying to coordinate the time just so that I could be available, because that's how important the truth is to me. So the truth is very important to me and my family. Once I realized that everything was a lie, when you look around and you see that everything is fake and phony, and it's a lie, and it's done to confuse us and keep us in a state of confusion and isfet. And once I was able to connect with this frequency, there's no place that I would rather be. I would always rather the truth than the lie. I've always been that way. And it took me a while to get to this point. And I put in so much work on myself, just building myself up and just trying to be great and just fighting battle after battle. just to get here. And I'm so grateful to be here because I know where I was. I know where I was at before this. So when you guys look at yourself, when you look in the mirror and you look back and you see what was going on prior to this, it's very easy to make the decision. You know, it's Ma'at. That's it. The foundation is Ma'at. Once SABA taught us that and showed us that, there's no going back. I hear people say things on the internet and I just don't understand it. There's no way you can't look at our people. And when I say our people, I just mean everybody. When you look around and you see how upside down and confused everybody is, you know, it's certain truths that SABA reveals, and it hits, and it brings me to tears because it hits so hard. The truth hits my Eve so hard, and it shatters everything that I thought I knew. And I'm grateful for it. I truly am. I can't thank my SABA enough for this truth and this wisdom. And I'm truly, truly, truly thankful for the ancestors. I'm truly thankful for what they did in preserving this knowledge and writing it in on papyruses and on stone, and you know, just leaving it for us to study. Like SABA said, the culture. When they look back to study what's the culture of New York, or what's the culture of America, or whatever country you're in, it's just the matrix is all over. So, you know, like, subscribe, and comment. You know, show your support. There's, you know, wherever you at, like I always say, put the boat in the water where you at. So wherever you're at, and I see where I see the donations and the things that people do, and you know, it's an energy thing. That's what you have to understand. That it's an energy thing. It's a reciprocity thing. SABA was talking about reciprocity. I'm so conscious of that now. I attempt to be, even when I'm eating, like when I eat bananas and just when I eat fruit and stuff, I don't throw it in the trash if I don't have to. Because I'm conscious of the reciprocity, and it made me more conscious of my environment. So now I'm surrounded with house plants and just plants, and you know, even them I give my reciprocity to, you know, because I'm grateful for the oxygen and they purify the air around me, just everything, just being grateful, just in general. You know, I have a lot going on, as a very, very challenging time that I'm going through right now, but I know that it's building me up and it's making me better. And I spoke on it earlier. It's because of SABA and the wisdom and the knowledge and knowing that I have a great teacher that gives me the confidence to continue to move forward. And you would never know. You would never know what I'm going through, what my family is going through right now, because I choose to focus on the positive and not the negative. And it's a choice that I have, and it's a choice that we all have, because I want to be better, and I know that whatever is going on is happening for me, not to me. And I'm growing. I'm constantly growing. When I look now, I'm not growing. I'm growing. I'm getting better. I'm getting stronger. So Hinu and Tua to you, Grace SABA. Welcome back.
And Tua, to you, thank you for your adoration in here. A lot of it's like came and sat down, but I know that it was I know a lot of it had to do with your life changing and being appreciating, and even appreciating. Did you say you gave reciprocity to plants? Did I hear that right?
Yes, I'm conscious of that. Like when you said, you know, how we eat an apple and throw the seeds away now. You know, just being conscious of that. You know, and understanding just our environment. You know, I try to be very conscious of everything. I'm trying to be better. I am being better. I'm growing, and I am. So, you know, and I understand that. So I give reciprocity even to my plants, and consciously, you know, it's a conscious thing. So Tua.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, that's the mind state. That's the mind state of someone. That's the mind state of a NETERU. And that's what gave reciprocity and appreciation to the plant life in every form that was every form and everything that was around them was valued and appreciated. And now in this internet microwave world, it's much nothing much is appreciated. You get things fast food, fast Google, fast women, fast men, and I'm glad you appreciate everything around you, because it can be gone. And what you think you may be going through, which you are, everybody is going through something. Every single time I appear to be going through something, I drive somewhere with my NETerts. I'm with them. I'm usually not the driver. I don't drive. I can't drive. I need an army tank. So, but I drive somewhere with my I can't deal with the matrix. I can't be blowing everybody. I can't deal with it. So but when they drive me around or I'm being driven, I always point to the homeless person or the person that's talking to the molecules, the person that's just screaming at the air, and I say that could be me, and that's going through something. That person there that's screaming, oh no, it was not, and they've lost their mind, and even if you gave them $500,000, it wouldn't help them. If you gave them the perm HERU, it wouldn't help them because they're lost, and that's going through something.
I agree.
And as long as I think that, I'm always there. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So here we go, everybody. Who? Oh, we have Johan Billadou. Who was the last person we do? Oxifed. Johan Billadou. Shout out to you, good brother. Oh, men in the class. Johan Billadou. These will go out. These will go out sometime tomorrow. If you're listening, I can't look at the. Can't look at the classes tonight. I have to relax my eyesight. Medu to be sent. Yeah, I can't go through Medu tonight. They will go out tomorrow, like how it used to be before I started sending them out live. So here we go. We're gonna give a shout out to this wonderful brother right here who looks like me when I was 19. His name is Johan Billadou. Give him some hand clap. Johan Billadou. That's pretty good. And now we're at ATTEF because I'm actually going downwards. This means that ATTEF sent this extremely early. I think this came before the podcast started or something. This is way at the bottom. 34. When did this come? Oh, 4:30. Okay. Shout out to the good brother ATTEF. This is a donation that I truly appreciate. I don't care if ATTEF becomes a millionaire. I don't care if ATTEF donates 1,000 a podcast. I always want to see this one. This is a special thing between me and him. This started him off. This is something that brings back memories. So shout out to you, ATTEF 777. We're going to give you a clap because you have one falling right back behind. Okay, also, ATTEF is right here again. I knew it's always back to back, so it's always back to back. ATTEF supports consistently. He doesn't even send any questions because every question is his question, so he just sends in consistent support ever since from the very first time I started the podcast. And here he is again, back to back. And he's the first one, I believe, to add the actual meta-glyphs to the bottom of the donation. Give him some big noise. $20.72. Wonderful. And I want to give a shout out to a sister that I don't see in the class. And the only reason I don't think I see her in the class because usually when she's in the class, she's on the panel. I don't know if she's in the class texting or typing, but usually she's on the panel. So we're going to give a special shout out and special positive energy to Minty Hotep if she's not in the class today. Minty Hotep, stay strong, achieve what you need to achieve. And usually when Minty Hotep doesn't come to the class, she'll send me a text or something. I don't know if I received that, and I haven't seen her on the panel. So whatever it is that's happening with you, stay strong and keep in touch as usual. Keep me posted and updated. Shout out to Minty Hotep, who's been in the pod class since before I had a pod class. Been with me since Kila Priest, and she's someone that I know from 11 years ago. Minty Hotep was coming to see me 11 years ago. Before she even knew that she was coming to see my magic performances, and I would drop information on her father before he passed 11 years ago. So shout out, respect to Minty Hotep, if you're listening.
Never everything
Hey.
is beautiful.
That's awesome. That's I like that. Okay. Shout out to Minty. She's here even when she's not here. Okay. And what is this? Pay rent. Okay. What? Oh, Antu, I see your question now. Hopefully something came up of this because the last one empty. So okay, shout out to now it's starting to pick up even more. Very good at family. Really? Wait, where? Oh, okay. 6. Okay. All right. Shout out to this brother right here. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take his name off it because he wants to be anonymous. So I'm gonna we're gonna give some humongous noise to I believe this is the biggest Lisa, one of the biggest donations of the night. He wants to remain anonymous. I'm just gonna put the big donation and then I'm gonna read what he says. Or I'll put what he says on the screen, somebody else can read it. Give him some big noise here. $90 support. Give him some monster noise, monster noise. Monster noise, shout out to you. Appreciate you, good anonymous person, and the message that was sent. Whose was that? Is that Rock?
Ain't nobody really want no smoke.
That's been cool.
Oh, okay.
Tiger Woods, you could have moved your left foot a little bit, 2 inches to the right, and if you just moved the little golf head about a 5.5 centimeters, you would have had a perfect hit. You would have Tiger Woods. Just give the guy the golf club, please.
Okay, shout out to that person right there, and shout out to this is the anonymous person that just gave the $90. Says anonymous support to SABA, to everybody on the panel. Thank you for the support, knowledge, and the vibe. Hotep. Appreciate you. Okay, now that I'm scrolling down, I see a few more. No, that's Primordial thought. Oh, Primordial had a question change. What does it say? I'm gonna Primordial read it. Okay, Primordial, opening up your question change, and you can read that to us. Let me see your eyesight. And this is to replace the NETERU feast. Primordial. Oh my, that's a Primordial. Replace. I don't know what this is. Okay, Primordial, I'm going to put this in the chat. So Primordial put 9 cents a donation. I think it was $25 or $30, something like that. And he was on a NETERU question, NETERU feast, and I told him he can change it. And he did so, and I'm just seeing this message now. He changed it to this right here. Primordial Thought, go ahead and read that to us, please. Good, great brother.
Okay, it says, Hotep, great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Hope all is well with you and your family. My question is, did the NETERU teach on what they call circadian rhythm? Tua for your divine time. Great Saba, may Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May you rise and come forth as conscious light like the divine Ra, who rises and shine forevermore. Ma'at. Hotep, great Saba.
Hotep, what a question, what a question. Thank you for that question. I appreciate that. That's an interesting. The NETERU teach on circadian rhythm. Okay, that's a great question. Let me call Tool. Hold on. Tool has all the answers from now on. Okay. All right. So who's next here? Let me scroll back. Let me refresh the page. I know there was some new donations given since I did the class, that last class. Let me reload it and see if there's new support given since I did the tool class. And I do see good brother Owen Hythe. I can always depend on this brother here. It doesn't matter if I even see his support or not, if I see it the next day, or I always know that at some time he's always going to give the support. He's truly a man of his word, honorable, and he if he doesn't support on a particular day or whatnot, he will actually give a date for the one that he missed. Then I may even forget about it. It'll just be a date. And so shout out to this brother right here. Very very responsible and very consistent brother right here. His name is Owen Hythe. He's been here since the beginning. And what does it say there, Seth, please, my good brother?
It says 2772 for supporting the master teacher.
Good brother, Owen Hythe. Peace and respect to you, good brother. 2772 a palindrome, and peace to you. One day, Owen Hythe, I invited Owen Hythe to feel free to come to the panel and discuss a particular topic. But Owen Hythe, you can just come to the panel, even if it's not that topic. Just come to the panel, and you're always welcome. You're a consistent supporter. You can just come to the panel and say peace, respect, and that's fine because you're there. You're just there from the beginning. Shout out to you. Okay. Oh, look who's back, my good brother Bijan Pharaoh, who was in the chat earlier, but I couldn't not read it. But I did see the word Bijan in there, and it's another brother here. I have a very interesting relationship with his brother. He's like a distant younger brother of mine, and we had a beautiful one-on-one that literally changed his life perspective, and it was very touching seeing that change happen. It was very, very drastic. It was very personal, and ever since then he's been just been super consistent. There was a time where he couldn't even donate. This is Bijan Pharaoh. I see the $50 and VRI. Could you read that for me, good brother?
It says $50 for support and love. What you've done for me, Hotep Saba.
Peace to you too. Give him some huge noise. Big noise.
I don't play with pseudo.
Oh man, why do I like Unquest's voice? He's horrible, but his voice is just, I like his voice. I like his voice. If he was with the knowledge, if he was with the truth, he'd be a great voice speaker. Very strong. I don't play with pseudo like it's a song or something. I don't know. Strong melanin voice, but he's fed it up to the neck. Oh my gosh. Okay, here's a great brother right here, Primordial, who I look forward to seeing. At the Pathways of the Awakening. I'm gonna put him on here now. Wait a minute. Okay, Primordial. Oh, this is toward Bijan Bigad Leisure's question. I see it now. For Bigad's question. Support. That's true.
Yeah, yes, but hopefully I can receive my Ren, possibly my first snake at the Pathways of Awakening. I first joined the panel on May 5th, 2023. That was my first time when I showed up.
March, April. Oh, next month is a year, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. Absolutely, I look forward to seeing you because I want to see your I also want to see your physical results.
Most definitely.
I want to see you do the Hulk Hogan Incredible Hulk shirt rip, veins popping out. I want to see the transformation. So peace and respect to you, and definitely we have a lot of time. It's March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. 7 months, everybody. You have to contact me and set up to get your Ren. And it'll be a beautiful day. It's gonna be very touching. It's gonna be like the inner circle form of the seats. And on everybody's Ren, I'll be doing a little 10-minute class for you personally on your name. So you're getting a Ren in a 10-minute class or so. And the first brothers to get that in the pod class, it was very touching. I think everybody was crying. I was literally like 2 feet away from them. I was on the couch and they set up a chair right in front of me. So I'm like looking directly at you, talking about your name, and everybody was in tears. It was the most touching naming giving event I've ever done. So I want to create that same close environment, and it's going to be a beautiful thing. Don't be afraid when you if you feel emotional when you're getting your name or anything. Be just open with whatever that emotion is, because a part of that is the reason why I give the name in the first place, especially to a Tef. He got his little code. He got a lot of codes. He got a lot of he got a lot of code, and the excellence one was just excellence and Sekhmet and everything was like in sequence. A Tef got a magical name. I don't know. He didn't even tell me some of these things. It was beautiful though. So.
Saba, I truly understand. This is why I never asked for a name breakdown, because you break it down so often. I pick it up, little parts, and I'm so grateful. And yes, it was super emotional. I still get emotional when I have these realizations that how you did that. I don't know. Like yes. Oh man, yes. definitely look forward to that. And I just have a quick question. Did Black Alucard get his name? I know he was due. It was supposed to be soon, or is that going to be at the Pathways as well?
All names will be at the Pathways. So Black Alucard was supposed to come here between January and February, but basically that was right in the time where I was in this evacuation situation, and it's still going on right now. I'm still evacuating, re-evacuating. So several people that wanted to come see me in person and do an in-person one-on-one or a naming, people that were going to drive up from another state to come see me and spend time with me, all that has been on pause since November. So Black Alucard couldn't come. There was nowhere for anybody to sit in the midst of this asbestos situation. So it'll be in the Pathways.
Yes, and Tua for my name, because it's still things that are being revealed to me about my Ren. Just it's like almost it's never ending. Like I just have real quick. I was just talking to my son. My son's name is Raekwon, and we were talking about Ray, and then it hit me. Oh, Tua Saba, Tua.
And you got a class on the Ma'at, 2 classes on the Ma'at part tonight. Ma'at,
yeah,
2 classes.
A lot of the stuff goes over my head, and then when I go back and I listen and I put it together, and the synchronicity, yeah, it's pure HEQAT, it's pure magic. It's primordial thought. You just wait, great brother. It's pure magic.
No, I believe it. That's why I'm very patient with it. I even want Saba to choose my first serpent, and and I don't know. I feel like Saba's a master teacher, man. So Saba, whatever you direct, that's the direction we going. Whatever you choose, that's what we rocking with.
Appreciate that. And Tef, I was gonna say one thing. What was I gonna say to you? It'll come back to me. I was gonna say something to you about. Oh, the other magical thing was when Tef wanted to do one-on-one with me because he wanted to get to the next level of like the magical type practices. He ended up doing the one-on-one, and then boom, right after that, he got a whole NETERU class ended up being a whole season of magical classes. He didn't even need to do the one-on-ones anymore. He started getting all the rituals. Tef got a lot of magical synchronicities with the Tef. That was incredible because you wanted to know the practice, and then boom, every class would end up being a practice. And the Tef, oh man, shout out to you, good brother. Tef, magic.
To a great Saba. Yeah, you can't make this up. This is what I said. There's no way I could go back to before. It's no way. It's just no. This is it's forward from here. Resi.
Thank you, good brother. Resi. All right, we're gonna give a shout out to Primordial, who I don't think I put it on the screen yet. Did I? Oh yeah, Primordial. This is for when I answer Begad Leisure's question, right? Or do you want the class?
No, I want the class, Saba, because I know that's what he's talking about. So that's definitely I need to watch that class. Ani told me about it first, and I was like, yeah, I need that class.
Okay, you want me to send you the NETERU class 25? Okay, let me rename this. Okay, let me fix this here. I got a few NETERU class to send out. Hopefully tomorrow. So this is for oh my goodness, it's 12:30. Here we go. Medu to send. Okay. I'll give a hand clap to Primordial for requesting NETERU class number 25. Oh, what's this? Okay. And here we are with Big Vapes, who another consistent brother who every single he used to give $5 of every single pod class as a consistent donation, and then the consistency turned into him ordering a Magnetic class every single pod class, which is even better. 41, Medu to send class 46. Okay, wonderful. We're going to put that on the screen right here for the good brother, the consistent brother. Give him some noise, please. Give him some noise. His name is Big Vapes. He ordered the class as he ordered. Wonderful, wonderful. For those who are wondering what's going on, I used to do MetaNetter classes every Monday. They evolved into Medu Magic classes, where this is the only class that this is the only class where I answer how-tos and magical questions. And so you can order them. They're 3 hours long, and there's 65 of them. If you don't have you need all of them. Everybody order all of them. Just contact me through that email and order them. These are the type of classes that I don't teach here at the pod class. Speaking of which, the brother Rafael Ortiz asked a question about magnetism, using magnetism for wealth and KEMET. I may just send you you send another donation which didn't get fulfilled because of a little bit of confusion, but I may just send you a MetaNetter magic class that actually shows you the practice of attracting things that you want. People, I don't like to say wealth because, like the Tef says, we have a problem today defining ourselves without the European definition. And that's the same with wealth too. When we think of wealth, it's always the same definition, and that's not the definition of wealth along the Nile Valley. So, Rafael Ortiz, if you're listening, I may forget a minute of class to send that to you, which would be a 3-hour class, and 2 hours of it is on the practice ritual. Okay, so anyone else? Let me refresh the page. Is that it for the night? Is that it? No, where's the anyone answer? Is that it? Let me refresh. Is everybody done? Is that all the donations for the night? Let me reload this and see. I wonder what happened to the brother Stranger. After I answered his question, I didn't hear from him. Shout out to Stranger. Hope you're safe out there. Peace and love. And Andrew,
we saw him on the pod class. We saw him on the last Sunday class.
Yeah, was that the question I answered for him?
For Stranger?
Yes.
Yeah, he showed up on the last Sunday. He was on the class, so it was good to see that he's still around.
Oh no, I mean after he showed up in the beginning of the class, and there was when I started answering his question, I didn't see him in the chat, and after I answered, I didn't hear from him. Usually I get a text from him but I didn't hear from him. So I hope, I don't know if even, at the end of the class, the people say, mind blowing or something. Maybe he felt it or something. But
yes, sir.
I never got a response. And he actually contacts me directly. So I'm glad you saw him, though. I did see him too in the beginning. Shout out to Stranger. He's a beautiful brother. Hey, here's a monster donation. Let me scroll back down. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did the monster donation go? We have one monster donation here that. Where did it go? Wait a minute. Not TS. Hi, doctor. Oh man. Where's Edison's donation? Where did it go? Right here? No, it is. in the molecule. Hold on, what's happening here? Support Sincere Austin. Let me. There's Anu and Antu. Huh. Well, here it is. Here it is, everybody. The highest donation of the night. As usual, the highest support to the Tehuti Podclass out of a 10 of the night is none other than the consistent Anu and Antu, who always come and blow the class away with the big supports, the monster supports. Let me go ahead and put them on the screen and give them some big noise. Peace and love to the people in the chat. Can't see what you're typing, but all interaction is good. I hope you're all learning. Give some huge major noise from Anu and Antu. Huge major noise to Anu and Antu. $155. And could you read that primordial thought 9?
Yes, it says HERU SABA, victorious in peace, worshipped upon earth.
Give them some big transformer every.
You don't want to take over. That is all distraction. Well, you don't learn.
Whoa! Whoa! 155. North donating right here. To the Anu and
But you've mastered the earth. You've mastered the shape of the earth, but you look like the shape of the Michelin Man.
Oh man!
Atef got all your sound bites, Saba. You. AI got you.
He has me.
That's not no AI. That's the real Tehuti. That's the real Tehuti. It new to you, great Saba.
Thank you. That Tef has all my aggressive ones. All my.
They don't need to take off your head anymore and keep your voice, and it's crazy.
Can you believe that they took my head home? Oh boy! Whoa,
They don't want to do that part. That's the part they don't want to do because that part takes discipline. So they don't want to do that part.
Okay, I think that's it, everybody. Let me go ahead and put Okay. All right, I think that's it, everybody. We can the pod class I think has I think that is it. I'll refresh the page one last time to see if there's any last donations and support. And I think that is it from what I'm seeing right now. Someone may come tomorrow morning or later because I know it's different time. There's different time zones, different places. But for now, we can go ahead and close out the pod class. I'm gonna let everybody say a few words to close out, and then I'll just close it out. Starting with VRI, who looks like you look like the Annie on the papyrus behind you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for answering this question, and thank you for all the hard work and effort that you put in to maintain not only the podcast but yourself, and thank you for giving us a direction to follow, and thank you for healing all those crucial points that needed healing in my life, like specifically to do with basic maths and basic astronomy and those things that we should be taught. I can't thank you enough for that. You've literally, you've given what my childhood should have had.
Beautiful, brother. Wow, that's beautiful, beautiful. And I put this question to you. I kept saying, I must like this young man. I must like, that's my driving force. I must like this young man. I added more. So thank you for your appreciation. And also because you kept sending me emails of appreciation. That was a little thing that was giving you the extra. That was giving the extra information because I kept getting emails of, thank you, another one, thank you. Just wanted to say thank you. I was like, okay, he's gonna get one more line for that one, 2 more lines. Okay, and next thing you know, you got a 2-hour class. So shout out to you, good brother, and your appreciation is greatly appreciated. And thank you for sending the email too about one of your family members thinking that you're in a cult. One of the biggest compliments and something that I actually strive for. And I told men in the church, one of the biggest compliments that I strive for is to gather multiple people that are calling what I'm doing a cult. It's one of the greatest compliments. So I'm just gathering all those names. It's a great achievement. So shout out to those that actually are using that word, because it's not a word that it's not a regular so-called insult, and it actually represents something that I'm striving for. So shout out to those who say the House of Attend is a cult, and peace and love to you. So thank you, VRI, and shout out to that person that said this is a cult. Okay, and
just like to say, one more.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's say thank you for the diet plan. I've been following it as close as I can with what I have and what I've been able to purchase. I'm still waiting on a few things, but with what I've been eating, it feels like this is what I'm supposed to be eating. It doesn't feel like I'm eating something. It feels like, oh wow, I actually feel amazing. I was expecting to eat that many meals and think, oh, I'm going to be bloated or full or no energy, but no, I feel exactly as I feel I should feel. So I can't thank you enough for providing me with that list of like life-saving foods.
Wonderful. Also, I wanted to talk to you real quick. If there's 4 milk thistles on the diet, go ahead and take 1 off. I may have put 4 on there, but that go ahead and take 1 of the milk thistles off. I was going to email you about that. And if you don't see the milligrams, contact me, because I may just have said milk thistle. There's a particular milligram, so contact me on that one. But I'm glad you appreciate it. Thank you. On to a tep, Rem, Kem, Mahat.
Hotep Henu, great Saba. It's a great class. Definitely looking forward to running this back. Thank you, VRI, for asking that question. Thank you to everyone who asked questions, because we all benefit and gain from this, and it's very beneficial, and it's very nutritious for our ka. To echo VRI's diet plan compliment, this is definitely food for our our thoughts. Like, this knowledge is nutritious, it's beneficial to us. So we can't get this nowhere else. We're not getting this nowhere else. So pay your support and reciprocity and support our great teacher, because this is not happening nowhere else. You're not getting this information nowhere else. The dots are not being connected in the way that they're being connected here. So shout out to our great master teacher, Saba. I can never thank you enough. I'm always a supporter in this life and in the next. And I'm definitely working on my family and just gathering the people. So shout out to everyone that supports, and come join us. House of ATTON, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of NETERU. Back to the source. We the original Axemen.
Was that in a podcast? Or is that a song you made? That sounds very strong.
I made the Saba. You know what? I walk around my job just teaching now. Just everything I say is I just try to do my best. So it's so this one young man, he asked me, he said, I want you to rap. I want you to rap for me. Like, it's a young man I've introduced to the podcast, and I just give them knowledge and, you know, everything that I learn and as best I can. And he said, man, you talk so positive, and I know that you used to rap, so I want you to rap for me on some beats. And I'm just like, I haven't done that in 30, 20 years. So, but I said to myself, I said, you know what, I'm going to take you up on a challenge, because I haven't been writing as much as I should. And I take that as a sign, and, you know, I'm gonna take him up on that offer. He helps me a lot with different things as far as technology and information and stuff. You know, and he said that only. I said, why me? I've never rapped before. You never heard me rap. He said, because everything you say is so positive and beneficial. He was like, and I know that you used to rap. I can hear it, and I want you to do that. I want to see what you do. So I was like, okay. I was grateful. So I'm like, okay. So we'll see, Great Saba.
And that's beautiful. And real quick, that soundbite, is that from a podcast, or you just said that to yourself and made a soundbite?
No, I did that. I made that myself.
Okay, yeah. It sounds like the beginning of a Wu-Tang song or something. It sounds very there's a war about to happen. Okay. Appreciate that, my good brother. Okay. And on to Brother Primordial Thought 9.
Peace, Great Saba.
Peace.
Once again, appreciate you. You always expanding the coup, and always learning something new. Too often just your rituals of however you're going to go get this knowledge. I have an idea, but it's phenomenal, and you haven't come up short not one time. So Tua to you, and hopefully you can build those who are devoted to this to be able to pull from that area that you're pulling from. So Tua to you, Great Saba. Tua to you, NETERU, for supporting your Dejed. I'm just grateful for just all that you do for me and my family. Tua to VRI, appreciate you, great brother, pulling that all-nighter. And the wonderful question that you asked. Peace and love to your siblings, man. And I pray they, I just hope that they come on and join you, man, because you literally leading by example. Tua to you, great Atef, Remkem Ma'at. Appreciate you, great brother. Just Tua for all that you do too, man. So, and shouts out to the house at 10. Peace and love to everybody. May Rock grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at. And may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra who rides and shine forevermore, Ma'at. Hotep, Great Saba.
That is beautiful and wonderful. Thank you for that. And I really like that. I really like the, I don't even know what to call it. The affirmation you say over and over again is really, really powerful. And it sounds like you translated it directly from one of the papyruses. So that's a beautiful thing. Thank you for that. And beautiful, brother. Beautiful. Okay. Everybody, we're going to end up with the affirmation of which Atef loves to do the affirmation. So I basically gave it to him about 99% of the time to do the affirmation. So here we go. Atef, go ahead and give us the affirmation, then I'll close out.
To a Great Saba. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki Ma'at. Un in S. Nintet Aset Ma'at. Min Hepapet Ma'at. Per in Hu Kiwi. Per Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards my being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let me take it off the screen. Excellent. Wonderful. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna go big screen and close it out. VRI, you were excellent. You pulled it all night. Get some rest today. Blow your brothers away. Press play. Press play and see what. I'm very curious to see what some diehard fans of Tool have to say about this. Let me hear all about it. Matef Rim, Kema'at, tell Shanti and the children peace and love if they were listening to any of this in the beginning and they fell asleep. Tell them I wish them the great. Oh, he kicked the snake kicked my screen off. Okay, there we go. Wish them a good sleep and rest, and to take care of you very well. Shout out to you. And Primordial Thought, same thing. Gabriella fell asleep. So I said, never with passion to get the greatest sleep possible. And she's absolutely wonderful she's in the chat, she's interacting, and she's just very explosive and very excited. And I'm very happy for you about that. It's very, very, very needed from when we first came on to now. Big relief and change, because I was a little worried. I was wondering, hold on, but she made a big explosion, and I know that was a great feeling to have your lady by your side, 100% in this, and that's beautiful. So shout out to her, and tell her to pass it on to the children.
To Grace, I appreciate you.
Okay, but I'm gonna go big screen and close it out because my eyes need rest. I'm gonna close it out. So peace and love, everybody, and let me go ahead and go big screen. Peace and love, family. I think that's all the donations and support for tonight. So I'll refresh it tomorrow morning and see if there's more. What happened? Shout out to you at Tepper on big screen. Here we go. Big screening it up. Soleo. Peace and love, beautiful people. And this class was an immortal class on the heavy metal band. Glad everybody appreciated it. I'm glad those who did appreciate it. The appreciation is shown forth through the Cash Apps and the PayPal, and through communicating your appreciation in the chat. This is a reciprocity system to keep me here for, what is it, 9 hours and 43 minutes, and to render my risk of my eyesight to answer these questions. I do appreciate those who support this phenomenon. Peace and love. This is a 10. This symbol is the eye. As you can see, the eye. The 3 lines coming down. Now he has blue eyes because he's about to shed. Peace and love, everybody. You all know the support. You all know what to do. Send your questions in. Send your support in. I will see you next week, and hopefully with better eyes. Shout out to Leon Brown and all the new people. Hey, there's Nania Setmer. Peace and love, everybody. Nania Setmer is in the building. Peace and love, Ox Effect. We're going to go ahead and close it out. It's a beautiful night. I'm glad you all appreciate this phenomenon. For those who do appreciate it. Say peace at 10. You all are beautiful and wonderful. And we will be here next week. And tomorrow, tune in to my students have a class. Just put in House of the 10. And it should pop up tomorrow around 4 o'clock Pacific time. They have their own class. And I'm glad you Glad you all are doing that. So tune into that. Let me get this off the screen. Perfect. Peace and love. Topics were beautiful. Say peace and 10 to them. And peace and love.